tabling of documents. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 36(8), I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's response to 3 petitions.
Well done.
Introduction of government bills, statements by ministers, reports from interparliamentary delegations. The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Pursuant to Standing Order 34(1), I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages 2 reports of the Canada-United States Interparliamentary Group. The first concerns the U.S. congressional meeting held in Washington, D.C., USA from November 26 to 28, 2018. The second concerns the U.S. congressional meetings held in Washington, D.C., USA from February 26 to 27, 2019. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting reports from committees, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I have the honour to present in both official languages the 18th report on the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics, entitled Main Estimates 2019 to 2020. Vote 1 under the Office of the Commissioner of Lobbying. Vote 1 under the Office of the Conflict of Interest and Ethics Commissioner. Vote 1 under the Office of the Senate Ethics Officer. And votes 1, 5, and 10, and 15 under the Offices of the Information and Privacy Commissioners of Canada. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Kildonan St. Paul.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table 2 reports from our committee. The first, Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 19th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to C-92, an act respecting First Nations, Inuit, Métis children, youth, and families. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House with amendments. Mr. Speaker, with the introduction of Bill C-92, we mark a historic turning point for First Nations, Inuit, Métis children, and families. Bill C-92 will finally put in law what Indigenous peoples across this country have been asking of governments for decades, that their inherent jurisdiction be affirmed so that they can decide what is best for their children, their families, and their communities. The amendments that we've accepted at committee yesterday strengthen the bill further, and we will continue to listen to our partners on this important legislation.
More.
Thank you. My second report from the committee. I have the honour to present in both official languages the 20th report of the Standing Committee on Indigenous and Northern Affairs in relation to Bill C-88, an act to amend the Mackenzie Valley Resource Management Act, the Canada Petroleum Resources Act, and to make consequential amendments to other acts. The committee has studied the bill and has decided to report the bill back to the House without amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Mississauga-Streetsville.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the 3rd report of the Standing Joint Committee on the Library of Parliament on Main Estimates 2019-20.
Dépôt de projet de loi émanant des députés.
Introduction of private members' bills. First reading of Senate public bills. Motions. Presenting petitions.
Honourable Member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to rise this morning and present a petition that has been circulating. This is not the first time I've presented it, but many Canadians are apparently concerned about this issue, asking that the government take steps to stop the use of animals in the testing of cosmetics. The use of animals in this fashion of testing is less regulated in Canada than in other countries, and petitioners call for Canada to stop the use of animals in research and testing and protect animals from cruelty. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Member for New Westminster Burnaby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's a pleasure for me to present a petition on behalf of dozens of residents of New Westminster and Burnaby and Vancouver, British Columbia. They're joining their voices to the thousands of Canadians that have signed thus far petitions initiated by the Elizabeth Fry Society of Greater Vancouver and sponsored by Elizabeth Fry Societies across Canada. The Elizabeth Fry Society in New Westminster, of course, is celebrating its 35th anniversary. All of them are calling on the Government of Canada to end discrimination against children in irregular situations. As you know, Mr. Speaker, for a wide variety of irregular family situations, the parent may be incarcerated or homeless, or the family may be child may be raised in a foster home, there is no provision in government services now to ensure that all of the benefits that go to children normally in this country go to those children. And so these petitioners are calling on the Government of Canada to meet the criteria from the United Nations to recognize barriers that exist in their own direct payment process to family systems and ensure that all children in Canada benefit equally from benefits that should be given to them. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Bière-Boucher. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to table a petition, E29, signed by more than 700 people. It is also accompanied by a second petition, a paper one, signed by roughly 1,600 people when it will be authenticated by the clerk. The objective of the petition is to look at the shelter protection program between Montreal and Lac-Saint-Pierre to protect the residents there. We know that this is an important source of energy, but damage is happening, and it's often significant. We asked for a meeting with Minister Garneau, and we hope we'll meet him and that he will answer this petition favorably.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present two petitions. Number of citizens on the situation in Egypt, calling on Canada and other countries to escalate our concerns with respect to the recent events in Egypt with respect to the violations of civil rights. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, is from students of laws 4903A at Carleton University, calling upon the Government of Canada to call for the full acquittal of Professor Hatoun Al-Fazi from Saudi Arabian custody. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
I have two petitions today. First of all is a petition signed by hundreds of Canadians concerned about eye health and vision care. They point out that the number of Canadians with vision loss is expected to double in the next 20 years. They note that it affects all segments of the Canadian population, but Canada's most vulnerable populations, children, seniors, and Indigenous peoples at particular risk. They note that a well-coordinated response involving governments, health professionals, NGOs, industry, and individuals working collaboratively can facilitate the promotion of eye health and prevention of vision loss. So they're calling on this government to commit to acknowledging eye health and vision care as a growing public health issue and respond to it, particularly with Canada's vulnerable population, through the development of a national framework for action to promote eye health and vision care. My second petition, Mr. Speaker, also sponsored by the wonderful people at the E. Fry Centre, note that Canada is a signatory to the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child, and we're obligated then, as a ratifier of that, to make sure that we put the best interests of children at the forefront of all of our policies. But they note that the Housing First funds are one-size-fits-all, which only fund the adult individual with no additional allocation for parents with children. They note that many children are excluded from receipt of the Canada Child Benefit and Child Special Allowances, and that there's significant variation in services and programs across the country. So they're calling on the Government of Canada to ensure that the Canada Child Benefit and Child Special Allowances apply equally to all children, that the Canada Social Transfers ensures that all children benefit without discrimination, and that particularly children from families of parents in special situations like incarceration or homeless are not deprived of these funds, as they are the most needy in our country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise with a huge petition here signed by hundreds of Cape Bretoners, and very similar to the petition from the member from Sands Gulf Islands, and wanting to call upon the House of Commons to support Bill S-214 and ban the sale and manufacturing of animal-tested cosmetics and ingredients in Canada moving forward. They're looking for legislation that's very similar to that's been passed in other countries like Switzerland, New Zealand, Iceland, and Norway. I present, Mr. Speaker.
Member for Berthier-Maskinongé. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to rise today to table this position. It's very important. It is in the interest of all parliamentarians in Quebec because we want to protect the most vulnerable members of our society. And this is an initiative from the Elizabeth Fry Association, and there were thousands and thousands of people who have signed this petition. There is a gap in the federal government right now, and there are children in need who don't have access to benefits and other subsidies from the government, and I hope the government will pay attention to this petition that we're going to table. I'd also like to thank the member for Burnaby Westminster for his work with the Elizabeth Fry Association, because he's tabled petitions about this every day, and I hope the government will listen to the people who have signed this petition and act quickly to help the children who are the most vulnerable in Canada. The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie.
To an honor to table a petition signed by dozens of citizens from Nova Scotia, a petition launched by the Elizabeth Fry Society. A petition that is asking to ensure that all children without discrimination in any form benefit from special protection measures and assistance, and to recognize children of parents with addictions and homeless children in need of special support to enable them to achieve improved life outcomes and receive equal benefits under the rights under the United Nations Convention. I hope the government will listen to that and act. Thank you.
The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
I'm proud to present a petition in this House at the request of citizens across Canada to defend the interests of children with respect to our obligations under the UN Charter for the Rights of Children. They require affordable housing for families.
Petitioners this morning, the rights of children to be recognized in the allocation funds of the petition of the government programs that are being ignored now. So I'd like to present this petition. Merci, monsieur.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions, présentation de pétitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would ask that all questions be allowed to stand at this time, please.
It agreed. Agreed and so ordered. Orders of the day.
Gouvernement Gouvernement Commune, consideration at report stage of Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis.
There are three motions in amendment standing on the notice paper for the report stage of Bill C-93. Motions numbered 1 to 3 will be grouped for debate and voted upon according to the voting pattern available at the table.
I shall now propose motions numbered 1 to 3 to the House.
Motion number 1, Ms. Tassi for Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Carr, moves that Bill C-93 in Clause 4 be amended by replacing line 26 on page 3 with the following. 4.11, for the purpose of an application referred to in subsection 3.1, the Board may not require a person who makes the application to provide a certified copy of information contained in court records in support of the application unless the certified verification of the applicant's criminal records and information contained in the police records or Canadian Armed Forces records provided in support of the application are not sufficient to demonstrate that the person has been convicted only of an offense referred to in Schedule 3 and that the only sentence imposed for that offense was payment of a fine or victim surcharge or both. 4.12, for the purpose of subsection 3.11, a person read. Motion numéro 2, Madame Tassi pour.
Motion number 2, Ms. Tassi for Mr. Goodale, moved that Bill C-93 in Clause 5 be amended by replacing lines 14 to 30 on page 4 with the following. 1.2. A record suspension ordered under subsection. A record suspension ordered under subsection.
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Motts, moves that Bill C-93 be amended by deleting Clause 6. Debate. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Border Security and Organized Crime Reduction.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. In the last election campaign, we committed to legalizing cannabis. In October, we kept that commitment, and the purpose was to keep cannabis out of the reach of young people and prevent the profits from going to organized crime. And as Alec Castonguay, a reporter, said in L'Actualité, organized crime no longer has full control over the cannabis market. It's backing away from it, and that's great news, Madam Speaker. Other great news is Bill C-93, with a few amendments to improve it at committee, will enable Canadians with a criminal record for simple possession to get rid of that and go on with their lives.
Allow Canadians with criminal records for simple possession of cannabis to get pardons from the parole board with no application fee and no wait time. Getting a pardon means that if a prospective employer or landlord runs a criminal record check, it will come up empty. That makes it much easier for people to find a job or a place to live. It also makes it easier to get an education, to travel, or just volunteer with your kids' hockey team. Members of certain communities, particularly people of African descent and Indigenous Canadians, have been disproportionately affected by the counterproductive criminalization of cannabis that we finally ended last fall. That's why we've taken the unprecedented steps of waiving the fee and the waiting period. Sans ce projet de loi,
without this bill, it would cost $631 to apply, and the waiting time would be from 5 to 10 years. C-93 will do away with these obstacles entirely. The bill also eliminates the subjective criteria that the parole board normally applies. Normally, a board member examining an application for a pardon would consider whether the applicant has behaved well and whether there would be any national benefit to a pardon. Under C-93, no discretionary factors should weigh in.
Everything I've mentioned thus far, from the elimination of the $631 fee, the elimination of the waiting period of up to 10 years, and the elimination of subjective criteria, was in the original version of this bill. And now, the Public Safety Committee has studied the legislation and sent it back to us with several additional provisions that make it even stronger. Thanks to an amendment from the member for Brampton North, a cannabis possession conviction won't count against you if you're applying for a pardon for other prior offenses. And an amendment from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands ensures that cannabis possession convictions pardoned under C-93 can't be reinstated simply on the basis of no longer being of good conduct. Incidentally, when it comes to the permanence of pardons, and I think this is important to mention, Madam Speaker, it's worth remembering that 500,000 pardons have been issued in Canada since 1970, and 95% of them are still in effect. Records are only reinstated in exceptional circumstances, Madam Speaker, such as the commission of a new offense, and the amendment from the member from Saanich Gulf Islands will make sure that for people pardoned under this bill, that will no longer apply. The bill also now includes an important amendment from the member from Toronto Downforth, allowing people to apply for expedited pardons for cannabis possession, even if they have outstanding fines associated with their conviction. Why is that important, Madam Speaker? Well, one of the main reasons people apply for pardons is to be able to get a job and earn a paycheck. And that can be a catch-22 for people who need a pardon to earn money, but need money to get a pardon. We were already waiving the $631 fee, and now, even if you still owe a fine or a surcharge, you can get your pardon anyway, Madam Speaker. Et ce qui m'amène aux amendements.
Which leads me to the amendments put forward by the government today at report stage. The first has to do with the committee amendment I just referred to. Normally, an applicant has to submit court and police documentation about the offense. Under C93, it is a matter of proving that the substance in question was indeed cannabis. The information relating to the sentence is normally to be found in the court records, and when there are unpaid fines, that will no longer have any influence on the application for a pardon. And the court documents are no longer, the applicant is no longer required to provide those documents. This follows up on one of the committee's recommendations, and the government continues to look for other ways to facilitate pardons for simple possession. And we will continue our efforts, working together with the National Parole Board, to see to it that the highest possible number of people will be able to take advantage of this new system.
Committee, and I thank the member for Medicine Hat Cardston Warner for proposing it. It won the unanimous support of the committee, and I understand why. It's impossible. It is possible, Madam Speaker, in certain cases that the relevant police and court records simply won't be available, especially if a lot of time has passed. In those cases, the member's proposal was to let applicants submit sworn statements saying that their only conviction was for simple possession of cannabis. The parole board would then make inquiries and could issue a pardon if it were ultimately convinced. The principle of this amendment, Madam Speaker, is in line with other measures in C93 that aim to make pardons for cannabis possession as accessible as possible. The problem is, in practice, unfortunately, it's not likely to work. If someone, Madam Speaker, has a criminal record that says possession of a controlled substance, but there are no police or court records available to prove that it was cannabis, they would submit a sworn statement. The parole board would then make inquiries, and the only inquiry they could really make would be to go back to the police and the court and ask them to double check. And when the response comes back saying, "We told you the first time, we don't have those records," there would be no way for the board to be sure what the substance was. The person can still get a pardon, but they would have to follow the usual process. Unfortunately, and therefore, the use of sworn statements in this context would result in more work for the parole board staff, as well as for local police and court officials, but not more accessible pardons for Canadians. And that is the goal of this piece of legislation. And that's why, Madam Speaker, we're proposing to remove it from the bill. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, this bill is a huge step forward and will change the lives of stigmatized Canadians who have been convicted of simple possession of cannabis. 4 years ago, when others wanted to maintain the prohibition on cannabis and maintain the stigma on marginalized people, we were in favor of simple legalization. And that proposal has now become a reality, and I would encourage all of my colleagues to support Bill C-93 so that no one else will have this problem of a criminal record for simple possession of cannabis and will be able to get rid of any conviction on their record easily. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Charlebourg-Haut-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The member mentioned a report by Alex Castonguay, a reporter, on C-93 and profits going to organized crime, or no longer going. That reporter is a great reporter, but I'd like to know whether the member opposite has more information from the RCMP that says the opposite, that in fact organized crime is making even bigger profits now. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question. Madam Speaker, it's quite clear. The purpose the goal of our government in taking money away from organized crime. This worked in other jurisdictions in the United States and elsewhere, and that's precisely what we're doing here in Canada. We're trying to get cannabis out of the hands of young people and the profits out of the hands of organized crime. We expect to see the same positive results here in Canada as have been seen in other jurisdictions. It's based on research and experience of other jurisdictions, and I'm convinced that this is the best thing we can do for our young people and for Canadians all across the country.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte. Oh, excuse. What? Go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you to the member for the speech this morning. I actually do believe that this is an important piece of legislation coming forward. And when meeting with various communities over the years in terms of not just the records themselves, but the inequity in terms of the prosecution related to cannabis offenses. Over the years, we know that there's been inequity where it's being actually applied and where it hasn't. And God knows that if it was applied 100% of the time, then I would be one of the people who would be asking for an expungement at this point. But as I look forward, one of the things that I've heard from numerous people in our community in Barrie, Springwater, Oromadonte is when they're trying to get across into the United States, will this pardon actually help with that? And I was wondering if the member knows if there's been any communication with the U.S. on this, and if it will actually open that border to those who are being penalized for a criminal offense or a cannabis offense from 25 years ago in some cases.
Parliamentary Secretary.
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for his question and his honesty in this House. I appreciate that very much. And actually, he's a steadfast supporter of initiatives aimed at bettering the lives of youth all across the country, so I want to thank him for that over the last 4 years. One of the things that I'm really happy that he brought up is that one of the main focuses of the legislation that we're putting in place here is the fact that there are certain communities, particularly Indigenous youth and racialized youth, that have been overwhelmingly negatively affected by the previous regime that was in place. And that's why it was necessary for us to put in place these changes, and also for us to choose the method of record suspension versus expungement, because as the member pointed out, well, actually, just to refer to expungement, the reality is that with expungement versus record suspension, we would actually be allowing people to travel to the United States and other countries and have access to documentation that will allow them to show that the records were suspended vis-a-vis an expungement, which after 6 months, the records are completely destroyed. So I want to thank him for that, and I can reassure him we have been in contact with our American counterparts, and this will actually help travelers who have a record suspension on file. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. We have time for a brief question from the member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to say one thing. I've been a member for 8 years, and I've never been so upset about a government bill. And it's because the government here has been content to do the minimum. It's still possible for officials to say, it's too much work, and I think this is really a shame that they can get away with doing so little for marginalized people. My colleague himself recognized that there are people who have been disproportionately targeted by previously existing legislation before cannabis was legalized. So despite what they did with C-66 to do away with LGBTQ people who were discriminated against in the past, why aren't they doing the same thing here? Why is there an arbitrary standard here when it comes to people who have been historically disadvantaged? Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I think it's a bit of a disingenuous question. Our government has done even more than what the NDP was proposing. They're the ones who wanted, we're the ones who wanted to legalize cannabis. They simply wanted to continue handing out fines to young people, especially Indigenous youth and visible minorities. so that it would have had the same impact on their lives. We've taken an even better decision for young Canadians, and I'm very proud of that, Madam Speaker. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm here this morning to speak to Bill C-93, which would allow for pardons for people convicted of simple possession of cannabis. We have an election coming. This is the government that promised transparency. They promised sunny ways. They made so many promises. There's a bit of a squabble going on over there. Order. Debate is underway. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary and the member for Belleuil-Chambly had the opportunity to ask questions and answers, even if the answers weren't the ones the member was looking for. So I would ask for respect to be shown to the person who currently has the floor, the Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for bringing some discipline to this place while others are squabbling. So I was talking about our Prime Minister. Many people voted for him, believing that he was bringing hope. But what we've seen at the end of the day is a lot of talk, very few promises kept. And Canadians will remember that. They see the Prime Minister dancing around when it's time to get down to work, and they see him talking when it's time to take action. Very little has been done by this government to help victims of human trafficking and other more serious offenses. This government has cracked down on law-abiding Canadians and ignored serious criminals. We've seen the Prime Minister go after women in cabinet because they stood up to him. This Prime Minister has refused to take responsibility and admit his mistakes, and Canadians will react this fall. Many Liberal MPs have already reacted. They've quit caucus, and many others have announced that they will no longer be running under the Liberal banner. And there's been a number of critical reports in the media of this Prime Minister's record. C-93 is a complement to C-45. One of the rare accomplishments of this Prime Minister, I'll give him credit for that, is that he did come up with C-45. It was a slipshod piece of legislation. It's poorly drafted. It was passed, but it's still poorly drafted. And, Madam Speaker, the Prime Minister felt that his promise to enact C-45 was a nationwide promise. There was no more important promise he made, in his view, than to legalize marijuana. Violence against women, the economy, all these other things took a second seat to legalizing marijuana. Now that C-45 has been in force since October 2018, now we have C-93 again. It's last minute at the end of the session, at the end of this parliament, and they're hastily trying to ram this through to clear the records of people who were formerly convicted of simple possession of cannabis. Under this bill, well, normally a person has to wait 5 to 10 years for their application to be processed. They have to pay an application fee of some $630. And this is all going to change under C-93. Those fees will be waived. Well, we're okay with the application being free. The Conservatives have not objected to this use of taxpayer funds. And one of the reasons for that is that at committee, it was made clear that the number of people who would likely be eligible to apply for a pardon would be 10,000 people maximum for a total cost of $2 to $2.5 million to the taxpayer. That's what officials explained to us in committee. So we also are given to understand that people previously convicted, because the purpose of this really is to pardon people who were convicted of simple possession and have no other convictions. So often these are mistakes of youth, and this also affects people from communities, we were told, like indigenous and black communities, people who don't have the means, really can't afford to apply for a pardon. So all things considered, we accept that. We have no problem with that.
We are concerned about how Bill C-93 was actually crafted. Some of our amendments were accepted by members of the Public Safety Committee. But there are still problems with the bill. Now, we brought forward amendments that did improve procedural fairness in the bill. And under our amendments, it also requires the parole board to undertake a review the bill. However, currently, users are the ones who are paying. I'm sorry, Madam Speaker, I lost my spot in my remarks. So I'm just going to come back to the cost. Previously, I spoke about $631. Now we're talking about $250, and that's where I got my $2.50 million from. Now, expungement shouldn't cost too much. However, it does not take into account those offenders who are found guilty of possession of an amount that is greater than the amount that is currently legal. Tom Stamatakis, the president of the Canadian Police Association, testified before the committee, and he said it is possible that the Crown and the court might have accepted a plea bargain if the conviction was going to involve a permanent record, but they would not have accepted that plea bargain if they knew that there would be no possibility of revisiting that record later on or having access to that record. So the Police Association explained that the parole board still has to have the power to check their records. And under Bill C-93, under Section 6, the parole board will not have the opportunity to have access to those records. So in his rush, the Prime Minister did not take into account the concerns of municipalities, police forces, employers, scientists, and doctors. The Liberals left this as well to the last few weeks of Parliament. Now that marijuana is legal, however, the Conservatives understand that previous records should not be an unfair burden for Canadians. However, we are going to monitor the implementation of this bill. As in the case of Bill C-45, Conservatives will bring forward changes to Bill C-93 in order to make sure that there is an effective and efficient access to no-cost record suspensions. We believe that Canadians should have expedited access to these suspensions. Mr. Speaker, however, when October comes along and we are the government, there will be a lot of cleanup to do. We want to put the real needs of Canadians first. When we go to India, it'll be for reasons other than simply wearing a costume or dancing. When we go to Washington, we're going to try and clean up the damage that the new NAFTA agreement has caused thanks to this incompetent government. When we invest taxpayer money, I can guarantee that it won't be to reward murderers, terrorists, or dictators. We are going to clean up the chaos at our borders. We are going to be a government that is compassionate for the underprivileged, but also towards taxpayers. We are going to act to improve the environment without digging into Canadians' wallets. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Thank you, the member, for his comments. And I do have a question for him with regard to his report stage amendment. Right now, the Conservatives are saying they're going to repeal a bill that is providing extended background checks for people to get firearms, and yet in this bill they want to include an amendment that would allow the parole board to investigate people applying because of bad conduct and bringing the administration of justice into disrepute. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member could tell this House what exactly, what kind of conduct are they talking about that would allow the Parole Board of Canada to justify denying someone the application.
The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. But it's the question and the answer at the same time. And that's why we need the Parole Board to be able to look at this. If there's no one to follow up on a record when people are applying, then there's no way of knowing who it is who's requesting this expedited process. So the Parole Board should be able to undertake these checks. Otherwise, we're putting blinders on. And we're granting this regardless of who the individuals are. So I can't answer that question. It's the Parole Board that can. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsley.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, we all know that the Conservatives have long opposed legalization of cannabis. In fact, I was in this very House under the Harper government when the Harper government sought to increase penalties on Canadians for possession of cannabis, voted for by the Liberals, by the way, in that Harper government. So it's kind of a bit of an interesting discussion here today. But in this side of the House, New Democrats believe there's a fundamental problem with this bill, and that is, now that we've legalized cannabis, the obvious legal consequence of that should be that Canadians who carry records for offences that are no longer legal should have their records expunged. Now, there's a critical difference between expungement and pardon. Expungement erases a record. A pardon simply forgives it. And if anybody thinks in this country that a pardon eliminates any record anywhere of a cannabis conviction, they don't understand how records are kept in this country. And that's a fundamental problem. But the worst problem is the poorest, the most vulnerable populations in this country are still left with the obligation under the Liberals' bill to apply for a pardon. Many, many people do not have the resources or the ability or the time or the inclination to do that. So this bill is going to leave many Canadians, the poorest and most marginal, walking around this country with the millstone of a conviction for cannabis around their neck. So my question, honourable member, is this: does his party not agree with the New Democrats that we should expunge records of all Canadians so that they do not carry records for something that the law currently and for in the future will not regard as criminal in any sense?
Excellent. The Honourable Member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. I'd like to thank my colleague for his questions. Yes, this is an important debate. Expungement versus pardoning. And there is a difference. An expungement means that it's as if nothing ever happened. A pardon means it's set aside, and that way someone can, say, apply for a job and function normally. However, when marijuana was illegal, when you possessed it, it was illegal. And so it was a crime at the time. But today, it's legal. At the time, it was illegal. So when you pardon someone, well, it's free, it's quick. But at some point in your life, if you decide to continue on a criminal path, well, we have to be able to follow up on that. So if it's removed completely, it's as if saying a crime was never committed, and that's false.
A very brief question. The honourable for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just want to ask my colleague, the Liberals here at the 11th hour, or 12th hour actually, at midnight, have changed some of the proposals as agreed to by the committee with some of the amendments, and I'm just curious to know whether he feels that the amendment in 4 sub 3.1 that we talked about having a sworn statement, allowing those who can't find any records of any of the offenses by the government, courts, police, whoever, that they still can swear an affidavit to get this done. And I see that the government has removed that. And in motion 1 that they're proposing today, it seems to be confusing to me how we're still not going to make it almost impossible or impossible for some of those people who fall through the cracks in that circumstance to receive a suspension. I wonder if you could comment on that for me.
A brief response from the member for Charlebourg-Saint-Charles. Yes, I'll answer quickly. One of the amendments that we brought forward at the committee that was accepted was to allow those people who couldn't find their documents to have a sworn statement. But the government is going to prevent this. They're going to continue to make life complicated for the most underprivileged of our society. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to begin by quoting from Solomon Freedom, who testified before the committee, because I think that it really articulates clearly what we think.
3 is better than nothing. But better than nothing is a mighty low bar for our parliament. You can do better. You must do better. Instead, I would urge a scheme of expungement along the lines already provided for in the Expungement of Historically Unjust Convictions Act, which I would add, not his quote, but I would add as a bill presented by this government. The record of these convictions, as I continue the quote, for the simple possession of cannabis should be expunged permanently and automatically. Yeah. I also want to read a quote, Madam Speaker, from Alana Feinstone from the Native Women's Association of Canada in committee. Unfortunately, the effects of the bill will go unrealized for many Indigenous women with criminal records for simple possession of cannabis. Simply put, the bill remains inaccessible for Indigenous women who are poor and have administration of justice issues associated with their simple possession of cannabis conviction. Madame la Présidente, je dois vous dire...
Madam Speaker, I have to say and repeat, as I said earlier, that I have never seen such a pathetic bill. And especially considering that civil servants came before us who said that this is a lot of work to do. Those public officials said that it's too much work to undertake expungement, but that is not an excuse. Better is always possible. And as you just heard in the quote that I read, this is far from being a good bill. The minister, when he came before the committee, was unable to answer my questions, and my questions were very simple. The Prime Minister, the Parliamentary Secretary who just spoke, the Minister of Public Safety, and the Minister responsible for border security, they all acknowledged at one point in time that the impact of legislation, previous legislation, was huge for racialized people, for Indigenous communities, for low-income people. So those people who are already marginalized in our society, they all acknowledge this. Now, under C-66, the expungement bill, they did the right thing. They did the principled thing, and they did something that a fair society should do. They allowed for the expungement of those records. Now, why aren't they doing the same thing in this case? I put that question to the minister, and he said, believe it or not, that under Bill C-66, we were dealing with an issue where rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms had been breached. What kind of arbitrary standard is this? I put this question to the people who came before the committee. I said, is this a concept that exists in the law, that there's an historic injustice that is only based on a breach of rights under the Charter of Rights and Freedoms? They said no.
But Kent Roach specifically recognized that the minister's standard of what is he defines as a historical injustice is nothing but a fabrication of this government and an arbitrary measuring stick that they put in place with C66, and now suddenly they don't want to follow through on with C93 for these marginalized Canadians who, in a different way, but who have nonetheless been a victim of their own historical injustice. And I couldn't put it better than Cannabis Amnesty put it in committee when they quoted the Supreme Court, a Supreme Court decision that recognized that a law can be found to have been discriminatory even if the law itself was not discriminatory, but the application of the law was discriminatory. And, Madam Speaker, it's hard to find better examples in the history of our country than the war on drugs and when it comes to the criminalization of simple possession of cannabis. Madam Speaker, the minister being unable to respond to those questions then led into a parade of witnesses in committee who all agreed with the sentiment in the quotes that I have shared with you, that this bill is nothing more than an 11th hour attempt to check off a box that really does very little. And Madam Speaker, putting the onus on those marginalized Canadians is never going to lead to the kind of justice that this bill purports to want to attain. Why? Just look at C66 for the expungement of criminal records for the criminalization of LGBTQ Canadians. 7 out of the 9,000 some odd Canadians who could have applied have applied. 7 out of 9,000 and change. Why? What would be different this time? Well, we asked the officials, Madam Speaker. They were unable to provide us with an answer except to say they're going to come up with creative ad campaigns using social media and things like that. Unbelievable, Madam Speaker, to think that you're going to reach the most marginalized in our society because you're coming up with fancy hashtags and buzzwords on social media. It is simply mind-boggling, Madam Speaker. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, my time is limited at report stage. I only have 10 minutes. But I also want to talk about the amendments that were passed. First, the amendment brought forward by the Green Party. Now, this amendment was brought forward by the Green Party. However, it was then amended by the Liberals. So at first blush, the intention seems good. What it means is that the suspension of a criminal record remains in effect regardless. And so, in principle, we support it. However, the good behavior standards means that suspension, for example, can be revoked. Let's say if there's another fine, for example, for speeding on the highway. There's something inherently unfair about that. However, the Green Party's amendment said that it shouldn't just be good standards, or rather, the amendment says this. If someone commits a crime, that suspension would be canceled, and so it would that person would continue to have that criminal record. And on top of that, that person would no longer be able to apply under C93. So what does this mean exactly? It means that you have a marginalized Canadian belonging to one of the groups that we listed earlier on that may be able to benefit from the process under Bill C93 rather. However, if that individual then commits a crime, then many things can happen, by the way. There can be many factors related to that crime. For example, there could be the factor of mental health, poor housing, discrimination. There might be many other aspects to this crime. So what that means is that if you have done something that was illegal but is now illegal, and then you do something else that is illegal, well, then that previous illegal act that was legal is going to remain illegal for you. In other words, you're going to continue to carry around a criminal record for it.
Believe what the member for Toronto Danforth said in committee. I felt like I was in the last parliament with Vic Taves as Minister of Public Safety. She said when I said that Canadians who obtain record suspension for simple possession of cannabis should be allowed to keep that record suspension even if they've committed other crimes because simple possession of cannabis is now legal. She said, and I paraphrase but quite accurately, and I invite Canadians to go look at the Hansard, that the NDP was trying to make it easier for murderers to obtain record suspensions. Madam Speaker, that is the kind of rhetoric that led to a change in government in 2015, and we've got a member of Parliament from downtown Toronto who is employing the same rhetoric that Stephen Harper's Conservatives did in the previous Parliament. That is unreal, Madam Speaker. All we're trying to do here is so that the most marginalized Canadians who have criminal records for simple possession of cannabis don't continue to be criminalized because they get caught up in the continuing discrimination that they have to live with from our justice system and our criminal justice system. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, one of the last points I'd like to mention, because I just have a minute left, is the whole administration of justice question. Representatives of various indigenous organizations have told us those with a criminal record for simple possession of cannabis did not appear before the courts because sometimes the court was too far away from their homes, and there are other factors that can enter into play. And we've said that these individuals who receive record suspension automatically, these individuals will not receive a record suspension and even less an expungement because, for example, they did not show up in court for the same crime, which is no longer a crime, that is simple possession of cannabis. So, Madam Speaker, I'd like to conclude by saying this. For a government that wanted to do better, we're very far from the mark of rendering justice for the most marginalized individuals of our society.
Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for his speech, and I do, as he knows, I have the utmost respect for him. However, I find it a bit rich for him to stand here today and complain about us bringing forward a bill that will pardon people who have a criminal conviction for cannabis possession, when in the last election the New Democratic Party ran on a platform to decriminalize marijuana, to decriminalize cannabis. We went further and we legalized it. If the NDP had been elected and we had decriminalized marijuana, those individuals would actually be in a worse position right now than they are today. They would have been facing fines. They still would have been facing problems that they don't have because we went a step further and we legalized it. So I'm just wondering if the honourable member can perhaps justify how decriminalizing marijuana would have put us in a better position than we are today.
L'honorable député de Belleuil.
Honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly.
Liberals continue to relitigate the last election in order to justify their failure to do better here for Black Canadians, Indigenous people, other marginalized Canadians who are disproportionately those who carry the burden of a criminal record for simple possession of cannabis. Madam Speaker, every single person who came to committee said that this government could do better. Every single person recognizes that for what was supposed to be a pillar of the Liberals' platform in the last election, that arriving 1 month before Parliament rises before the next election, without even knowing if this bill will even make it through the Senate with all the nonsense that goes on over there, it's no wonder, Madam Speaker, that they want to live 4 years in the past. Those individuals who are marginalized, who won't be able to benefit from the scheme put forward in C-93, who won't be able to benefit from the fact that this government could have just supported the member for Victoria, and all those who are fighting for those marginalized Canadians, those Canadians are not going to benefit from rhetoric from the last election. They would have benefited from an automatic pardon, and even better, an automatic expungement, and we are so far from the mark. It is so disappointing, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my colleague for his extremely important speech because the reality is here on the opposition side, we are faced with rushing through another important bill. This is an extremely important issue. As my colleague properly pointed out, it was a big election platform, and here we are almost 4 years into the mandate, and we're struggling to make sure that we put in good legislation. And as everyone in this House knows, it's the health and safety of Canadians that we're worried about, and to make sure that justice is provided to all. But the Liberals have their whole approach to marijuana legalization has been highly criticized, whether it's the roadside testing, worker safety, things along those lines. But my question for my colleague today is one of the Liberal amendments that passed would allow individuals to apply for a record suspension under this legislation with unpaid fines and victim surcharges. But, Madam Speaker, this creates complications between the federal and provincial levels. In provinces like Quebec and New Brunswick, fines are collected by the province, and officials at committee really couldn't answer how the provinces would enforce payment of fines once the record is suspended. I was wondering if my colleague would be able to comment on this and if he has any ideas that would help this interjurisdictional issue be resolved.
Member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. I support allowing people who have not paid their fines to achieve record suspension. This is an important aspect of the legislation as it was written, and this is an important barrier because often people who we're talking about here who do need a record suspension to get a job, for example, these individuals don't necessarily have the means to pay these fines. What I heard in committee and from public servants is that there's differences between jurisdictions, but they are responsible for collecting payment of these fines. But I do support that people who have not paid their fines should be able to receive a record suspension for something that is now legal, namely simple possession of cannabis. I don't see why we would keep this obstacle. And finally, I'd like to talk quickly about what he said in his preamble, the fact that it's the very last minute and that legalization of marijuana was one of the Liberals' key pillars in its platform, and they did not necessarily consult people adequately. But, well, here we are today, and we're at the very last minute, and this should have been part of their proposal right from the beginning. Resuming debate.
Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Madam Speaker. It's with a pleasure that I rise and address Bill 93 this morning. And I find it actually quite excessive in terms of listening to my New Democratic friends on this particular issue. As the Parliamentary Secretary in her question put it, Madam Speaker, I think it's important that we recognize that the NDP tend to want to grossly exaggerate in terms of their stand on a wide variety of issues. And this is a good example of this, Madam Speaker. You know, in the last federal election, the NDP under Mr. Mulcair actually said that they were not in favor of legalization of marijuana or cannabis. That was their position. And now, on the one hand, the member says, well, don't hold us to account for what we said back in the last federal election. But in the same speech, he says he wants to hold us account for what we said in the last election. So let's talk about the cannabis issue. What did the government say back in the last federal election back in 2015? We were very clear. Our leader was very clear. It was that we were in favor of the legalization of cannabis because we wanted to protect our young people. We wanted to bring in strong regulations. We wanted to go after criminal activities, Madam Speaker. That was the justification for making that commitment to Canadians back in 2015. The Conservatives, on the other hand, wanted the status quo. The NDP position was very clear. They did not want to legalize cannabis. They wanted to decriminalize cannabis, Madam Speaker. Reflect on that. Now you have the NDP in search. I think they're trying to find relevance in society today, Madam Speaker, because even the Green Party tends to outdo the NDP on the environmental files. Many of the positions that the NDP are adopting today are going to the Green Party. In this particular issue, they're wanting to flow to the Liberal Party, and that's fine. You know, we don't mind sharing our ideas with our New Democratic friends, Madam Speaker. But do not, for those that are following the debate, do not be fooled by the type of information in the speeches that the NDP are providing on this issue. They argue for expungement, Because they're grasping, Madam Speaker. They're trying to find, as I say, a few years ago, they weren't even in favor of legalization of cannabis. And during that campaign, we made a very strong presentation to Canadians, and Canadians accepted it. And now, through Bill C-45, we actually have cannabis legalized here in Canada. Now, the Conservative and NDP, that unholy alliance, I would ultimately argue, at times comes together. And nowadays, in the last few days, they're saying, well, here we are, 18 days left to go in session, and the government is wanting to rush things through. Well, Madam Speaker, when we were elected, we made a commitment to Canadians, and that was to work hard every day for Canadians. What do they expect us to do? Just kind of say, okay, look, there's only 18 days left in this session. We're just going to stop as if there's nothing else for us to do? From day one, whether it was Bill 2, reducing the taxes for Canada's middle class while at the same time increasing for Canada's wealthiest 1%, from that very first bill to the last day in which we sit, this government's intention is to continue to deliver for Canadians in a very real and tangible way. So when you talk about the legalization of cannabis, that took us a considerable amount of time because you can't just bring in legislation and pass it, Madam Speaker. Legislation of that nature required a great deal of background work, working with the many different stakeholders, in particular our province, Indigenous leaders, and many others, Madam Speaker. We couldn't bring in this legislation before we even passed the other legislation, Madam Speaker. This legislation is before us today because it is good, sound, solid legislation. And this is the type of legislation that is going to have a profoundly positive impact on the lives of many Canadians, Madam Speaker. That is the reason why we are debating it today. If there's 16 days left, 15, 10, 5 days, it doesn't really matter, Madam Speaker. At the end of the day, Canadians can know that this government will continue to work every day at advancing good, strong, social budgetary policies. If you take a look at what this legislation actually will do, for those individuals that have been caught with simple possession of cannabis, this will allow for an expedited pardon of that particular conviction, Madam Speaker. And it's as simple as that. It's very important. It will expedite it, and it will ensure that there's no cost in being able to receive that pardon, Madam Speaker. And for those individuals that take the opportunity to recognize that the legislation has been passed or have an interest in getting a pardon, this government has made it exceptionally easy for them to do that, Madam Speaker. That's why this legislation is important. That's why we challenge all members of the House to support this legislation. The expungement argument that's being brought forward in a practical sense, Madam Speaker, for what we are talking about today and for where we are, a pardon is all that is required. It's far more than the NDP were prepared to offer in 2015. So when they go about whoever they're talking to saying, well, it should be an expungement, it should be expungement, they should have kind of an asterisk there saying it's a lot more than what we were prepared to do back in 2015. Now, I know they had a change in leadership. I believe their current leader says that they should allow for legalization of heroin and cocaine, Madam Speaker. I believe that could be a potential election platform coming from the NDP. That's what their current leader has talked about in the past. And hopefully in the question that's put to me, maybe they might answer that question, provide some clarity, some transparency on that particular issue. Madam Speaker, what is the NDP position on the issue of heroin and cocaine? We're glad. It appears as if the NDP have accepted the idea of legalization of cannabis. Where I will say the NDP had some influence with the Conservatives. Because prior to the last election, the Conservative Party was outright against it, Madam Speaker. I remember the brochures and the pamphlets and the propaganda and the myths that were being created, Madam Speaker, as they, even back then, were so much more focused on just being critical of personalities than they were on substantive policy issues. But they were against it. They didn't want legalization, and I don't believe they even favored decriminalization, Madam Speaker. After the election, then they started to talk about the decriminalization of cannabis, Madam Speaker. That's when they started to really talk about it. Now, a few of them are saying, well, no, we started talking about it a little bit maybe prior. And in fairness, that might be the case, Madam Speaker, in fairness to my Conservative friends. But having said that, ask who are the biggest benefactors. I would argue it's the gangs and the criminal element that is actually the biggest benefactor from the Conservative policy on cannabis, Madam Speaker. Stop and think about that.
I just want to remind the members of the official opposition that they will have a lot of time to ask questions and comments when it's the correct time to do that. So I would ask them to hold on to their thoughts and look forward to that opportunity. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, you know, let me bring it to a school. If you take a look at a high school, like half a minute left, Madam Speaker, I might have to continue my example during my answers. But the bottom line is, I'm concerned about young people. Prior to this government, we had the highest consumption rate of cannabis amongst young people in most countries in the world. I understand even some statistics that said that we had the highest, Madam Speaker. I'm concerned about our youth in regards to this whole cannabis issue. I'm very proud of the way in which this government has rolled out the legalization and now provided the pardon. I would encourage the Conservative Party to take that extra step, get behind the legislation, and thank my New Democrats, somewhat late, but at least they're on side today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to point out to my colleague that even under former Liberal governments and Conservative governments, the trend line for youth, it was actually going down. I think there was a 50% decrease in use by 2015, and it'll be interesting to see, actually, if it has gone down since legalization, but my understanding is it has not. But my question to my colleague is, as he points out, we're at the last minute here. Marijuana has been legalized since October 2018. And we're here rushing to put this bill through. It was an important part of their platform. But the Liberals' tendency is not to listen to stakeholders. And I wanted him to comment on the Canadian Police Association, who suggested 2 amendments calling for the parole board to retain limited flexibility and discretion to conduct investigations and to ensure that the small number of applications from habitual offenders are vetted. This would ensure that individuals do not take advantage of the process that is clearly not intended for their case. This could include looking into court records to determine if this individual was charged with something more serious like trafficking and pled down for simple possession. He knows that really the health and safety of Canadians is what all of us want to look after, and sometimes these more hardened criminals have actually pled down. And for some reason, the government didn't accept those amendments. I was wondering if you could explain why.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Yes, Madam Speaker, my understanding is that the parole board does have some discretion in which they could look at reversal. But I want to be able to pick up on the idea that, and I made reference to the schools. When you had cannabis being an illegal substance, you would have young people that are being recruited by gang members in Winnipeg's North End, and I just use this is applicable across the country. You would have gang or a criminal element recruiting young people, teenagers, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, to take cannabis into the school and to sell that merchandise. And then they would take some profit from it themselves. That young person is put, I would argue, on a wrong road, and ultimately that gang or that criminal element is going to be receiving the proceeds from it. That, to me, is one of the primary reasons why it was so important for us to go the way that we have done in the last couple of years, Madam Speaker, because it is about improving the conditions of our youth, going after criminals, Madam Speaker, and bringing in strong regulations. I can tell you that it won't get any worse with the number of youth participating in cannabis consumption.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. I'd like to ask my colleague opposite, how is it that the NDP's position is being ridiculed today? Because we're talking about people who are going to be excessively penalized, and that is precisely what we're concerned about here, is pardoning those people. When I hear the parliamentary secretary say that we wanted to make pot legal in Canada, don't tell me that you were concerned about the people we're talking about today. What you wanted to do was please the general public who don't have problems of over-criminalization. And what you mostly wanted to do was collect the tax revenues, because there's a lot of money at stake. So we're talking about people who won't be able to get a pardon if they have more than one conviction. Is that just an oversight, or do you really not care? Just like to remind the member that your comments should be directed to the chair, and surely you're not accusing me of not caring.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I focused some of my attention on my debate on that particular issue because I think it's important that those individuals that are following the debate really understand in terms of where it is that the NDP have actually come from. At the end of the day, they did not support the legalization of cannabis. And now, in order to try to overcompensate, I would ultimately argue, they've come up with this expungement, and they're trying to come across as if they're championing something in which is just not right, Madam Speaker, because this is a government that not only has brought in the legalization of cannabis, but dealing with it in an appropriate way through a pardon system, and I believe that a vast majority of Canadians understand that and support it, and people should realize, as much as the NDP tried to stand on a high pedestal at times, that on this particular case, there is no pedestal to stand on.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today to speak to Bill C-93, an act to provide record suspensions to individuals with convictions for simple possession of marijuana. Now, while I agree in principle with the intent of this bill, I believe it's flawed and in need of further amendments. Bill C-93, based on what we heard at committee, was rushed, lacked consultation outside of the government, and fails to achieve its objectives. And this seems to be the theme with this Liberal government. We know what the government meant to do with the bill. They meant to provide a no-cost, simple process for those with convictions for simple possession of marijuana to get and obtain a record suspension. They also hope to remove the stigma of a criminal conviction for this offense. Now, using the evidence and testimony of experts at committee, we should be able to show a clear benefit to those targeted by the legislation. But despite the minister's best intentions, I'm not sure that any of these objectives were actually achieved. Even after two Conservative amendments, which since this morning have been, one of them has been removed, the bill was accepted by committee. It's only less bad, Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker. We've got a long way to go. Now, to make a good decision on this legislation, the committee needed evidence and information from departments and agencies working on criminal records and record suspensions. This bill should not have been a surprise to anyone. The Prime Minister announced his plans for marijuana legislation in 2015. Clearly, some kind of amnesty or consideration would take place and to try and balance the old and new realities that were occurring. The issue was raised in the House and by the media as legislation and legalization occurred and after the legislation was passed. The government repeatedly told Canadians that it would bring an amnesty after legalization. Well, on October 18th, of 2018, the Minister of Public Safety said he would make things fairer, remove the stigma. Now, that is why it's so confusing that no one had any clear idea how many people would be eligible or benefit, or how to implement this, or how much it would actually cost. When we asked officials how many people would be eligible, officials and the minister provided their best guess. And that work would have been challenging and time-consuming. Convictions are not listed as simple possession of marijuana. As the minister noted, in order to know who would be eligible, officials would need to know who has a record for possession of illegal substances and then which of those is for simple possession of marijuana. According to testimony at committee, Canadian conviction records don't generally say cannabis possession. That's not the language used. They say something like possession of a Schedule II substance. And then you have to check the police and court documents to find out what the particular substance was. So the blanket generic approach is not all that obvious, given the way the charges are entered and records are kept in the Canadian records system. Doing this for every drug possession charge that potentially involves cannabis would be a considerable undertaking, even if all the documents were in one central computer database. Additionally, many older records are paper copies kept in boxes in courthouses and police departments across the country. We also don't know how many individuals the government expected to apply for this record suspension. Public safety officials told us, and I quote, "It's very difficult to know who has possession for cannabis offenses. So we can't just go into a database and say it's how many people and how many offenses are there. We've extrapolated from the statistics collected by the Public Prosecution Service of Canada, and their figure is upwards of 250,000 convictions for the simple possession of cannabis. Now that is a starting point, they told us, and the number of people expected to apply is much lower. So let's remember, you can only get the suspension if your only offense is for the possession of cannabis, and while you may have that offense, if you have any others on your record, you would not be eligible. It is not an exact science, we were told, but we've extrapolated from the figure of 250,000 and estimated 10,000 would apply." End quote. Outside experts have suggested a significantly higher number, approximately 500,000 people in Canada who have a record for cannabis. So how many people will benefit from this? The minister and officials couldn't say. How much will taxpayers pay to provide a record suspension to someone who committed a minor offense? Well, the minister and officials have guessed that to be about $2.5 million. Now, it's hard to understand the cost evaluation for a new process for an unknown number of people. We asked the minister to provide the committee details of how they reached their costs. The minister committed to provide it before we had to vote on the matter and at committee. And now we're here today and we still have not received that breakdown. If costs are higher than the anticipated amount that was presented to us by the minister, the parole board will either have to pass that on to the taxpayers or other applicants in another process. Now, Madam Speaker, one thing we heard from almost all our legal witnesses was the challenges of obtaining record suspensions, especially for individuals who could benefit from this record suspension the most. The process to apply can be quite onerous for individuals who are not necessarily legally or administratively savvy. One needs to obtain a record of your conviction from the court of jurisdiction. Then, proof of all fines or sentencing conditions have been met. You will then be required to get a records check from a police department and an identity confirmation by way of fingerprints. None of these requirements are free, Madam Speaker, and will cost potentially several $100s. To put it simply, those most impacted probably don't have the means to pay. So it became quite clear that the people the minister and his colleagues are saying they're going to be helping, they continue to face potentially insurmountable hurdles. To quote the Native Women's Association of Canada, they say, "The effects of the bill will go unrealized for many Indigenous women with criminal records for simple possession of cannabis. Simply put, the bill remains inaccessible for Indigenous women who are poor," end of quote. Or the Canadian Association of Black Lawyers, who said, and I quote, "The suspension of the record will almost seem like a token gesture. And for many who are coming from extremely poor areas and families who don't have the means to push them forward, this is a huge stumbling block," end of quote. The title of the act says, "No cost expedited record suspensions." This is clearly not the case. There will be a cost to the applicant, and it clearly will not be fast, as it takes multiple trips to police stations and courthouses just to get the information to file an application. Witnesses told us over and over again that the only way to remove these convictions was to expunge them. Now, legal experts noted that a record suspension would be set aside if that individual had any future charges. The border crossings would continue to be an issue, as the U.S. may have the old records of their convictions even if they are suspended. We were also told an expungement would certainly be more closely aligned to the proposed values of the Liberal government. The government claimed it would legalize marijuana because it would remove the black market, decrease use by children, and reduce consumption. The plan they implemented would not accomplish any of these objectives, and Bill C-93 will not accomplish any of the minister's objectives as he said he would. Now, the minister told us in the House that the effects of an expungement or record suspension are identical, so it really didn't matter which one the government picked. But since there was a lot of work for the government to figure out which individual had a criminal conviction for simple possession, the individual of marijuana, they would go with the record suspensions. And so it was clear that this made it easier for the government and not for those who had convictions. I do believe in amendments, or in redemption, Madam Speaker, but I know that redemption is earned not through the generosity of the minister, it is earned by the person who seeks it. And I'm not sure that the redemption in these cases will result in benefits to very many Canadians. Now, I was initially pleased that the committee agreed to make some minor improvements to this deeply flawed piece of legislation. Conservative amendments addressed the serious gap that had been missed. Now, what happens when the courts don't have your records? Records are lost, destroyed, and they may not be found. When an individual is seeking to follow the minister's challenging application for the not-so-free, not-so-easy process and can't get the basics for the application. Should they be ignored? I say not. We proposed an amendment that this morning has been deleted and something else added that doesn't cover it. So, unfortunately, we're not able to eliminate Clause 6, which limits the considerations by the parole board when examining these applications at committee. We should not be giving these records suspensions out to people who do not deserve them. And the only way to accomplish that is to ensure a thorough review, Madam Speaker, and the Liberals sadly disagreed with that at committee. In conclusion, Madam Speaker, this is not a good bill, as it only makes things a tiny bit better. Like most of the Liberal promises, it falls short, or is not as advertised, as only too few Canadians will actually benefit from the intention of this bill. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Any problems with this bill, and I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for pointing out a number of them. It has to do with the Liberals' excuse as to why they couldn't proceed with expungement, and that relates to their acknowledgement that the system of keeping records in this country is just completely haphazard, that the records exist in courthouse basements, in police departments, they're decentralized, they differ province to province, and I think that is a shocking admission by a government, a shocking admission of dereliction of duty, of incompetence, and frankly, a violation of fundamental public safety. We in this country, after 150 years of Liberal and Conservative governments, are we here to tell Canadians that we do not have an efficient, centralized repository of criminal records in this country, so that police or volunteer organizations cannot even go to one local place and be confident that they will get a reliable source of information about a person's criminal record? I mean, I think this bill before us, of which I have many concerns, it almost pales in comparison to that underlying problem that I think has unwittingly been exposed by this whole debate, which is that we have a mess in terms of our criminal records in this country. So I'm curious about my honourable colleague's comment on that. Is he in the Conservative Party?
The honourable member, I have to allow for other questions. The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for the question. I think, yes, we have a great system now, but it's not historic. It doesn't go back and cover some of those areas in our record system as far back as some of these convictions occurred. And I think that's part of the challenge with this particular legislation. Just like we have other gaps in services that can be provided to the Canadian public, much like our firearms legislation is being proposed, that really, when you think about it, they don't do anything for the gangs and guns problem that we have in this country. It targets law-abiding citizens, but the problem with the gap in services is that the policing community in this country don't have the resources and the lab capacity to actually trace crime guns. And that's part of, more of a systemic underlying problem that's gone on for decades, where we need to get modern, we need to get up with the times and technology. Our system now is okay, but it doesn't necessarily cover those from decades back.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. There's one thing that I can say is that the Liberal Party and this government has been very consistent on this issue right from the beginning. We were in favor of legalization. We were in favor of regulation. We were in favor of making sure that those who had simple possession could apply for pardons. Whereas it feels as though the NDP and the Conservatives are all over the map. At first the Conservatives are putting out misinformation, fear tactics prior to the last election. They were always in favor of criminalization, keeping it a criminal offense, and then suddenly they decided, okay, well, maybe we don't have to be that hard on it because maybe actually people want this, and they started to change their position a little bit. Maybe decriminalization is the answer. And now, we're starting to hear the Conservatives talk about the most vulnerable in our community and how they're being impacted by this bill that attempts to pardon individuals for simple possession. I'm wondering if the member can comment, at least can he stand up and say that he supports the legalization of marijuana and of cannabis, and that he supports making sure that pardons can properly be given to those who need them.
The honourable member for Medicine Hat, Cardston Warner.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you to my colleague across the way for the question. What I can say has been consistent in my 3 years, or almost 3 years since I've been here, is the inconsistency of the Liberal government. That's the only consistency that I have seen since I've been here in their legislations and their approach to things. One of the things that I appreciated and why I'm a Conservative is because the Conservative Party in their application of the law and their legislation of the law and the development of law and in the care of people, the importance of those who are underprivileged, the importance of the care for those who will be marginalized has always been at the forefront of the responsibilities of this government as a Conservative government. So regardless of what one's position is on one thing I know for sure is that this legislation does not meet the mark because it still continues to not help those who really benefit from the intent behind this legislation.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and it's an honour today to rise to speak to Bill C-93. And just picking up on my last question and the response to that, I would argue that the only party in this chamber that has had consistency on this particular file in particular is the Liberal Party, is the government, is in advancing this legislation in a meaningful way. We've been criticized and attacked on a number of occasions for this happening in the dying days of this Parliament, as though that somehow, as we get towards the end of the session, we need to just stop and give up because there's nothing left to do. They speak as though we haven't done anything over 3.5 years yet. Poverty's been reduced by 20% in this country. The middle class have received a tax cut. The economy is booming. We have one of the fastest growing economies in the G7. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio in the G7.
Just order. I just want to remind the member for Caribou Prince George. I just want to remind the member for Caribou Prince George that somebody else has the floor at this point, and if he wishes to make a comment or ask questions, he should wait till the appropriate time. The honourable member of Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you again, Madam Speaker. And so to my point, I would say that this legislation is coming forward in a manner that we've been able to give it the thoughtful consideration that it needs. It's been able to be studied in this House. It's been able to go to committee to be studied. Yes, amendments are suggested at the time, put forward, and then it comes back to this House. There has been time for consultation, and now it's time to take action, and it's time to make sure that those, in particular the most vulnerable in our communities, can get the justice that they deserve, given the fact that this law has, or the criminalization of cannabis has significantly changed in the past year. So I'm pleased to have this opportunity to rise today at report stage, Madam Speaker, on Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost, expediented record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis. The purpose of this bill is plainly stated in the title, Madam Speaker. It would streamline the pardon application process for people who have been previously convicted only of simple possession of cannabis and who have completed their sentence. Two main arguments of existing process would be waived. Two main requirements of the existing process would be waived to make that happen. Number one, Madam Speaker, the current $631 parole board application fee. And number two, the waiting period to apply, which can be up to 10 years. As honourable members have heard since this bill was introduced, these requirements make life difficult for people who have been convicted of a relatively minor offence and who just want to get their lives back on track. The combination of the fee and waiting period can be a serious obstacle, so we're getting rid of them. Allowing people to apply for a pardon faster and more easily would reduce barriers to their reintegration into society as productive, law-abiding, contributing members and citizens. And it would also open all sorts of doors to jobs, education, and housing. It is time to move this bill forward, Madam Speaker, and I'm pleased to note that even stakeholders who have said they prefer a different legal mechanism were clear that this bill is a positive step and should be passed as soon as possible. The bill was passed at second reading with an overwhelming majority. From there, it went to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security, and as always, honourable members at the committee gave their careful consideration to the bill. They heard from numerous witnesses, including government officials and the Minister of Public Safety. Those hearings followed a study of pardon systems last year, during which the committee also heard from a number of stakeholders. Representatives from the John Howard Society and Elizabeth Fry Societies gave powerful testimony about how a pardon can change a person's life for the better. And in fact, when law-abiding people can put their criminal records behind them and move on with their lives, it is better for all of us, it is better for society. Amendments have been made, Madam Speaker, and an updated version of the bill has now been reported back to this House for its final blessing. For the most part, the committee's scrutiny and revision has produced a better and stronger bill. C-93 allows for expedited, no-fees pardons for people whose only conviction was of simple possession of cannabis. If their conviction was of an offence for involving trafficking, for example, or production or exportation of cannabis, or something else entirely, they would not qualify. In those cases, they could still apply for a pardon once they've completed their sentences via the usual route, with the fee and waiting period. Criminal records often don't specify what the exact offence was. They may just say something like possession of a controlled substance. To demonstrate that the substance was cannabis and that there is no outstanding sentence associated with the offence, people will generally have to provide police and court documents. At committee, an amendment was passed allowing people to apply even if they have an outstanding fine. In recognition of that, the government has introduced a report stage amendment removing the need to provide court documents for people whose only sentence was a fine. That's because in that circumstance, the court documents mainly serve to show that the fine has been paid and will no longer matter. There were other amendments adopted at committee that are worthy of our support. Among them are the amendments to ensure that a cannabis possession conviction doesn't prevent someone from getting a pardon for other offenses, and an amendment removing the possibility of that a pardon could be revoked for reasons of non-criminal bad conduct. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, Conservatives have introduced an amendment today at report stage that would reinstate subjective criteria when processing a pardon for cannabis possession. Their amendment would mean that when someone applies for a pardon for cannabis possession, the parole board would investigate them to make sure they are generally well behaved. The board would also conduct an investigation to determine whether granting them a pardon would bring the administration of justice into disrepute. With C-93, Madam Speaker, we deliberately remove these subjective criteria from the process because they don't make any sense when we're talking about people who don't have convictions of anything other than simple possession of cannabis for personal use. The whole point is to let people clear their records with as few obstacles as possible. At the end of the day, Madam Speaker, that is what Bill C-93 is about, fairness. It's about providing a much-needed lifeline to people who want to contribute to their families, to their communities, and to society, but who have barriers in their path. With cannabis possession now legalized in Canada, we should do all we can to knock those barriers down. Bill C-93 is the right way forward to achieve this goal, and this is the right time to put it into effect. So let's take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, we have at report stage to ensure that a proper version of this bill moves ahead for a final vote in this House. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm wondering if the honourable member could speak to this House about the importance of reducing the fee for someone applying for a pardon. The previous Conservative government increased that fee to $631 for pardons, which for many people, especially those most vulnerable, made it prohibitive to even apply. And I'm just wondering if he could speak to the importance of having that fee reduced to zero.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for a question. You know, that's what this bill is really about in my mind when I look at it, is an opportunity for some of the most vulnerable people in our communities to be able to successfully apply for a pardon and to have that pardon in place, especially and only if they have been convicted and charged and convicted with simple possession of cannabis. When we talk about you know, the $631 fee, the reality of the situation is, Madam Speaker, that becomes an impediment for many people in terms of the application process. What we want these people, in particular those that are, you know, the most marginalized, the people who need help the most, to be able to have a pardon in place so that they can go on and be productive members of society, that they can apply for jobs without having to worry about this conviction weighing over their head, that they can apply to help you know, in community groups where a CPIC is required, and they want to make sure that you know, they don't have to worry about that popping up and having to explain that. You know, that's, you know, where I see the real benefit in the reduction of this fee, is and for those people to be able to get into our communities and to be active participants in our communities and genuinely contributing in meaningful ways to society. Thank you.
Caribou Prince George.
Madam Speaker, and through you, I want to ask our honourable colleague, there's been a lot of talk about how C-93 will allow some of our most marginalized citizens that may have this on a record to have a clear record, but C-93 doesn't clear the record. That would be expungement. This is a suspension. So through you, Madam Speaker, I just want to ask our honourable colleague, suspension versus expungement. C-93 does not clear the record of those that are there. So if perhaps he'd like to clarify or restate his comments.
The Honourable Member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I think that the vast majority of people in this House know what a pardon is. When we talk about expungement, obviously we're talking about wiping the slate completely clear. We've heard why that's perhaps not the best route to go. For example, when somebody's traveling to the States, if they had already made a claim that they have this conviction in a previous time, and now when they go through, if they say they don't, that could cause a problem for them. So, you know, I do find it remarkable, as I said in a previous question that I asked, where the Conservative Party is on this. 4 years ago from this time, they were spreading leaflets and propaganda trying to scare the public that the leader of the Liberal Party wanted to put cannabis right into the schools with our children and everything. And now suddenly, you know, I don't know where their position is on that. I think that some of them might be in favor of legalization and some are somewhere around decriminalization. But now all of a sudden I hear Conservative members standing up and trying to be the champions of the most marginalized marginalized in our communities. Like, this is ludicrous. And I think that that's where both the Conservatives and the NDP have been losing the battle on this because they're completely inconsistent. They're all over the board with this issue. This government, this party has been consistent from day one. We committed to legalization so that we could properly regulate and we could properly make sure that we keep cannabis out of the hands of children, while at the same time making sure that people are taken care of, the most marginal, the most vulnerable in our communities when it comes to the pardon system. We've done exactly what we've said we would do.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll get yours on, that's good. I rise in this House today, like others, to speak on Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost, expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis. I hate to say this, Madam Chair, but I do support this bill in principle. It's a poor bill. No, I think I'll even actually extend that to the fact that it's a terrible bill. It was pushed on us on the last end of Parliament. The Liberals have known this was coming up, but yet they're trying to ram it through. You know, this kind of reminds me of the NAFTA trade deal. Not very good for Canadians. When the Liberals brought forward the marijuana legalization bill, C-43, an act respecting cannabis and to amend the Controlled Drugs and Substance Act, the Criminal Code and other acts, it received royal dissent on June 2018. The Prime Minister at that time just wanted to push it in. But you know what? He had to set it aside even until October 17th because there were so many complications that the Liberal government did not look at and how complicated it was going to be for many jurisdictions across our country. I never supported Bill C-43, and I'll stand up here again today and say I don't support it. It was badly thought out, probably even worse so than this one. It was badly written, probably even more so than this one. But, again, this is typical of the government across the way. Again, just look at what they did with NAFTA here in the last little while. But, as the Prime Minister said yesterday, and the reason I'm supporting this bill today is that a deal is better than no deal. That's what the Prime Minister said yesterday about NAFTA. He didn't say it was a great deal. He said no deal is better than no. C-45 was just a promise of his that he made to the public. It was an election gimmick. Probably worked. But let's get back to Bill C-93. I'm getting off the topic here. No deal would be bad. Therefore, that's why I support this. The Pro Board wants to investigate a good portion of these applications. They said so many times in our committee hearings. They say they have no electronic program. They also didn't seem to be very interested, hadn't even looked at it. The witnesses came to us many times, many different witnesses, and said the whole program is too cumbersome now to apply for a record pardon. You know, one of the United States prosecutors in California recently said, when government uses 20th century technology to tackle a 21st century problem, it's the people who pay the price. And that's exactly what we're doing today. We're trying to still work on 20th century technology, most of it by hand. Bill C-93 recommends that the Parole Board look at electronic means. It was a recommendation. It was my recommendation. It was kept in there. As mentioned earlier, the Parole Board could not tell us exactly how many people in Canada may be applying for this. There was one figure that came out, 250,000 maybe. Another agency said they thought it might be closer to 500,000. And I think the Parole Board said, well, we might get 10 or 12,000 that will apply. They can't give us a cost. This seems to be a government agency where the bureaucrats don't want to step out of their sandbox and modernize. They're not listening to Canadians for what is best. Madam Chair, I've been speaking a little bit about modernizing. And I'd like to read something here that recently took place in the state of California, which legalized marijuana the last couple of years. And it's called the Code for America's Clear My Record, to revolutionize criminal record clearance practices. I'm going to read this. This was in an article posted on February 14, 2019 by Jails to Jobs magazine. Imagine the effect that automatically clearing hundreds and thousands of eligible criminal records would have on the lives of the people who have them. Those unable to get jobs because of the mistakes they made in the past would now be record-free. Just imagine that. Consider the hassle and expense that the people must go through to clear their records. It almost seems unbelievable, but it's not. Madam Chair, technology has the capability to download rap sheets in bulk, algorithmically read them to determine the eligibility, and automatically fill out the petitions. But we're not going that way. We made a recommendation, but this was never really, I discussed it many times and it was ignored by the Liberal government and the Liberal members on the committee. Code for America launches Clear My Record. It was a program developed in the United States, and it went online in California last year. California intends using this system to clear 250,000 criminal records for simple marijuana in 1 year. And here we are, bringing out Bill C-93 with no real strong indication of going electronically in the modern age, other than my recommendation, and I think probably just looked over and it'll sit there in the background. Because that's what the whole discussion of Bill C-93 should have been about, was modernization, making it easy for the people out there to electronically go on a computer, whether it was their own or through some social service agency or through a legal channel, and fill in the application, fill in the history, make a declaration, and let our computers do a lot of the digital analyzing work, checking the records. The program could go on to interconnect with provincial registries, court registries. The program could go on to interconnect with the RCMP, but we're going to do it manually in the 21st century. I cannot understand why we would be going that way when the technology is out there that proves that it can be done. Now, Mr. Speaker, the NDP party, and I got to understand their rationale for expungement. You know, and when I listened to my colleague from the NDP party explain their rationale at the committee, you know, in a lot of cases, it makes sense. Now, I started as a young man policing back in the 60s, and the marijuana movement was just starting, and we were laying charges for possession of marijuana, simple possession, maybe trafficking if you had a certain amount. And I believe that expungement could work if that is the only record that that person has and it's sitting there by itself. But my colleague from Medicine Hat Cardstone has concerns. He's a police officer too, and we both have concerns. that on a lot of cases, going back over the years, a lot of these simple records that are sitting in our record systems did not start that way. They may be simple possession today, Madam Chair, but they may have started off as trafficking. There may have been an obstruction charge there, but it was dealt down by the prosecutor and a defense lawyer to a simple possession charge. And these are the ones that we're concerned with, and why the Canadian Police Association asked that they be thoroughly reviewed. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank the member for his speech, and in particular, I want to thank him for his thoughtful work in public safety. He's one of the more thoughtful members in this House when it comes to people's lives and the importance of people being able to move forward. So my question to him is, in particular, this bill reduces the fee for the pardons from $631 to $0. And I'm just wondering if he could maybe speak to the importance of not just the pardon, but being able to apply for a pardon without having to pay a fee for it.
Okay. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
I'd like to thank the member for the question, and it's a very good question. Yes, the fee, as it is today, makes it very difficult for people with marginal incomes that are coming from marginal backgrounds. That we all understand. The greater problem is that this bill did not go far enough to encourage municipalities across Canada or provincial governments across Canada to play ball with this bill and look at eliminating the fee for going to get a criminal record. Could be $75, as high as $150 from some municipality. Then you have to get that fingerprint check. Again, that could be another $75 to $150. So it really impacts. Add that to the $630, as my colleague said earlier, it could be well close to $1,000. That is unacceptable. This is dealing with a simple possession of marijuana. And if that's all that's in that criminal record, I believe that electronically it could be removed quite simply. And if we modernize our parole system, it can be done very cost effectively, very quickly, but if we remain the way this bill states it is today and leave it in the hands of the parole board the way they are doing it today, it will take too much time and people will still suffer.
Comments? Questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments?
Member for Dauphin. Sorry, it's a long one, so I just want to make sure I get it right. The honourable member for Dauphin, Swan River, Nipawin.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech, and I'm very grateful for his service to our country as a police officer. He and I have had a number of conversations about the situations he has been involved in, and very few of us could have endured what he endured. I want to correct the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health and the Prime Minister yesterday, who said that under Bill C-71, there now is required a permit to buy a firearm. That is an absolute falsehood. Here is a possession and acquisition license, which you have to have after getting a test in order to buy a firearm, and this has been in place for a decade or more. And my question to my honourable colleague, the Liberals across the way said over and over again that legalizing cannabis will eliminate the illegal trade in cannabis, which is clearly not nonsense. Does my friend have a comment on the relationship between legalization of cannabis and the great increase in the illegal trade in cannabis?
I just want to remind the honourable members that they can refer to a document, but they can't use one as a prop. It's just a little reminder for the next questions or the presentations that happen. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you. I'd like to thank my honourable friend next to me here for that question. And actually, the PAL has been out almost about 20 years now. 20 years. Since it came out. And I believe that the current legislation will not decrease the criminal or backdoor marijuana trade. It will actually increase it. I heard the parliamentary secretary speak about, well, we're going to stop the 15, 14-year-olds and that stuff from selling these things, but they put a little portion in the act that a 12-year-old would not be charged. Well, if I was a criminal ringleader of an organized crime, I would be giving all my drugs to a 12-year-old to take into the school and dispose for me because no one is going to get charged. So the legislation is wrong. It was wrong when it was brought out. It was ill thought out, and I still do not believe it was a good law for Canada.
Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise to speak today on Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis. In short, this bill creates an expedited pardons process for Canadians who have criminal records for nothing more than simple possession of cannabis. Bill C-93 reduces the usual fee of $631 to zero. This is a most important aspect of the bill, especially for those most vulnerable in our society. It reduces the usual waiting period of 5 or some cases 10 years down to no time at all. It removes the usual subjective criteria, like whether a person is of good conduct or would get a measurable benefit. And thanks to an amendment made at committee by the member for Toronto Danforth, it lets people get pardons for cannabis possession even if they have outstanding fines. And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to clarify something that was said earlier in this House, where an assertion was made that the member for Toronto Danforth comments that she had made during committee. And what she actually had said, that murderers who smoked pot should not be treated better than a murderer who didn't smoke pot. And I just want to clarify that for the record, Mr. Speaker. So taken together, the various parts of this bill mean that people burdened with criminal records for simple possession of cannabis will be able to have their records cleared with no fee, no waiting period, no problem if they can't afford fines or surcharges, and no possibility that their applications will be denied on the basis of subjective criteria. And that brings me to the amendment that the Conservatives have introduced today. It does two things. The first is that it reintroduces subjective criteria for people seeking pardons for simple possession of cannabis. The whole point of C-93 is that the process should be simple and straightforward. This change would undermine that objective. Ordinarily, parole board members, the same people who adjudicate parole hearings, review pardon applications and consider a variety of factors. They make sure that the applicant meets the basic eligibility criteria, like whether they have served their sentence and waited the requisite amount of time. And they consider subjective criteria, like whether the applicant has been of good conduct and whether granting the pardon would bring the administration of justice into disrepute. On the basis of all these considerations, the board member uses their discretion and decides whether the applicant will get their pardon or not. The legislation we're debating today is designed to remove all subjectivity from the process for people convicted only of cannabis possession for personal use. Because the bill is designed that way, the parole board's intention is not to use board members to evaluate applications. Instead, the board will just have staff check to make sure the applicant meets the basic eligibility criteria, like confirming that their conviction wasn't actually for a more serious offense, like trafficking. It will be a quick, simple, administrative process with no discretion involved. That way, applications can be processed quickly and people will get their pardons quickly. But the Conservatives want to have the parole board spend time and energy conducting inquiries into the general conduct of applicants. I'm not sure what behavior they think would justify denying someone a pardon for activity that is now legal. I would really like to hear Conservative members give some examples of what kind of non-criminal conduct they think would be a good reason to make a person continue living with a criminal record for cannabis possession. I actually asked that question of the critic for public safety earlier today during this debate, and I haven't had a response to it yet. Because with this expedited process, we're only talking about people who have not committed any other offense. I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. What non-criminal activities do Conservative members think are acceptable grounds for maintaining all the obstacles to employment, housing, education, volunteering, and travel that a criminal record represents? I can't think of a single one. The same Conservative motion would also have the parole board consider in each case whether granting a pardon for simple possession of cannabis would bring the administration of justice into disrepute. Again, I can't imagine what circumstances they're thinking of. What is the scenario where pardoning a person who has nothing more on their record than cannabis possession would bring the administration of justice into disrepute? what exactly would the parole board be looking for? We're not talking about murderers or sex offenders or drug dealers, Mr. Speaker. Those people are not eligible to apply as part of this process. We're talking about people who did something that has been legal since October. It seems to me that if the parole board were to review their application and reject it, that could bring the administration of justice into disrepute. And for some reason, the Conservatives have decided that they want people who are saddled with a criminal record for simple possession of cannabis and who have likely been facing all sorts of obstacles in their daily lives because of it to jump through even more hoops. It just doesn't make sense. And it will also make the whole process take longer. Processing times for applications submitted under C-93 should be pretty short, since there are no subjective criteria. If the Conservative amendment were to pass, every application would be slowed down by unnecessary inquiries. And parole board members who already have full workloads dealing with all sorts of challenging cases that actually require their attention would have to spend time needlessly investigating people who once possessed cannabis. To make sure their conduct is acceptable, and to make sure the reputation of the justice system can survive their rehabilitation. As you may have guessed, I will be opposing the Conservative amendment. I strongly support a straightforward process that stops treating people guilty only of cannabis possession with unjustified suspicion. I support waiving the application fee and waiving the waiting period. And I support letting people get their lives back on track without insisting they pay fines that they may not be able to afford. I support having parole board staff process applications quickly for anyone who meets basic and objective eligibility criteria. And I support skipping all the discretionary evaluations of good conduct and measurable benefit and whether the administration of justice might be brought into disrepute. Mr. Speaker, we ran on a mandate of legalizing and regulating cannabis because the old system of prohibition was a failure. We weren't content to accept decriminalization, which really just means imposing fines on people in marginalized and low-income communities. We upheld our commitment, and a new legal regime is now in place. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, this bill is a critical companion to the legalization of cannabis, and I ask all members of this House to facilitate the timely passage of Bill C-93. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, we've had a lot of discussion today about, how people in our communities, in particular those marginalized individuals, can really benefit from the fact that there will be no cost associated with the application of a pardon. And I know that the member spoke very passionately about how she wants to make sure that those people in particular are taken care of. I'm wondering if she can comment on how she sees this practically playing out and how she sees whether or not she believes that this will lead to an increase in number of people that apply for pardons and how it will practically impact our society as a result of making sure that there is no penalty or application fee that's applied for when applying for a pardon.
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank the honourable member for his question, because there have actually been studies that have been done that show that when people are able to obtain a pardon, they are then able to contribute through employment, through being members of their community, doing things like volunteering, being able to being able to obtain housing. And as a result, the net benefit to society is, I think, something like 2 times greater than what the cost of a pardon would have been. It was a very, in my opinion, a very petty move that the previous government did, increasing the pardons to $631, and certainly with us reducing it to 0, it means that people who, $631 would just be prohibitive for them. Making it 0, expediting the process, means that some of these individuals who perhaps have been held back are able to really get on with their lives in a meaningful way and contribute to our society.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I was listening to the Parliamentary Secretary's speech, and she had some comments in regards to Conservatives and our comments here in the House. And I'm not sure if the Parliamentary Secretary is aware of how the legal system works sometimes. Sometimes what happens, people guilty of more serious offence actually plead down. And this is why we recommended 2 amendments. And the 2 amendments we recommended, they weren't Conservative amendments. Mr. Speaker, they were actually put forth by the Canadian Police Association. And what they suggested is these 2 amendments calling for the parole board to retain limited flexibility and discretion to conduct investigations and to ensure that the small number of applications from habitual offenders are vetted. This would ensure that these individuals do not take advantage of a process that clearly is not intended for their case. And basically, I think we're in agreement around the House that these are not the people that should be taking advantage of this. And the other thing, this could include looking at court records to determine if this individual was charged with something more serious like trafficking and pled down to simple possession. So I hope that answers her question. But my question to her is these seem very reasonable, and the Liberals did not accept these amendments. So the idea from a Parliamentary Secretary of Health, it's the health and safety of Canadians, and the safety of Canadians could have been enhanced if these 2 amendments were put in that were suggested by Police Association, not the Conservative Party. My question to her simply, if she really was serious about the safety of Canadians, why did the Liberals not accept these 2 amendments, which would have made a better bill?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and myself and my entire government is certainly seized with the safety of Canadians, and from a practical standpoint, the amendment that the Conservative members had put forward, those records may not exist, and there was no way for the parole board to be searching through records. Often they're kept in county courthouse basements. These are not digital records. Knowing whether someone had pled down from a more serious offense, it certainly is within the parole board's discretion. If something comes up to deal with fraud, when someone has applied for a pardon, they can revoke that pardon. But I think from a practical standpoint, to be able to obtain the kind of records that the honourable member is talking about, it simply wouldn't have been possible to do.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Caribou, Prince George.
Thanks. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank our honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the comment as I was standing up. And the heckling goes on. Mr. Speaker, I'm proud to rise on the topic of Bill C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for the simple possession of cannabis. Now, it's already been stated that the Conservatives, while having some concern with this piece of legislation, will be supporting the bill as we move forward. So the bulk of my comments are going to be, Mr. Speaker, as to where some of the comments that have been bantered about in this debate from the government side are at best, well, they're disingenuous, Mr. Speaker. And there's a few points that I want to state. I will bring us back to the passing of C-45, the legalization of cannabis, and some of the challenges that are being seen across our country. Some of the concerns that Conservatives and indeed opposition members from all sides of this House stated prior to the passing of C-45, which we felt at that time was a flawed piece of legislation that was passed hurriedly to try and tick off that box to say that, well, we said we were going to do it in 2015 and we did it. But there were serious concerns then, and there are serious concerns now. Now, the government side has stood up and said that this is C-93 is just another example how they are being tough on organized crime and how they are keeping the drugs out of the hands of our youth. Yet they can't provide us the data in terms of how the passing of C-45 has actually minimized the proceeds to organized crime, how it's kept them out of the now legalized cannabis market, and they can't tell us how passing C-45 has kept drugs or cannabis out of the hands of youth. As a matter of fact, Mr. Speaker, I'll read a passage from C-45, if I may. Part 1, prohibitions, obligations, and offenses. Now, this is, unless authorized under this act, it is prohibited for a young person to possess cannabis of one or more classes of cannabis, the total amount of which, as determined in accordance with Schedule 3, is equivalent to more than 5 grams of dried cannabis. Now, a young person in Canada is defined as between the ages of 12 and 18. by virtue of that statement in C45, it is now, it is okay. It's legal for someone in between the ages of 12 and 18 to have 5 or less, or under 5 grams of cannabis. So, you know, Mr. Speaker, when we're in our ridings, we spend a lot of times working with many different groups. I, for one, have spent a lot of times within our educational community, and as well as within our law enforcement community. And C45 has not done anything to keep the drugs or the proceeds of crime from organized crime in terms of cannabis and marijuana, and it has done nothing to actually minimize our youth's access to this. As a matter of fact, it's actually probably made it easier. There are some in our most marginalized communities that are seeing an increase of drug use in their communities, because now it's okay for those 12 to 18 to have 5 and less grams of on marijuana on them. Mr. Speaker, the other part that they have talked about is that, well, somehow C45 or C93 is going to actually provide barrier-free access for travel. And we've already talked about it, that it doesn't clear one's record. There's still, it is still there. It's not expunged. And, you know, U.S. Border Patrol or U.S. other countries' border patrol or immigration policies are still, any Canadians that are traveling are still subject to those rules and regulations that that each country that they're traveling to that they want to enforce. And when I was talking about potentially talking or standing up and talking to C93, I canvassed our frontline officers, our law enforcement, much of which, again, if we're going back and if we're going to be totally honest in this debate, we talk about consultation. Well, the government likes to say they've consulted Canadians from coast to coast to coast to coast, but they haven't. And again, our frontline officers have put forth reasoned amendments, asked us to put forth reasoned amendments, and we just had a colleague across the way say they will not support that. So when I was preparing for this, I talked with some of my friends that are on the front line, and they said in reality for the last 10 years, most seizures anyways have been treated as non-seizures. So while this may have application for some that have maybe 25 years ago or 20 years ago that this might help. You know, some in our most marginalized communities, we heard that maybe it's First Nations, or I believe the NDP talked about our Black community, that this might be able to assist them. Most in recent years, leading up to October of last year, this wouldn't have impacted anyways in the last decade. Mr. Speaker, cannabis is often called the gateway drug. And it's been stated by our colleague from Medicine Hat, Carson Warner, and as well our colleague from Yellowhead, who themselves were on the front line and law enforcement for many, many years and have served our country and our communities valiantly. But when they offer comments and real-world experience in this, I tend to listen. And I also know, in working with some of my friends in coordinated law enforcement agencies and frontline workers, that while possession is often a gateway charge, they may not have all of the information that they need, law enforcement, to be able to make a complete case, but so they'll charge with possession to be able to build the case. It's also been heard that many times when it is a major trafficking case or a major legal case, some of the worst that are before the courts, well, they'll plead down to possession. Which is why, again, going back to my comment about listening to our frontline workers, those that have been charged to, protect us, keep us safe and sound. We must always be doing whatever we can to provide them the tools required to be able to do their job so that you and I and our friends and our families can remain safe and sound, and our communities can remain safe and sound. Now going back to C-45, Mr. Speaker. This is, again, C-93 is another failed piece of legislation where they did not provide adequate thought. They didn't listen to the consultation. Well, C-45 is the same. They didn't arm the communities, the municipalities, with the tools to be able to. The number one cost in these communities, in most communities, is policing. They didn't arm them with the tools to be able to actually pay for the increased costs of policing. They didn't arm our frontline officers with enough training, adequate training in the rush up to October for the roadside tests. What is impairment? Is it one joint? Is it two joints? What is that? For impairment on under the influence of cannabis. And we are now indeed starting to see charter challenges because of the flawed testing equipment that has been outfitted with our RCMP forces. So, Mr. Speaker, I know I've got a minute left, and as I've discussed earlier, and I preamble to my speech where we said that Conservatives will be supporting this piece of legislation as we move forward. And our colleague across the way is going to probably challenge, well, where is the Conservative stance on this? And, you know, I think the confusion lies is that this is, again, another piece of flawed, rushed, liberal legislation that they're trying to move forward. They're trying to say that they're doing this. They're not putting the background and the resource and the work behind it. They're not listening to the people that will be in charge of trying to, well, implement this legislation, and it's causing concern. So our job as opposition is to challenge, is to question. That's what we're doing. We're speaking for those that don't have the floor. We were elected, 338 members of parliament, elected to be the voice of those in our communities, and that's what we're doing. That, Mr. Speaker, I just want to say thank you for this opportunity. Thanks.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm actually glad to hear that the Conservative Party is going to be supporting the legislation. I, too, believe it is good, solid legislation. It was good to have had consultation. I think the member across the way is underestimating how much consultation and work went into the legislation itself, whether it was prior to the introduction here, that we have very capable civil servants, and one of the discouraging things that I'm hearing from the opposition side, and I do more so just as a cautionary thing, is that we need to recognize that we have some of the best, if not the best, civil servants in the world. And our civil servants do a phenomenal job at providing the information that is necessary in order to make good, smart decisions. And today is a good example when we take a look at the legislation, whether it's the forecast of the number of individuals that are going to be having a pardon, to the flexibility that's built from within the legislation. The purpose of the legislation is to provide an expedited, no-cost pardon for very simple possession. And that's really the core of the legislation. And would the member not agree that the time to have this legislation is in fact now, because we now have a legalized cannabis in the country, and that is something that has been widely supported. And the specific question I have for the member opposite is would it be the Conservative Party's intent to leave cannabis as a legalized here in Canada?
The honourable member for Cariboo Prince George.
Well, I think. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bulk of my presentation was on some of the disingenuous comments that were being stated from the government on both C-45 as well as C-93. I talked about how the comments about how C-45 and C-93 will, once passed, facilitate barrier-free movement for those, and barrier-free access to education. There'll still be those challenges because it's not expungement. And I did also talk about how the comments about how C-45 has taken the proceeds or has really impacted organized crime, and the government doesn't have the data for that. They don't have the data or the proof to be able to say how C45 has limited access for youth to our drugs. And those are really where my challenges are with either C45 and C93. Mr. Speaker, I think, again, I always enjoy the debate and the conversation going back. It is respectful. But if we are going to stand in this House, that at the very least, we should talk facts and not just disingenuous rhetoric. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Rosemont-la-Petite.
The honourable member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'd just like to ask a question about the fact that, unlike what many stakeholders requested, the government refused expungement. And that means that a lot of people in marginalized communities will be excluded. I think this is one of the big disappointments of the NDP. The Liberals say they care about people who are marginalized and excluded, but this bill doesn't go far enough. I'd like to hear what my colleague thinks about that. How is it that the Liberals have not been sensitive to this argument?
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to say thank you to our honourable colleague down the way. And I think, again, I've stood in the House a couple times now in this debate and talked about expungement versus suspension. And again, another disingenuous comment by our colleagues across the way, how this is somehow going to C93 being flushed or being rushed through is somehow going to provide barrier-free access to travel and barrier-free access to educational opportunities or volunteer opportunities or employment, because there still is a record. It's not clearing the record. And regardless, or depending on the educational opportunity, the course that they want to go into, depending on the country that they want to go into, expungement would absolutely clear the record, 100%. But suspension, there's still a record. And I appreciate our honourable colleague's comment. And again, just another disingenuous comment from our colleagues across the way. Thanks.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, l'honorable député de Miramichi.
The honourable member for Miramichi-Grand Lac. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Pleased to rise in this House and add my voice to today's report stage debate regarding Bill C-93, the government's cannabis pardon legislation. On that note, let me say that at the outset that I will continue to use the term pardons in my remarks rather than record suspensions. I also want to take the opportunity to thank my honourable colleagues for their contribution to this bill. I've appreciated the thoughtful discussion that has been had on Bill C-93, both in this chamber and also at committee level. Those discussions and the close scrutiny this bill has undergone have helped shape the version that is now before us. For those convicted only of simple possession of cannabis, Bill C-93 would streamline the process for getting a pardon in two main ways. It would waive the normal waiting period of up to 10 years. It would also eliminate the $633 application fee. In other words, under Bill C-93, anyone in this particular group of people would be eligible to apply for a pardon immediately after completing their sentence. This would also not need, they would also not need to pay the application fee. The ultimate goal is to make it easier for them to reintegrate into society and have a better shot at a happy, productive, and fulfilling life. Indeed, in the words of Minister of Public Safety, this bill would have life-changing impacts for people dealing with the burden of and the stigma of a criminal record for cannabis possession. I can't overestimate just how significant a pardon is for those with a criminal record. Registered nurse Louise Lafont explained it eloquently and succinctly in her testimony before the committee last December. Speaking on behalf of Canadian Association of Elizabeth Fry Societies, Ms. Lafont compared the ability to apply for a pardon to being able to turn that page over. She said the criminal record, is still there, but they are able to pursue paths that were closed to them. That is why this bill is so important, Mr. Speaker. And I'm pleased that the review process at the committee has resulted in a slew of worthwhile amendments. I commend the committee for working together so harmoniously to adopt those amendments. The already solid bill that was introduced by the Minister of Public Safety is today even better as a result of the tremendous work. In particular, the changes strengthened the fairness aspect that is at the heart of the bill. One example is a series of amendments proposed by the Honourable Member of Toronto Danforth and adopted by the committee. These amendments, all of which are connected, would allow people to apply for record suspensions even if they have outstanding fines associated with cannabis possessions. To be clear, those fines could still be enforced civilly, but the individual in question could have their criminal records set aside. As my honourable colleague said, those individuals might have difficulty covering those costs, and it could pose a barrier to people who are applying for record suspension. It's a concern that has been raised by advocates and stakeholders, and it has now been addressed by the amendments in question. Amendment introduced by Member of Toronto Danforth also waive all waiting period associated with cannabis possessions, convictions, even if people have other convictions on their record. They would still have to wait the full waiting period for those other offenses. But if those waiting periods have all elapsed, they won't have to wait any additional time due to their conviction for cannabis possession. In other words, Mr. Speaker, if a fine is still outstanding for simple possession of cannabis, that wouldn't stop someone from being able to proceed with a pardon application. Another important amendment was moved by the Honourable Member from Brampton North. As originally drafted, Bill C-93 allowed a member of the Parole Board of Canada to refuse a pardon application on the grounds that a conviction for simple possession of cannabis is relevant to good conduct. This could have created a situation where someone with a theft conviction from 5 years ago has their pardon denied because a board member determined that their conviction last year for simple possession of cannabis demonstrated poor conduct. With cannabis possession now legal in Canada and people now freely, openly, and legally consuming it, that is unfair and, quite frankly, absurd. It goes against the government's intention to ensure that conviction for simple possession of cannabis do not continue to create barriers to reintegration. And I'm so pleased to note that that part of the bill was amended at committee. The amendment would ensure that a conviction for cannabis possession is not taken into account as part of the good conduct review for people seeking pardons or for their other criminal offense. Ultimately, this would mean that people with other convictions on their records would not have their conviction for simple possession of cannabis affect their ability to obtain a pardon for other offense. This is good for the applicant. It's also good for society, Mr. Speaker. Which brings us to the report stage amendment we are debating today. The first has to do with an amendment by committee by the member from Medicine Hat. The amendment would allow someone who has checked police stations and courthouses for records and come up empty-handed to provide a sworn statement that he or she was convicted of only simple cannabis possession. Unfortunately, it then requires the parole board to check those same police station and courthouse to find the records that aren't there so that the board can be satisfied that it was truly only a simple cannabis possession charge. Under this amendment, the board would still need to see their record, and having local police and court staff perform another search in the same place is a duplicative waste of effort. While well-intentioned, this amendment should be undone by the report stage amendment. I'd like to once again thank my honourable colleagues for their efforts in getting us to this point in the process of Bill C-93. I strongly support this important piece of legislation in its current form, and I encourage all honourable members of this House to do the same, the right thing, and pass it at third reading when the time comes for a vote. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dauphin, Swan River, Neepawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed my colleague's speech. We served together on the Fisheries Committee for a number of years, and he's a very honourable gentleman. However, he's part of a government that believes in policy-based evidence-making. And my colleague from Caribou Prince George asked for some data, and I wonder why this government, when they legalized cannabis, didn't go and look at other examples. Well, I got an article from Colorado, and it's on CBC, May 28, 2018. Marijuana grown in Colorado, the land of legal weed, is still being smuggled out to states where it's still illegal. The government's goal was to regulate and tax a drug that was already widely used and to squeeze out the traffickers. But law enforcement authorities in the states say that exactly the opposite has happened. And the illegal trade in marijuana, where it's legalized in Colorado, is, quote, being driven by criminal organizations that grow weed in Colorado. Furthermore, residents of Colorado are preferring to buy the illegal cannabis because it is often cheaper than the legal cannabis is. Can my friend provide any data whatsoever to show that what happened in Colorado will not happen in Canada? In fact, it's happening in Canada right now.
The Honourable Member for Miramichi, Grand Lake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and also thank you to my colleague across the way. We certainly have worked well on many topics in the Fisheries and Ocean Committee. So the law has only been passed since last October, and there's still a lot of data collection to be taking place. But we also know that what was there previous to that law being passed, Mr. Speaker, did not work. It hasn't worked for generations. I can recall my days in the early 70s where, you know, at the time, you know, people that would use that were being stigmatized, and it was at the time, you know, people call them hippies or whatever. And those people, a lot of them, my friends, are good standing people in society today. So we know we have to do it better, because some of them have criminal records that, you know, prevents them from doing good things in life. So I think there's still a lot to do, still a lot to learn, and possibly modify as we go along. But I think it is the right path, and I'm confident that this is good for society. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member, l'Honourable Député de
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks. It's true that there are some good points. However, what we don't understand in the NDP is the government's stubbornness and insistence in not providing for expungement. You know, you have to make the distinction between a suspension or pardon and an expungement, which completely clears a record forever. And this is a priority for certain marginalized communities, communities that suffer discrimination on an ongoing basis. These kinds of suspensions can still cause them problems in the future, whether they're looking for travel or job opportunities. Why did the Liberals turn down an expungement option, which is so much more useful to these communities? The Honourable Member. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. We chose as a way of removing those records, suspension. Now, if another offense is added in the future, then there can be, yes, it's true that that record will exist. However, suspension provides the possibility for people to function just like any other individual in society.
Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm honored to rise today to speak to Bill C-93, which I think is a critically important bill to many Canadians who have been concerned about and fighting for effective, rational drug policy in this country really for the last 50 years. I want to give a little bit of a historical perspective on this issue. In 1972, almost 50 years ago, we had the Ledane Commission in this country who examined drug policy, and one of the core recommendations of that commission, which thoroughly examined all of the issues concerning drug policy in Canada, was that Canada should immediately move to decriminalize cannabis, and they made other recommendations as well for sensible evidence-based drug policy. Of course, at that time, from 1972 all the way to 2015, successive Liberal and Conservative governments utterly refused to even take the next logical step of decriminalizing cannabis, leaving 400,000 Canadians to acquire criminal records from 1972 onward for the simple act of possessing and consuming cannabis for personal use. Now, the NDP, of course, took the Ledane Commission recommendation very seriously, and from then on, in every single federal election since 1972, advocated and campaigned on taking cannabis use out of the criminal code. Now, at that time, of course, we pursued decriminalization because the only other option at that time was criminalization. And in 2015, of course, the Liberal Party decided to have an abrupt change in their policy. I might pause there and add that in the previous Parliament, before 2015, the Harper government actually introduced legislation in the criminal code that would punish cannabis users even more harshly, and the Liberals voted for it. This was in 2014, I believe. So at that time, that version of the Liberal Party, and we're used to the Liberal Party saying one thing in elections and doing another. You can't really count on what they say day to day. But in 2014, they wanted to punish cannabis users criminally even harder. 2015, the Liberals had a magical change of heart, and I think suddenly, 45 years after the Ledane Commission, many elections after New Democrats urged them to decriminalize marijuana, and they refused to do so. And after they made punishment more severe for people in Canada who used cannabis, in 2015 they had a magical epiphany and decided that they would champion legalization. Now, interestingly, I was very struck by the comments of the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader, who saw fit to really attack the NDP for us not immediately jumping to legalization in that campaign, but staying with our historic position of decriminalization, and pointed out that this was somehow a contradiction for us, when in fact it was his own party that campaigned and championed criminalization of cannabis for most of the last 50 years until they thought that there was, I think, an obvious electoral advantage in changing their position suddenly. That same member also stood in this House and attacked the NDP of exaggerating issues in debate, as we often do, as he said, and in this case here, and then went on to accuse the NDP of seeking to legalize heroin and cocaine. Those were his exact words. And I'm shocked by that characterization. First of all, it's a complete exaggeration of our position. It's the kind of political wedging and simplification and attack politics from Liberals that you often see from the Harper Conservatives, which is why I think the Liberals are so sensitive to that issue when it comes, because of course the NDP is taking the firm position that with Canadians dying by the thousands from opioids in this country, from a poison toxic street supply, that looking at saving lives by bringing in a safe supply to these people through a highly regulated and medically driven process to decriminalize the use or the purchase of drugs and put it through a medically regulated system is what we're actually saying. And he wants Canadians to think that we're championing legalizing heroin and cocaine. That's the kind of right-wing, Republican, U.S.-style wedge politics that not only does politics a disservice in this country, but he should be ashamed of himself for it. Frankly, with the people dying in this country, it's disgusting to see that kind of language coming from the Liberal Party of Canada in 2019. But the issue before us, of course, is what to do with cannabis criminal records for cannabis offenses now that certain cannabis offenses, namely possession and use of cannabis, no longer exists. Now, the NDP's position is simple. We've examined this issue in great detail, and of course, as the most progressive, consistent party on progressive drug policy in this country for 50 years, we're very familiar with the issues and pros and cons, and we are proposing that the only fair, just, and effective and efficient way to deal with Canadians who are saddled and harmed by criminal records for cannabis offenses that no longer exist is to have an automatic expungement of all of those records so that Canadians no longer have that record as a millstone around their neck, preventing them from getting jobs, preventing them from volunteering with organizations, in some cases preventing them from travel. And now, of course, the Liberals have refused to do that. Instead, they've tabled a bill that rejects expungement, but it instead requires Canadians to apply for pardons. Now, this bill makes two amendments to that process. It waives the $631 fee, which the Conservatives jacked up to make pardons more difficult for people to get in the last Parliament. And it also waives the 5-year waiting period, which are both positive, I suppose. But pardons are not the same as expungement. Expungement removes the offence and allows Canadians to treat the offence as if it never occurred. Now, a pardon, though, means the offence still exists, but it is forgiven. Now, the difference between that is whether a Canadian, when saying to an employer or a U.S. border official, can say, when asked the question, do you have a criminal record? No, I don't. That's what happens. You can say if you have an expungement of your record versus, no, I don't have a criminal record for which a pardon has not been granted. That's what a Canadian has to say to an employer or to a volunteer organization or to a U.S. border guard by getting a pardon. Now, Mr. Speaker, here's the problems with this bill. First of all, it will not help marginalized Canadians who we know are disproportionately impacted with criminal records for cannabis. This process still requires Canadians to apply for a pardon. And we all know that many can't, many won't, many are not able. There are 400,000 Canadians carrying criminal records today, and the estimate we have is that somewhere between 10,000 and 70,000 Canadians are expected to apply. The Canadians who are most needy, the people who are most deserving and needing a pardon, the poor, the young, the Indigenous, the racialized, rural Canadians, will probably not get a pardon because they're not able to actually make navigate the system to apply for a pardon. The pardon was described by Senator Kim Pate in studying this bill as punishingly complex, bureaucratic, and time-consuming. So problem number one with this bill, it'll still leave many Canadians, the most needy, without a pardon. Number two, a record is pardoned, not extinguished. A pardon still exists in the records. This bill would remove a pardon from Canada's CPIC system, but it wouldn't remove records from provincial and municipal databases. The record can still be seen. It can still be acted upon. Now, again, I would ask Canadians, what would you rather say about your cannabis record? I don't have a record, or I don't have a record for which a pardon has never been granted. I think the answer is obvious. Third problem with this bill, the record can be resurrected in a future criminal proceeding. So it's not as if the record is gone forever. If a person gets their record pardoned, their cannabis record, it could still be brought up later in the future in a future criminal proceeding. The fourth problem with this bill is that C-93 applies only to those convicted of simple cannabis possession, meaning anyone with a prior record, suspension, or crimes related to possession would be unable to use this provision. So again, it's narrowly restricted. Finally, U.S. border officials still have access to this record through pardons. Now again, if you're sitting in a lineup at the border and a U.S. border guard asks you if you have a cannabis record, you say, no, I don't, likely you'll be waved through. If you say, no, I don't, not for which a pardon has not been granted, you're likely to flag that and go into their system, and they still will have access to the system. Now, the Liberals say, well, we can't change this because, you know, how do we do this? The Liberals provided an expungement in this very Parliament for people who had been convicted of homosexuality crimes. They just did an automatic expungement for anybody who's convicted of those crimes that we no longer regard as crimes, expunged. But they say that's too complex to do for cannabis offenses. That is fundamentally untrue, and I look forward to hearing Liberals explain why. Do they think there's a fundamental difference between those two offenses? The offenses once existed, they do not now. The record should be treated equally and the same. They should be expunged for all Canadians. Mr. Speaker, how much time do I have? Thank you. I'll stop there and look forward to answering questions from my colleagues.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Fleetwood Port Kells.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Something has puzzled me about the New Democrat position on this issue, and perhaps the honourable member can clear it up. Because throughout the NDP have called for the decriminalization of certain substances, more than just cannabis. But the way I see it, decriminalization leaves the production and the profits in the hands of criminals. And I haven't been able to rationalize that. Maybe the member can explain what they actually mean or intend by decriminalization.
Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, of course, the debate fundamentally shifted after the 2015 election when legislation came before this House to legalize, and I and all my NDP colleagues voted in favor of the Liberals' bill to legalize cannabis. So we voted in favor of that. Our position on decriminalization was our position politically that we took for the last 45 years when the Liberal Party was in favor of criminalizing cannabis and other drugs. So I would ask him to explain, why was the Liberal Party so in favor of criminalizing cannabis use right up until 2015? Why in 2014 did Liberals think cannabis should be criminalized and in fact punishment should be increased? Because that's how Liberals voted in this House in 2014. So I would say Liberals would have to explain their about-face and curious position, and why in the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s they were content to let so many Canadians get criminal records for simply using cannabis. So we're going to take no lessons on this side of the House from Liberals on drug policy.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Saskatoon Grasswood.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Some individuals with simple possession charges have them because they have pled down for more serious offenses. Does the honourable member then have a strategy to prevent former drug dealers from getting a free pass on this bill?
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Well, of course, I think every Canadian is entitled to be assessed based on their criminal record. We, in this House, and I don't think anybody has the ability to look behind that and determine how that record came to be. But the official judicial record of a person is what the court system, what the prosecutors, what the defense attorneys, what the accused ended up agreeing was the appropriate offense, and so we have no problem dealing with a person's record on the face of it. But allow me to say one thing about records, if I may. After 150 years of Conservative and Liberal government, it's quite shocking to see that witnesses have told the Justice Committee in this Parliament just how disorganized the criminal record system is in this country, that we don't have one centralized, reliable, consistent place that a person can go and look for records. Instead, we're looking in the bottom of courthouse basements and in police departments and municipal places of business and federally. And that's very concerning to me that both of these parties have over such a long period of time neglected to make sure that basic public safety and that the integrity of our justice system has been so sloppily administered that our police, our volunteer organizations can't even reliably go to one place to see what a person's criminal record is. I think that's a clear breach of public safety, and it shows the incompetence of successive administrations. And it's shown itself in this debate because one of the reasons, the excuses the Liberals give for not expunging records is, well, we don't know where they all are. How would we expunge? Because the records are all over the place. So they're putting the onus on people, again, the most vulnerable, needy people, to apply to get their record expunged instead of just expunging it, which is the only rational response to treat an offense that society no longer views as a criminal act at all.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. A 30-second question, please, with a 30-second answer. I'd like to thank my colleague from Vancouver Kinsley. I was shocked to learn that the Liberal solution would be that a pardon would temporarily suspend a record, but if you were to commit another crime, then it would be resuscitated. It's sort of like a zombie pardon, isn't it?
For Vancouver Kingsway.
Yes, that's exactly the problem. And I think the Liberals, they've commented and tried to give credit to the Honourable Leader of the Green Party in this House for accepting an amendment that wouldn't allow a previous cannabis pardon to be resurrected in the case of subsequent bad conduct, but it would allow that record to be resurrected if there's a subsequent criminal proceeding. And that's not good enough, Mr. Speaker. A cannabis offense that is no longer illegal in this country should be expunged. It should be thrown in the trash heap of history where it belongs, because it's no longer an offense. Just like those old crimes of buggery or being caught in a bawdy house, this Parliament recognized that should never have been an offense then. It's not now. So we expunged the records of anybody who had been convicted of that. We should do the very same thing for cannabis. People who use cannabis have had their civil and constitutional rights abused in the same way, and it shouldn't be allowed to stand, and the NDP is going to continue to fight for those people.
Resuming debate, reprise du débat, the honourable member for Oshawa.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and here we are, again, days away from rising and returning to our constituencies for the summer and gouging the opinions of those in our communities, and the Liberals are back at their same old game, okay, pushing through rushed legislation through the House without consulting relative stakeholders, and more importantly, not even listening to relevant stakeholders. And as a result, we have this bill, Bill C-93. It's going to fail to accomplish its intent in the typical Liberal way. And if I can look at this, Mr. Speaker, this is just a cascade of failures. Let's look how we got here. Do you remember back in 2015, the Liberals said that the current approach was not working. They said that we have to take the profits away from organized crime and we have to take it out of the hands of our youth. And the current approach, the approach of previous Conservative and Liberal governments, they said, was not working to decrease the use of marijuana in our youth. However, from Stats Can, and if we look at the statistics, from 1980 show that minors in 1980 represented 22% of marijuana users, which by 2015, it was only 5.8% of marijuana users were age 15 to 17. So, Mr. Speaker, their whole approach to this was based on a premise that was false and misleading. And if you look at it right now, too, there is absolutely no evidence that it's taken the criminal element out of it. As a matter of fact, there is some evidence to suggest that it is actually increasing because, Mr. Speaker, the demand is out there. And when somebody wants marijuana, they're regular marijuana users, instead of going to a government facility, quite often they just go back to where they've been getting it over the years. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a huge cascade of failures, and the government has made this decision to move forward with Bill C-93, proposed legislation that places a focus on expediting the process for providing pardons to individuals convicted of marijuana possession charges prior to the implementation of Bill C-45, the Cannabis Act, which was officially legalized cannabis possession, which officially legalizes cannabis possession on October 17th of last year. So, Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is basically rushing with days left to clean up the mess that they made with the rolling out of their marijuana legislation. They were simply not prepared for the effects of this legislation, of their legislation of marijuana, on our judicial process. And this is their last-ditch attempt at putting together a piece of shaky legislation before the House rises. And, Mr. Speaker, I must say, it's just in a matter of days. We don't have a lot of time to be looking at this bill. And my constituents have felt the effect of the Liberal government's failure at providing effective processes since Bill C-45's rollout last October. For example, as I said earlier, the Prime Minister has been claiming for what's now been years that legalizing marijuana would keep marijuana out of the hands of our kids. So in Oshawa, what I can tell you is this. There have been 2 incidents of marijuana edibles, for example, finding their way into one elementary school in my riding, and parents are very upset. They're saying as a result, these grade 6 students reported feeling dizzy and euphoric. So, and we're hearing more and more of these stories that are rolling out. Stories have been reported, it seems like on a daily basis from coast to coast to coast, of what this government is now doing, trying to make up for this, and what the government is now doing is trying to make up for these obvious mistakes with this poorly drafted policy, pushing it through the House before the House rises. Mr. Speaker, in my riding, considerations for workplace safety are really important. Well, these are non-existent with these Liberals. Many of my constituents work blue-collar jobs, and not providing proper workplace safety measures to go along with the legislation endangers our workers and could potentially result in serious injuries or death of Canadians as a result of this government's inability to effectively roll out workplace safety provisions. And how about tests available for law enforcement in determining whether a driver is impaired by marijuana or not? Mr. Speaker, it's been obvious the science isn't there yet. These tests are far from being perfected. It is obviously not safe to get behind the wheel while impaired by the effects of cannabis, yet this government passed their legislation through anyway without any consideration as to how law enforcement would combat impaired driving. And until the time that such tests are perfected, roads could become much more hazardous than before. And as for this bill that we're talking about today, Bill C-93 itself, it's the stance of the Conservative Party. There should be an expedited process in place to offer record suspensions for those convicted of marijuana possession before October 17th of 2018. However, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to focus on the notion that this government is clearly out of touch with the reality of everyday prosecutorial practices. Under the current form of Bill C-93, even those that are truly responsible for more serious drug crimes will be able to have their record suspended, not just simple possession offenders. A critical consideration that the Liberal government has evidently ignored, and has obviously ignored testimony from committee, is that the process is a process of offering a less serious conviction, such as marijuana possession, in exchange for cooperation stemming from more serious drug offenders, such as those charged with the intent to sell illegal drugs. So, Mr. Speaker, this idea of out-of-court plea bargaining agreements occurs on a regular basis, and as a result, many individuals who are truly responsible for more serious drug crimes end up pleading guilty to simple possession charges. If Bill C-93 were to pass in its current form, and Mr. Speaker, obviously it will, without provisions taking this issue into consideration, we will be suspending the records of individuals that should not have had this option available to them in the first place. Mr. Speaker, a very important stakeholder who came to committee, and again the government ignored what he had to say to improve the bill, was Tom Stamatakis, the president of the Canadian Police Association. And he commented on this issue, stating, and I quote, "It is possible that both the Crown and the court may have accepted the plea agreement based on the assumption that the conviction would be a permanent record of the offense and would not have accepted a lesser charge if they knew this would be cleared without any possibility of review at a future date." The fact, Mr. Speaker, this concept is simply logical. Canada's Crown prosecutors are tasked with upholding the laws passed by this Parliament. And what prosecutor would offer a plea bargain agreement to a drug dealer knowing that they would later have their office or their offense suspended? And Mr. Speaker, with this bill, what the Liberals are actually proposing is to throw out all that history, that prosecutorial history that has been passed for decades. So, Mr. Speaker, to solve this problem, my Conservative colleagues proposed amendments to Bill C-93 that were put forth by the Canadian Police Association, which, if it would not have been voted down, would have granted the parole board the power to open inquiries with respect to any factors that would bring the administration of justice into disrepute, such as suspending the record of drug dealers as a result of sheer prosecutorial plea bargaining practices. Mr. Speaker, the reality is these two amendments, one would have restored the parole board's power to make these inquiries to determine the applicant's conduct since the date of conviction, and the second one restored the parole board's power to make inquiries with respect to any factors that it may consider in determining whether ordering the record suspension would bring the administration of justice into disrepute. And Mr. Speaker, these were just common sense ideas put forth by the men and women on the ground that are going to be tasked to actually follow through with this cascade of marijuana legislation, most of it poorly thought out, and it would ensure that these individuals do not take advantage of a process that clearly it was not intended to be put forth in their particular cases. So, Mr. Speaker, this is just another example of the Liberal government's seemingly making every attempt to let criminals get away with their illegal actions, and it's despicable, Mr. Speaker. And I speak on behalf of my constituents in saying that it's unacceptable that this government is not even taking this issue into consideration whatsoever. And let's just talk for a moment about the costs of this. Now, I think everybody in this House do not want to see marginalized Canadians not being able to have access to having these records suspended. But the reality is, in committee, the minister was asked to come up with some numbers. He was asked to come up with some numbers and let Canadians know how they came up with the estimate of how much this was going to cost. And unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, the minister utterly failed to provide how this process was put forth and how it would apply to Bill C-93. He promised to provide the numbers by the time we would be voting on this legislation. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? Has that occurred? No, absolutely not. Has anyone seen these processes? We've seen the estimates, we've seen the numbers, but we really don't know how much it's going to cost Canadians. And that's the big answer here, no. Would anyone be surprised that perhaps even he doesn't know? I think the answer might be correct. So, Mr. Speaker, I think my speech is done. Okay. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, I heard this member in a question say something earlier that he then again said in his speech, which I think, you know, is extremely misleading when you try to talk about statistics. And the Conservatives are really, really good at this. He said 20% of users of cannabis in 1980 were youth, and now it's only 6%, as though it's somehow gone down. But all that talks about is the proportion of people that we're using. It doesn't actually talk about the overall number. Using those stats that he used, you could have still doubled and tripled the number of youth. It just means that they only represent 6% now, whereas it was 20% back then. I'm assuming that his data is correct. So I have, you know, a real concern over how he would come into this House and use this information as if to suggest that the usage amongst the youth has actually gone down, when in reality we know that it hasn't. Canada is the highest, or was the highest, amongst developed countries in terms of youth using cannabis. I'm wondering if he can please try to justify how he can come in here and use this stat as though it somehow represents the consumption amongst youth have gone down, when in reality it hasn't. He's just playing with the numbers to show that a certain proportion of to show how it has shifted in terms of how much usage there actually is.
Honourable member for Oshawa.
I want to thank the member for the non-question, actually, and he's been in this House over and over repeating falsehoods. So I just want to let him know I got it from a CBC article. It was printed December 18th, 2017. It was written by Kathleen Harris, CBC News. So basically, Mr. Speaker, this is the Liberals' last attempt. He's grasping, he's trying to accuse, he's trying to distort the statistics out there. And the reality is, Mr. Speaker, he's not fooling anyone. This government is the most incompetent government out there when you're looking at actually producing results. Our government at this time in our mandate, I think we had 97 bills receive royal assent. The Liberals, what have they gotten? Maybe 60 bills. They can't get anything through. And again, Mr. Speaker, what we're stuck at today, we have days before the House is rising. This was a major promise from the Liberals, and what we can all agree with on this side, this has been a disaster. They're rushing through, they're not consulting, and frankly, the next government, hopefully a Conservative government as of October, will be ending up fixing the huge mistakes of this Liberal government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my honourable friend for his speech, and he mentioned, well, it's a little bit off the topic, but he did mention the earlier legislation making marijuana legal and the impact it had on the business community in his area. I've had a number of people that are small contractors throughout my riding, and they've been told very explicitly by their insurance companies that they need to have a form of drug testing because of this new legislation and the concerns that the Insurance Bureau of Canada has. I wonder if he'd like to comment on that. Thank you.
The honourable member for Oshawa.
I want to thank my colleague for the question, but I also want to thank him for his service, because everyone in the House knows that this member has served in the police on the ground. He has credibility when it comes to talking about this topic. And what he said is quite right. And again, I talked about it because in my community, we historically in Oshawa, blue-collar community, we have people that work with dangerous machinery. And the reality is, when the Liberals brought this forward, they didn't think it through. They didn't think on how it would affect our ingrained systems here in Canada and how things are different here than in the United States, for example. And in the United States, different jurisdictions can force mandatory drug testing. They can even have police do blood samples on the side of the road. Again, these issues, Mr. Speaker, the Liberals weren't even thinking about it when they brought forth their initial marijuana legislation. And that's why it was important that I brought that up, because it's how did we land here? How do we land with such a disaster? And here we're stuck at the very end of this government's mandate, having to pass legislation that's an important piece of legislation that I think at the end of the day we'll see members on all sides of the House be supportive of the intent of it, but it's not going to do what Canadians expect it to do and what it should do. And I want to thank my colleague from Yellowhead, because he's bringing up this very important issue that's going to affect workers moving into the Ford. Again, it's going to have to be fixed by the future Conservative government. Hear, hear.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I've been looking forward to this debate. I'd like to paint a bit of a context within which this bill plays out in my community. Every time there's a bill that comes forward in this House that addresses the issue of drugs, whether illegal or now legal drugs, the residents of Abbotsford take notice, because if you were looking for two communities in British Columbia that are most impacted by gun, gang, and drug-related crime, those communities would be Surrey and Abbotsford. And I mention Surrey because there are, I believe, 3 or 4 Liberal MPs in this House who are from that community. And they have done virtually nothing to address the plague of drug and gang crime. We have lost so many young lives, young kids that are getting into the gang lifestyle because of how attractive it seems, because of the profits that are generated by drug trafficking. And of course, they're killing each other as they compete for territory. And I'm listening to my Liberal friends here, they're heckling me. Something as serious as the death of young men in my community and in the community of Surrey, so many of them. And these Liberals, they're scoffing about it. I mean, I am appalled, Mr. Speaker. That is the state of the Liberal Party of Canada today, under the leadership of this Prime Minister. So let me get back to the legislation at hand, Mr. Speaker, because really this bill, C-93, addresses a very small part of the recent marijuana legalization that this Prime Minister undertook. Now, you may recall, Mr. Speaker, that the Prime Minister made a host of promises during the last election. You may remember he promised he was going to balance budgets, right? Did he do that? No. We now know we won't balance our budget for at least another 20 years. So he promised that he was going to run small deficits. They ended up being humongous deficits. He promised electoral reform. Remember that? And it went on and on and on and on. But there's one promise that he did deliver on, and that was the legalization of marijuana. Now, I oppose that, Mr. Speaker, because I believe that the risks of allowing youth, young men and women, to purchase marijuana and consume it represents a huge risk to the mental health of our future generation. And I mean that seriously, Mr. Speaker. This is not something that should be scoffed at, which I'm still hearing from the Liberals, still heckling. I cannot believe this. They don't care for Canadians. But really, Mr. Speaker, this is about keeping our communities safe. I was opposed.
If I can interrupt the honourable member for a second, I just thought I would read this wonderful book here that is given to each and every one of us when we first get elected. And on page 1332, 16:1, and I'm just going to quote here, when the speaker is putting a question, no member shall enter, walk, or cross the house, or make any noise or disturbance, and that applies to when someone is speaking as well. So I just want to remind both sides, whether you're heckling the hecklers or the hecklers are heckling the speaker, it's a disturbance. I just wanted to make sure that you understand what a disturbance was, and that's my interpretation of what's in here, and I'll let the honourable member for Abbotsford continue.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. That's very kind that you would acknowledge that what's been happening in the Liberal benches here was inappropriate, and I think they can do better. But getting back to the marijuana legalization, Mr. Speaker, I did oppose it because I believe it represents a huge risk to the mental health of future generations of Canadians. Because remember, that legislation, even though it does not allow children under the age of 18 to purchase marijuana, does actually allow them to possess marijuana. I mean, the craziness of it. And we know from the medical research that Canadians under the age of 25 who consume marijuana run a huge risk of mental impairment in future years. Why would we take that risk? And that's why I opposed the marijuana legalization. But now that marijuana is legalized in Canada, there's a step that these Liberals, of course, didn't consider as they were ramming through marijuana legalization. And that was, well, what happens to all those people that were convicted of possessing small amounts of marijuana, simple possession, over the many years, and now scratch your heads and say, hey, today this is legal, why am I still saddled with a criminal record? And of course, in Canada, we have a system under which record suspensions take place. And that's what this legislation is about. Just so everyone understands, today, Canadians already have the right to apply for record suspensions or pardons, as they used to be called. That's already in the law. However, there's a cost to doing that, and there are some conditions to doing that. For example, before you can apply for a pardon or a record suspension, say for simple possession of marijuana, you have to wait 5 or 10 years, whatever the term is. You have to have served your sentence, whatever that is. You will have to have paid your fine, if there was a fine levied. And then you're going to have to pay a fee of $631. Now, there's a problem with that, Mr. Speaker. I'm not against middle-class Canadians or wealthy Canadians being required to pay for the costs of something that's going to clean up their records so they can get jobs. Because, as you know, Mr. Speaker, if you have a criminal record, even if it's for simple possession of marijuana, that can disqualify you from a host of job opportunities across Canada. Why would we want to saddle young Canadians or middle-aged Canadians with that burden? However, the cost of applying for a record suspension, the $631, obviously disproportionately impacts negatively poor Canadians. And we have heard at committee that minority groups like Black Canadians and Indigenous Canadians feel that they have borne the brunt of the war on drugs in Canada and are disproportionately affected in society by simple possession charges that remain on their record. And these are often the folks that really can't afford the $631. So it's for that reason that I do support this legislation. I do not in any way support weakening our drug laws in Canada. In fact, I believe they need to be strengthened. I do not for a moment believe that we should be weakening the protection of young Canadians against marijuana usage. Mr. Speaker, we want to make sure that our children grow up with brains that are healthy, with minds that are keen, that allow them to engage in our workforce, be productive members of our society. Now, this legislation, fortunately, doesn't undermine any of that. However, we want to make sure that legislation like this is properly considered. And I look at the amendments that were proposed by our Conservatives at the committee, and they were reasonable amendments. They ensured that there was still an ability to ensure that those who had serious drug offenses, had committed serious drug offenses, and that may have been pled down to a charge of simple possession, could be captured, and that could be taken into consideration before a record suspension was granted. Of course, what did our Liberal friends do? They voted down that amendment, and a very reasonable amendment that is about the protection of the public, about public safety. And of course, as might be expected, when Liberals are faced with that kind of a decision, they side with the criminals, not with the potential victims of those crimes. Mr. Speaker, this legislation before us, it's relatively benign because it actually doesn't create record suspensions. What it does, it ensures that the process for applying for a record suspension for simple possession of marijuana, that process is simplified and that it doesn't cost Canadians who might not be able to afford the $631 something that might prevent them from actually securing a record suspension. So for all those reasons, Mr. Speaker, I will be supporting this legislation, but I want to make it very clear that our Conservatives on this side of the House will continue to stand up for the safety of Canadians. We will continue to advocate for stronger criminal justice legislation to make sure that our country remains safe. That is the only responsible and accountable thing to do. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And listening to the member opposite, there's a couple of things that come to mind, but the most important one is in relation to what it is that the Conservative Party is trying to tell Canadians today. They have been all over the map on the issue of the legalization of cannabis. At one time, it was an absolute no-go area. Then they turned it into a decriminalization issue, which in my opinion was even a worse thing to do than what was currently in place. Time doesn't allow me to expand on that. And today, in listening to the member, I can't help but think that the member, if they were in government, that their intentions would be to repeal the legislation that legalizes cannabis. And I'm very much interested in the members being transparent and open with Canadians on this point. Is it the Conservative Party's policy to reverse their position yet again, and if they were to be in government, to make cannabis a criminal offense? Is that the party's position, or is that just his personal position?
Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I've never heard fake news like that before. Have you? No. Mr. Speaker, our leader was very, very clear that we will not be recriminalizing marijuana. We've made that very, very clear. We have, however, made it clear that we believe that this Liberal government rammed through the legislation without consulting properly with stakeholders, without taking into account public safety, and we are going to make sure that we remedy the flaws in that legislation, as we will make sure that we remedy the flaws in this Bill C-93, hopefully re-implement the amendments that we proposed at committee that the Liberals voted down, eminently reasonable amendments to this legislation. That's what we're going to do. And I would encourage that member not to get into this whole process of perpetuating fake news. I mean, the Liberals do it enough. That member doesn't have to add to that. It's a disgrace to this House.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Timmins, James Bay.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This House is speaking about marijuana this morning. In my region, in Fort Albany, First Nation Chief Leo Matatawaban has just declared a state of emergency over the devastating impacts of the opioid crisis. We are seeing in our northern communities opioid destroying families, have no resources. We've seen across this country the horrific opioid deaths. Much of this in the rest of Canada is under provincial jurisdiction. But in our northern reserves, they have to look to this federal government for action to help in dealing with the horrific impacts of the opioid crisis, and they're not seeing action. Action that will save lives, action that will restore families that are being broken by the drug crisis. I want to ask my honourable colleague from his experience in the West what he feels we need to do to ensure we have the on-the-ground resources right now to help the communities who are facing the devastating impacts of the opioid epidemic.
The honourable member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I want to thank that member for his very well thought out and compassionate question, because in my region of the country, which is the greater Vancouver area, we have a very serious opioid crisis. I believe the member knows that. And obviously, I believe everyone in this House would want to bring to bear the resources required to address this issue. It is a complex issue. It is an issue that the Liberal government has been completely absent on. I mean, missing in action is probably the appropriate words to apply to this Liberal government when it comes to the opioid crisis. Now, Mr. Speaker, obviously the legislation before us isn't dealing with the opioid crisis. It's dealing with record suspensions related to marijuana convictions, making sure that the process for actually securing a record suspension is simplified and made less costly for those in Canada who wouldn't otherwise be able to afford it.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. L'honorable député de Portneuf.
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As my colleague mentioned, we're talking about Bill C-93 today, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possession of cannabis. This bill would make changes to the pardon process. It would eliminate the cost, the application fee, for people who had a conviction for simple possession of cannabis before this bill, before the bill that legalized marijuana came into force. Following legalization, this bill would help Canadians who'd been convicted of something that is now legal without having to wait the normal wait times or without having to pay the application fee. For people watching, an offender must currently wait from 5 to 10 years, depending on the type of conviction, after serving their sentence, and the cost is around $600. This legislation amends the Criminal Records Act and refers to the Controlled Substances Act, the Narcotics Act, and the National Defense Act. Mr. Speaker, today we're a few days from the end of this Parliament. This government took office in 2015, and their term's coming to an end. Over those years, a number of promises were made to get the Liberals elected, and only one promise was kept: the promise to legalize marijuana. Apparently, that was Canadians' chief concern, and when they go back on the campaign trail next September, they'll be showing their record off. Here is all we've accomplished. We've legalized marijuana or cannabis. And now, at the last minute, once again, for 3.5 years, they dragged their feet. They made speeches. Remember the fable of the ant and the grasshopper? Remember, the grasshopper was very liberal and the ant was very conservative. The ant worked hard and saved up for hard times when the grasshopper sang and played. So, based on what the Liberals have done, they're going to leave a big mess for the Conservatives to clean up, just like the fable. Now, recall that the purpose, or the stated purpose of this bill of legalizing marijuana, was to protect our youth and to take the money out of the hands of organized crime. Those are laudable goals. But now the government opposite, they've tried to move things along hastily. I won't get into the details of why, but I think the purposes were serious ones. But the work in order to carry out those purposes was not done seriously. They've moved hastily, and in Quebec, things were moved along so swiftly that pot shops are forced to close for 2 or 3 days a week because they're not organized. They didn't have time to organize their supply. So it was all very seat of the pants, this legalization process. And according to recent reports, organized crime is very happy with the Liberal government's promotion of this product which is, in my view, harmful. But they have a majority. They legalized marijuana. We're going to have to live with it, but it's harmful, and we're going to have to manage the consequences. Coming back to organized crime, as I said, the Liberals have been promoting this product, advertising this product, and this benefits organized crime at the same time. One, because government sources are incapable of supplying enough of it to meet the demand. And secondly, because organized crime can't legally advertise this product. So I'll read you from an article. Increase in children who are high since this product was legalized. This is from the Journal de Montréal. Hospitals are increasingly concerned, according to this report, on May 16th. There's been a steep increase in the number of young people who are high on cannabis since legalization, and health experts are concerned, and they're calling on parents to keep pot out of the reach of children. This is not something that was seen frequently in children under 7 before 2016, but now it was something they saw once every 2 or 3 years. But now, according to this addiction addict, it's a more frequent occurrence. And this is not a conservative commentator. It's a doctor, an emergency room and addiction expert in the Montreal Children's Hospital. So I think it's a credible source. According to this expert, this phenomenon may worsen once edibles are legalized, even though they are already readily accessible. So legalization has not solved all problems. This is still a dangerous product, and it's accessible. So it calls into question how serious the Liberals are, how careful they've been. And according to another hospital source, they're sounding the alarm among parents. There have been dozens of cases since legalization, whereas before there were just a handful of cases. According to one source, there's been twice as many cases in the last year. And remember that legalization has not even been a full year yet. So it's an alarming trend. The number of cases, according to this one source, has already doubled. And this source is an ER pediatrician. And estimates say that a small amount that could affect what would be a small amount for an adult would have a much more significant effect on a child. And that's what we were saying back when C-45 was being debated. A number of children have wound up in the emergency department after taking pot, including among the symptoms are convulsions. And in one case, it was a child of only 2 years, a toddler, basically. There's also been a spike in the number of visits to hospitals among adults and children. And this is expected to get worse once edibles like jujubes and brownies are legalized. So the figures are alarming. I could go on and on and on, but coming back to Bill C-93, I just did that by way of background. So C-93 is a quick fix, apparently. So they're doing this quickly and at the last minute. So the Liberals were criticized once marijuana was legalized. And now they're trying to do some damage control. But once again, they're acting hastily. Now, we support the idea of a pardon, but we want to make sure that the process is fair. Fairness to all Canadians, I believe, is an important concept. And to demonstrate our goodwill, we took part in the drafting of this bill. We made proposals at committee. We proposed amendments. And that committee is so impartial that some of our amendments were agreed upon. There were Liberal amendments, there were Green Party amendments, there were Conservative amendments, but there were none from the NDP. I don't know where they were. We take this seriously, and we insisted on participating. We wanted to show good faith, and we wanted to help draft the best possible legislation, and that is why the Conservatives took part. And even though the Liberals didn't accept all of our amendments, 2 of them were, and that made it possible to increase the procedural fairness of this bill. It calls upon the parole board to include a review of this program in its annual report. Mr. Speaker, you have to understand that we are concerned about the well-being of all Canadians, and fairness is a very important principle to us. We want to reassure Canadians that when we take office in October 2019, we will make adjustments to respond intelligently and meaningfully to the safety concerns of all Canadians. Questions and comments?
The honourable member for Winnipeg North.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I think that what we should be recognizing in good part is to take a look at the end of the day, this is yet another example of how this government has fulfilled campaign commitments. From the very beginning, when we brought in legislation to reduce the tax rates for Canada's middle class, Bill 2, to this piece of legislation today, Bill C-93, making a commitment in terms of pardoning those individuals that had simple possession of cannabis. These are the types of progressive legislative commitments that we made in the last federal election. And I'm putting it this way to the member opposite, because would he not agree that the expectation that Canadians have of government, in fact of all members of Parliament, that they actually work every day, all the way through. So if that means for the next 12, 14 days that we should continue to debate important legislation that has the type of impact that Bill C-93 does have on Canadians. That is indeed a good thing, because when I listen to many of the members opposite, they seem to feel that maybe we should stop debating legislation, and I would think that would be bad public policy, given that we can still continue to work hard for Canadians and pass legislation. Would he not agree that we should continue to pass legislation wherever we can and whenever we can?
The honourable member for Portneuf-Jacques-Cartier. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for Winnipeg North for his comments. But I'd also like to remind him of something I said in my remarks. Now, we on the Conservatives are not afraid of work. We're ready to work to ensure that the bills we pass will give a better quality of life for Canadians. So we don't disagree with that, with hard work. But what we're saying is that the Liberals have been dragging their feet. And all of a sudden, when they notice a problem and we've seen this in all kinds of matters, they go into reactive mode, like they did in the SNC-Lavalin matter. Now, we're happy to be here. Canadians chose us to represent them, And on the Conservative side, we will always be there. We've showed it in this matter. We tabled amendments, and I think that shows our good faith. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Comments, l'honorable.
The Honourable Member for Rosemont, La Petite Patrie. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his remarks, and I simply have a question for him. What does he think about the Liberal government's stubbornness? They decided to grant a pardon, but they decided against expungement for simple possession. Now, we know all the kinds of problems that this can lead to later on for these individuals. Oftentimes, these individuals are members of marginalized communities that have been discriminated against and that have suffered many injustices, and it will make it even worse for them. This record will, they'll carry along for the rest of their lives. Why do you think the Liberals didn't want to listen to people and use expungement of criminal records for simple possession? The Honourable Member for Portneuf-Cartier. I'd like to thank my colleague from Rosemont, La Petite Patrie for his question. Yes, in fact, the Liberals do not think about the needs of Canadians. And so what shall I say to my colleague in answer to his question? Well, it's not the first time, but I sure hope it's one of the last times. We have about three weeks left, a little more than that, by the time this Parliament wraps up. And therefore, for the time they'll be in power. We have another election in October 2019, and I hope that as of then, by the end of that month, Canadians will be better served. And I hope they'll choose us, the Conservatives, because we do care about their needs, and we're listening to all Canadians.
Reprise du débat, resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Couch and Malahat Langford.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to be able to stand today to give my opinion on Bill C-93 that we're debating right now. Now, I played a fairly significant role in the debates over C-45 during 2017 because at that time I was serving as our party's justice critic. And I know that the issue of cannabis reform has been something that's been occupying the public sphere for quite some time. Now, I've listened to my Conservative colleagues both during the debate on C-45 and also today how they favor a strong sort of criminal justice approach, but they admit that the problem in question has to do with their concerns over mental health and the concerns over youth getting inappropriate access to large amounts of cannabis, because as we know that too much consumption of cannabis can have its consequences. But I've always believed that the criminal law approach to drug reform, to drug policy, is in a sense like using a sledgehammer to tackle a nail. I believe that if we're talking about social problems, talking about health problems, what we really need to focus our policy tools and levers on is to make sure that our health and social services actually have the tools so that we can provide education to possible harms of overconsumption of certain substances, but also to provide some support services to those people who feel that they have a problem, to removing the stigma of criminality, the stigma of being an outcast amongst your group of friends, your family and community, so that you actually have the ability to go and get the help you need. And I believe that policies like that have been shown to be very effective. When you look at the harshness of other drugs, the opioid crisis, the heroin crisis, and you look at countries like Portugal, who moved to more of a social and health-related policy to their drug problem, well, Mr. Speaker, they saw significant results from that, going from a country in Europe that used to have one of the highest rates of opioid deaths per population to one of the lowest. So when it comes to cannabis, I believe we in large part have had that debate on C-45. I mean, C-45 was a bill that I don't think necessarily legalized cannabis. It made it less illegal because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at the provisions of C-45, the consequences for stepping outside of the boundaries of that law are, in fact, quite severe. I come from a part of the country where attitudes towards cannabis possession and use are quite liberal. Many people on Vancouver Island, indeed in British Columbia, have long regarded the crime of cannabis possession and use as to be something that is outdated, belongs in the previous century. And of course, we're very much looking forward to not only seeing the law reformed, but also to see the injustice of the criminality addressed. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, when we look at the timeline, it's quite obvious that this Liberal government has not treated the particular issue of C-93 with the seriousness that it deserves. Because my colleagues will remember, when C-45 was introduced, we were already in April of 2017, and I believe we had that particular bill receive royal assent later that year. But, Mr. Speaker, it was not until October of 2018 that it had its coming into force provisions. So in other words, we were well into 3 years of this current government's mandate before C-45 came into effect, and we actually had cannabis use and possession become legalized. And, the police on Vancouver Island, the problem is the police in different jurisdictions of Canada have had different approaches. In Vancouver Island, I've spoken to members of the police forces, whether it's the RCMP or municipal police forces. They've always told me that with their limited resources, they've always had far bigger problems than cannabis possession to go after. And so, by and large, when they've caught people with it, it's usually just been a seizure, and please go on your way, you should not be doing that in public. But we know in other parts of Canada, the full force of the law has been brought to bear on people who have possessed even tiny quantities of cannabis. And so when I look at that record and the fact that the government has admitted that this is a problem, they've acknowledged the injustices, and it's only now in the dying days of the 42nd Parliament that we're actually dealing with a bill that could have a substantive effect. Now, this government still has a very heavy legislative agenda before it. We have just recently had this House pass a motion which is going to extend the sitting hours of the House. And we know that the other place, Mr. Speaker, the Senate, is certainly showing true to its form of being a new independent body. There's a lot of government legislation which really is up in the air right now. And I'm just not quite sure that Bill C-93 is going to have enough time to actually reach to the finish line. Moreover, I think that it's far too little. The member from Victoria had a perfect blueprint for this government to follow in the version of Bill C-415. Rather than going through the pardon process as C-93 is doing, his bill was seeking actually to make all previous crimes of personal possession expunged from the record. So expungement, I like that word expungement because it has an air of permanence about it. Expungement basically means that the crime never occurred. It is completely erased from the record. It's an acknowledgement that for something that is now legal in Canada, we've acknowledged the injustices of it, and so it should be expunged from the record of a person who may have had that crime, been charged with that crime back in the 1970s, 1980s. And so a person could truthfully admit to any official that, no, I have never been charged or convicted of such a crime, and they could answer truthfully. The problem with a record suspension, pardon, I mean, we use those words interchangeably, is that it is going to be set aside, but it's still going to exist. And moreover, when travelers go to other countries, such as the United States, which has very harsh drug laws, there's nothing in this bill that's actually going to tackle the problem of the United States still having those records on their systems. And so that indeed is a big problem. I find the major criticism I have with this Liberal government is that instead of going all the way, they often just resort to half measures. We had a beautiful opportunity before us in this Parliament through Bill C-415 to actually substantively tackle this issue. And, you know, we have a long history. My party, NDP, has a long history of fighting for this issue. I mean, just in this Parliament, if you go back, Mr. Speaker, to June of 2016, where we used one of our Opposition Day motions to fight for decriminalization. Now, the Liberals have always argued that decriminalization is not an ineffective policy, but we always argued that it should be a policy that is employed as an interim measure as we went our way to legalization, because if we had had that in place for those 3 years, then we would have had a lot of Canadians avoiding those run-ins with the police, run-ins with the criminal justice system, which I think many members in this place can agree has far bigger problems to deal with its limited resources. We raised it, as I mentioned, in the debate on C-45 and, of course, through C-415. So, I mean, I can recognize that you know, there are parts of this legislation which will certainly have a benefit for some people, but that's the problem, Mr. Speaker. Not everyone is actually going to take advantage of the provisions. I mean, it's nice that the fee is going to be waived and that there's an expedited process, but still the problem of going through all of those, some people have greater resources than others, and they're going to be able to benefit from it in a much better way. I still think that expungement would have been the better route, and I will remind my constituents of that, is that there was one party in this House of Commons that was fighting for expungement. So I cannot give my support to a half measure, not when we had a better option before us. And so on principle, Mr. Speaker, I will vote against this legislation. I will vote against it because there was a better way, and I'm not going to let this Liberal government get away with another half measure without firmly standing in my place on behalf of my constituents and voicing my displeasure at what was a beautiful lost opportunity. With that, Mr. Speaker, I will conclude my remarks. I appreciate this opportunity to speak once again. Thank you.
Bravo. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Kingston and the Islands.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's been a very interesting day watching both the Conservatives and the NDP fumble around this issue and try to determine where exactly they're going to land on it. What I find remarkable about the previous speaker and what he said is he said, quote, instead of going all the way, they're resorting to half measures, end quote. Talk about exactly what the NDP did. In 2015, they refused to actually say that they think cannabis should be legalized. Instead, they resorted to a half measure and said, let's just decriminalize it because that's probably going to be more palatable within the public, when in reality they totally played that card wrong, and now they're forced to be sitting in this situation where they're trying to justify and explain you know, why their system, their proposed system of decriminalization would have still led to thousands and thousands of fines being issued to people, in particular the most vulnerable in our community and the marginalized in our community. How can he actually stand in this House and say that this government has resorted to half measures when in reality what we've done has been consistent from day one? We said we would legalize and regulate cannabis, and then afterwards we said we would bring in the proper measures to make sure that those with simple possession could be pardoned. How can he stand here today and say this?
The honourable member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
You know, Mr. Speaker, I wish the member for Kingston and the Islands would spare this House with his manufactured outrage. If he will look at the voting records, Mr. Speaker, he will see, in fact, that our party did vote in C-45. The real crisis, the really bad thing about this whole thing is that this government, with all of the trappings of power that comes with a majority, is only now moving on this issue. They had an entire term to get to it. And meanwhile, Mr. Speaker, how many people had to go through our justice system before we waited for C-93? How many people had to actually be confronted with police officers for a crime that was admitted by this government to be unjust? So I'll take no lessons from the Liberals, Mr. Speaker. This is the party of half measures. They know it's true. They know they could have done substantive action when C-45 was introduced. What did they do? They waited 3 years to bring those provisions into force. And meanwhile, we have Canadians, 400,000 people who have had run-ins with the law. They refuse to go all the way with expungement. I'll take no lessons from them, and I will always cite the member for Victoria, our position on expungement. I know we had the right way. They're just sad that they couldn't bring themselves to vote for it.
I want to remind the honourable members that, as I had mentioned earlier in the book, a disturbance is when somebody is speaking and someone else is interrupting them, and that's not allowed. I just wanted to remind the honourable members. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Calgary-Shepherd.
So to the member of the New Democrats, I just want to correct one thing that he said is, and the member Coach Malahad Langford, I've been on committee with him before. I really appreciate some of the work that he does, but only some of it. He will know that I and several other members voted for expungement because we thought it was a cheaper route to go. It was easier and faster to achieve this thing. I actually don't think that hockey dads and hockey moms, parents of kids, because they made a mistake made 25 years ago and were convicted, should be stopped from volunteering for their children's hockey teams today when they fail their criminal background checks. So I just want to make sure I put that on the record. I don't have a question for the member, but just on that commentary, just so he could at least understand the fact there were some members on every side of the aisle who did vote in favor of expungement as a wiser and more fiscally responsible route. Thank you.
Honourable member for Cowichan Malahat Langford.
And I thank my Conservative colleague for reminding me of that. I think we should all do well to remember that on private members' business, it's more of a forum where individual members can actually consider the merits of the legislation before them. They're usually bills that are smaller in scope, and I appreciate that some members of the Conservative caucus did support the member for Victoria and his very real efforts. You know, we call the member for Victoria our resident law professor in our caucus, and I think all members in this House can recognize the work he has done in this Parliament, the contributions he's made, and the very thoughtful analysis he has brought forward to this House. And I think I can speak for all members in this House that we are going to miss the member for Victoria, the work he's done for this House of Commons, this Parliament, and I really appreciate the member's comments in that regard. And we will certainly look forward to bringing forward the issue of expungement as much as we can. I think it's still a worthwhile policy tool, and I appreciate continuing that debate, hopefully in the 43rd Parliament.
Statements by members. Déclaration de député.
Honourable member for Repentigny. Last week, the governing party at Quebec's National Assembly stated that it intends to reduce Quebec's dependence on oil by 40% by 2030. Hospitals, schools, and public buildings will no longer be heated by fuel oil. Quebec will purchase a fleet of electric vehicles. We are taking action. It's slowing Quebec's transition to a green economy and from making a real contribution to climate change. That's Ottawa. Ottawa wants to ram through pipelines. Ottawa is emphasizing dirty oil. Ottawa is ready to endanger wetlands to transport its gasoline. The Liberals, Conservatives, they're one and the same. The same targets, the same oil sands activities, the gifts to oil companies, and cozying up to oil tycoons. In Quebec, all parties know that we have to act quickly and seriously. Quebecers also know that. But here in Ottawa, unfortunately, they're still doing nothing. When are we going to wake up? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The honourable member for Dorval-Lachine-LaSalle.
Statement to my grandfather on his 95th birthday. He watches QP every single day since I was elected to catch a glimpse of me on TV. His dedication to the women in his life has been devotional. Sardar Kundan Singh was born in 1924, a time when women were not valued. He stood up for them to promote equal rights. When he sent his 4 daughters to university, people would ask why. Why not marry them off? His answer was, I want them to stand on their own 2 feet and never to be at the mercy of any man. My grandfather was a hardworking man his entire life. Along with my grandmother, he helped raise me when my parents were running their business. Papaji taught us to the value of hard work and honesty, to never be greedy, to be forthright, have integrity, and be honorable, to stand up in the face of injustice no matter how many years it may take. He was my inspiration to become a lawyer. This is the spirit he instilled in me, to be a fighter and never give up even when the odds are against you. Vaheguru Ji Ka Khalsa.
Member for Peace River Westlock.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday was a historic day in the fight against human trafficking in Canada. I'm pleased to share that the Canadian Centre to End Human Trafficking launched Canada's first ever national human trafficking hotline. It's a confidential multilingual service operating 24/7, 365 days a year. the National Human Hotline equips Canadians with the ability to report cases of human trafficking in their communities. Most importantly, victims and survivors of human trafficking seeking assistance can contact social services or law enforcement regardless of where they are located in Canada. On behalf of the All-Party Parliamentary Group to End Human Trafficking and Modern-Day Slavery, I want to thank the Centre for all their partners for their incredible work on this initiative. Congratulations. To Canadians, if you're being trafficked or suspect human trafficking in your community, please call 1-833-900-1010. Once again, that's 1-833-900-1010. Let's end human trafficking in this country. Thank you.
Honourable member for Mississauga Lakeshore.
Mr. Speaker, seniors across Canada make invaluable contributions to our country, and they deserve to have the care and support they need. Today, I'd like to thank the Housing Subcommittee of the Mississauga Lakeshore Council for Seniors for taking the opportunity to present the report reflecting their thoughts on housing. The Council emphasized the importance of aging in one's place of choice, being able to age while living close to loved ones in a familiar environment, of being afforded the choice to stay in their neighbourhood. The value of this choice must not be overlooked. Their report explores ways to increase the inventory of rental housing units, to minimize the stress and responsibility of home ownership, to address retirement income, and to provide seniors with improved access to services while being supported by loved ones in their community. Mr. Speaker, I would like to thank John Grayson, Amarjit and Daljit Banwat, Doris Cooper, Don McVie, and Faye Shepmeyer for their hard work and dedication to the issues that matter to the seniors in Mississauga Lakeshore. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo. Honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
In 2011, the Harper Conservatives got less than 40% of the vote, but got a majority government with 100% of the power. In 2015, the Trudeau Liberals got less than 40% of the vote, but 100% of the power. People across the country are worried about how life is becoming unaffordable. They're worried about climate change and access to health services. But at election time, our broken voting system pushes people to vote against a future worse than the status quo, rather than voting for a future better than the status quo. The Prime Minister promised Canadians to change the system and end the strategic voting dilemma. Instead, he became an example of how false majorities breed entitlement, from ethics code violations to inappropriate interference in the justice system and everything in between. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a parliament that reflects their true diversity and difference of opinion, and a parliament that forces political parties to cooperate to achieve common goals. The NEP invites Canadians to join with us in creating elections that allow us to vote for what we want, rather than settling for less.
Bravo.
The honourable member for Ville-Marie, Le Sud-Ouest, Île-des-Sœurs.
Mr. Speaker, June is National Indigenous History Month, and I'm happy to note it is also the 4th year of the Indigenous Reads Initiative. Indigenous Reads presents an exciting opportunity for all Canadians to expand their awareness of Indigenous life, culture, and history by reading works of talented First Nations, Inuit, and Métis writers. As UNESCO marks 2019 as the Year of Indigenous Languages, Indigenous Reads reminds us of the power of words and the importance of language. This June, I encourage everyone to join me by reading Indigenous authors. New books will be highlighted each week on the GC Indigenous social media channels by using #IndigenousReads. All Canadians can read together by sharing their favorite Indigenous books and authors. Nyongoa.
Bravo. The honourable member for Fort McMurray Cold Lake.
Mr. Speaker, today I rise to recognize MS, World MS Day. World MS Day is a day of global advocacy in the fight against multiple sclerosis. It brings together the global MS community to share stories, raise awareness, and campaign for everyone affected by multiple sclerosis. Multiple sclerosis is a disease that affects the lives of hundreds of thousands of Canadians. As many of you know, my wife Kathy suffers from MS, and since diagnosed, my family has been active in the fight against MS and other episodic disabilities. That is why I put forward my private member's motion M192 to make life easier for people living with episodic disabilities. Today, I would like to thank the MS Society of Canada and especially Julie Keldoffer for all their hard work on my motion and in the fight against episodic disabilities. One day, we will find a cure, but in the meantime, we need to band together and support all Canadians suffering from MS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on the vital impact the New Horizons for Seniors program is having on seniors in my riding of Don Valley East. Our government recognizes that seniors face many challenges, including isolation, loneliness, poverty, and dementia. As such, our government has created programs for seniors to enable them to live an active and dignified life. In my riding, the New Horizons program has been extremely successful. As I visit the seniors' buildings and organizations, I see the positive impact this program has had. The program includes art classes, dancing classes, fraud awareness, elder abuse awareness, cooking classes, and financial literacy classes, amongst others. We know that seniors are valued members of our community. By funding these programs, we ensure their social well-being, health, and vitality. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton Centre.
Mr. Speaker, yesterday, members of the House, the Other Place, and TELUS volunteers packed kits for kids' backpacks, filling them with school supplies as part of TELUS Days of Giving. Members will deliver these backpacks to schools in their ridings for children who may not have access to the supplies they need. I will be giving these essential supplies to children in several schools in my riding of Edmonton Centre. The annual Kits for Kids event is part of TELUS's broader goal to be the most giving company in Canada. Over the past year, TELUS has contributed $150 million and 1 million volunteer hours, more than any other organization in the country. I would like to thank my parliamentary colleagues for their participation and all of the volunteers across Canada taking part in TELUS Days of Giving campaign. Together we make our communities better.
Honourable Member for Dufferin-Caledon.
Enjoy your time, Randy. Mr. Speaker, each year we mark June as ALS Awareness Month. Amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is a rapidly progressive fatal motor neuron disease that leaves those affected in a state of progressive paralysis, but with full possession of their mental faculties. This cruel disease took my father after a 4-year fight, so it's affected me personally. All members know the courage of our late colleague Muriel Belanger during his battle with this terrible disease. Each year at this time, the Walk to End ALS takes place to help raise funds for critical research and support. On June 1st, the Walk to End ALS will be taking place at the Island Lake Conservation Area in Orangeville at 10 a.m. I encourage everyone to come out and support those living with ALS and those caring for them. I ask every member to wear a cornflower to demonstrate our support in the fight against ALS so that together we can support victims and families and promote research to find a cure. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for St. John's East.
Mr. Speaker, in the glorious National Arts Centre, Labatt's Breweries, and Equal Voice Canada brought MPs from all recognized parties together to compete over 2 causes close to all of our hearts. The first, local craft beers. The second, more women in politics. Now, it was no surprise to me when a crisp, citrusy Hefeweiss from Neufundland, as the Germans say, would carry the day. My brewmaster, Beale Street's Jacoba Mole, made sure of that. The surprise was the makeup of the room. The cause of gender equality needs allies. Women already get it. A more diverse table makes better decisions, and we need more women in politics. But last night was my first Equal Voice event with more men than women. So much so that I felt the need to pass the mic when the member for Elgin Middlesex London was the only woman MP at the table. Thank you, Equal Voice, for this refreshing event and my Labatt 50 Draft Tap Trophy, which is so fitting because 50%, that's our goal.
The Honourable Member, I think, needs to be reminded that props are not permitted in the House. I'm sure our members admire his trophy, but he must not do that in the House. Order. The Honourable Member for Oakville North Carlington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Today is World MS Day. Approximately 1 in every 385 Canadians lives with MS. It can happen to anyone without warning, as happened a few years ago to my friend Dave Miller. I know the importance of research because of people like Jennifer Molson, diagnosed with MS 23 years ago. Jennifer has seen the difference that research has made. The MS Society bone marrow transplant program gave her new life. Because of this groundbreaking research, she can walk, ski, kayak. She is independent, working full-time, and danced at her wedding. Today, in honor of World MS Day, I ask all Canadians to stand in solidarity with the millions of people globally that live with and are affected by MS. Let's pledge to work together towards improving the lives of those living with MS. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Mr. Speaker, life costs more for everyone under the Liberal government. We saw some costs go down, and the government has done everything it can to make life harder for farmers. They saw the revenues drop by 50%. They have more debt, and it's harder for them to save. And they even faced the highest increase in their spending since 2012. And the PM has let farmers and the agriculture sector down. He backed down on supply management, and he made a trip to India, and he wasn't able to open up the pulse market for them. He imposed a federal carbon tax, and he didn't insist with China on the canola file. And they're tired. Farmers are tired of being pushed aside. On October 21st, we have to go with a Conservative government.
The honourable member for Sydney Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe the last time I speak in this House, and I want to recognise the communities I represent. From Bay St. Lawrence, Badek, Iona, Millville, the Borders, French Vale, and the rural communities in between. It's been an absolute pleasure to work with you on your vital fishing, farming, and tourism industries, and enjoy your festivities every summer. Rich in coal mining industry, thank you to the wonderful people of the Waterford, Florence, and Sydney mines for your unending support and your hard work. And on the north side, I loved attending Beartown Days every summer, the gateway to Newfoundland. Sydney, formerly an industry leader in steel production, not only maintained the vibrant immigrant culture, has created many new local businesses and done many great projects. Thank you to my foremost three First Nations communities. I represent Eskasoni, Member 2 in Wagmacook. It's not only been an honour to work on your many community projects, but also to embrace your culture. I loved your powwows, and you taught me how to chicken dance. Fellow members, come visit our beautiful communities that I had the honour to represent over the last 19 years.
I'm sorry to think that image of the member chicken dancing may stick with us.
The honourable member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, 2 kilometres separate Longueuil from downtown Montreal, but if you take public transportation from Longueuil to Montreal for a job interview, a return trip will cost you $13. $13 to go 2 kilometres. It doesn't make sense. And if you buy a monthly pass, it'll cost you $138. And with expenses like this, no surprise that Jacques-Cartier Bridge is still congested. And that is why we're sad to see the Liberals got rid of the tax credit that helped people save on public transportation. We would like to invest in an extension of the Yellow Line, which would attract 70,000 users a day. And when the Longueuil Transit Authority needs a partner for its Yellow Line or a funding to renovate and expand its bus garages, the federal government should rise to the occasion. In Quebec, 43% of our GHG emissions come from transportation, 34% of which from road vehicles. We need the government to invest massively in public transit so it can be efficient, reliable, and affordable, and so we can build our cities to address the climate emergency.
For Lakeland.
Mr. Speaker, all Canadians care about conservation and about protecting the air, land, water, and wildlife. But these Liberals have a tax plan, not an environmental plan. Their own data shows they will miss reduction targets by 20%. Most Canadians have no money left after paying the bills, but the Liberal carbon tax will make everything more expensive. And this Prime Minister himself said record high gas prices are exactly what he wants. That hurts rural Canadians, Northerners, seniors, and the working poor the most. Canada is an environmental world leader. Now Canada is the only top 10 oil-producing country with a carbon tax, while 5 provinces with 2/3 of Canada's population oppose it. Liberal tax hikes drive jobs, businesses, and innovation out of Canada into countries with lower standards and punish responsible Canadian resource development, agriculture, and manufacturing. That's bad for the environment. But Canadians can choose a Conservative plan that will lower global emissions, enable Canadian technology, create jobs without making Canadians pay more.
Hear, hear.
The honourable member for Pickering-Uxbridge.
Mr. Speaker, I am proud of our Prime Minister and our Liberal Party that we will always defend a women's right to choose, because in the 21st century, women and women alone should decide what happens to their bodies.
Exactly.
But, Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader has suggested that he would not stop his party from introducing anti-choice legislation. He also boasted about his voting record, saying, quote, "I've always voted in favor of pro-life legislation." More recently, 12 Conservative parliamentarians appeared at anti-choice rallies where participants pledged to restrict women's reproductive rights. But now, on the eve of an election, the Conservative leader wants Canadians to believe his long-standing position has changed. Where's the truth in advertising now, Mr. Speaker? Because make no mistake, when it comes to restricting women's rights, the Conservatives are just as advertised.
Order. Order. À l'ordre.
Order.
If you can hear my voice, say shh. Order. Let's try that again. If you can hear my voice, say shh. I thank colleagues for their assistance. Order à l'ordre.
Order.
Questions orales. Oral questions, the Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, today the U.S. Vice President is here to thank the Prime Minister for giving up concession after concession after concession in the renegotiation of NAFTA. He basically gave Trump absolutely everything he wanted. The Prime Minister made major concessions on dairy, on pharmaceuticals, on automobiles. He failed to stand up for Canada. Why did the Liberals capitulate to the U.S. on every single one of their trade demands?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
We should drop our demands and rush into a bad deal and capitulate. Canadians can be glad that we did not follow their lead and stood firm for a good deal. If we had followed their advice, we wouldn't have a Chapter 19, something that we would have completely dismantled supply management. We would have had to have devastating effects on our auto sector, and within 5 years we would have had a sunsetting of the deal. We stood up for Canadians. We got a great deal, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, I'll tell you who does think it's a great deal, and that's Donald Trump. He's very happy. You know, the Prime Minister said he wouldn't give in to steel or aluminum quotas, but guess what? He did. The so-called meaningful surge clause means that Trump gets to decide how much Canadian steel or aluminum is too much. And if Canadians suffer or jobs are lost, oh well, too bad, because guess what? The Liberals signed away our ability to retaliate. This is a once-in-a-generation opportunity to get this right, and they blew it. Mr. Speaker, why won't the Prime Minister admit he failed Canadians again?
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, we know how important it is to stand up for Canadians. It was our government that defended the Canadian steel and aluminum industry. It is our government that put in place $16.6 billion in countermeasures, the most drastic trade action since the Second World War. The Conservatives wanted us to stop arguing with the United States and not have any counter tariffs. We stood up for Canadian steelworkers and the aluminum industry, and guess what? We won.
Honourable Opposition House Leader. Order.
Won third place, I guess, and maybe the Liberals will think that that's a win. The Prime Minister didn't stand up for Canadian jobs. He stood up for American jobs. The Prime Minister did not stand up for steel and aluminum industry. He took away our right to retaliate. The Prime Minister didn't get one concession from Donald Trump. He gave the Americans absolutely everything they wanted. Does the Prime Minister realize, and this is serious, Mr. Speaker, Canadian jobs and Canadian industries are going to suffer again because of this Prime Minister's failure? Does he realize what he has done? This once-in-a-generation opportunity, he blew it.
Honourable Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, should I remind the Conservatives that in the last 3.5 years we have created 1 million jobs. We will compare our record in 3.5 years to everything the Harper government did during the last 10 years. The new NAFTA deal preserves our vital access to the U.S. market. And do you know how much that is, Mr. Speaker? It's $2 billion every single day. This is the most important trade deal in the world, and we got it right.
The honourable member for Abbotsford has helpfully reminded me that one member should be speaking at a time and not others joining in. And of course, that applies, as he knows, to all of us, that one member should speak at a time and not be interrupted also. The
honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, never before in Canadian history has Canada suffered such setbacks in international trade. The Prime Minister promised us NAFTA 2.0. Instead, we got NAFTA 0.5. Never before has Canada caved in so much on trade in the auto sector, on prescription drugs, in agriculture. And this Prime Minister says this is a gain for Canada, a win? No, it isn't. Mr. Trump and Mr. Pence are very happy with this deal, and we know why. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives repeatedly said we should abandon our claims and enter into a bad deal and basically capitulate. Canadians can be happy that we did not follow their example. If we had taken their advice, we would have a deal without a Chapter 19, with completely dismantled supply management, with demands that would have destroyed our auto sector, and there would have been a sunset clause that would have discouraged investment in Canada. Thank goodness we didn't listen to them. The honourable member for Louis Saint Laurent. Mr. Speaker, once again, the CRA is entering into secret deals with big financiers. Despite what the Revenue Minister says, the CBC has revealed that KPMG managed to get a secret deal with CRA. How can the Revenue Minister accept this situation? And I would invite her not to say that the noose is tightening, because, in fact, if it's tightening around anyone's necks, it's the Liberals. The Honourable Minister. Our government undertook to crack down on tax evaders. We have an independent process within the agency for dealing with these tax cheats and protect the integrity of our tax system. In some circumstances, agreements may be appropriate, but I'm concerned about a lack of transparency, and that's why I've instructed the agency to review its processes to increase transparency when agreements or settlements are reached. The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, workers are not happy with the Liberal government's rush to ratify the new NAFTA. This trade deal is bad for our farmers, consumers, workers, and the environment. The consequences could be disastrous. Mr. Speaker, can the Liberals show some common sense and improve this deal instead of caving in to pressure from Donald Trump? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, what the NDP should understand is that reopening this deal would be opening Pandora's box. We're protecting $2 billion worth of daily trade. The NDP is at best naive and at worst playing political games by suggesting that Canadians would benefit from reopening the deal. If the NDP has the courage, why don't they admit that they're completely against the NAFTA trade deal? The honourable member for Berthier-Masquinongé. Mr. Speaker, the U.S. Vice President is here today to discuss the terms of ratification of the new NAFTA with the Prime Minister. The Prime Minister wants to ratify the deal quickly without debate. It's shameful, almost as shameful as Mike Pence's position on a woman's right to choose. Unlike a trade deal, a woman's right to choose is non-negotiable. But it's not enough to just raise the issue with the Vice President. Will the Prime Minister commit to providing safe and accessible health care services to all women all across Canada? The Honourable Minister of Health. Mr. Speaker, our government will always support women's right to choose. All Canadian women deserve safe access to abortion services, and that is why we have supported the increase of services and services to women all across the country. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Today, and U.S. congressional members are paying attention and asking why Liberals are rushing the new NAFTA. Congresswoman DeLorio said this Liberal government is acting prematurely, and the quick approval of this deal is actually working against their efforts in protecting labor, the environment, and ensuring people's access to affordable medication. You know, the progressive things that Liberals pretend to care about. A better deal is possible, but instead this government is working against it by ramming through as is. Why is this Prime Minister helping Donald Trump?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The NDP should realize that reopening this deal would be like reopening Pandora's box. This is the fruit of a whole year's effort by 3 countries to come up with a good deal. Either the NDP is naive in thinking by reopening that we're going to get a better deal, or they're playing political games. My guess is that the NDP should stand up and have the courage to say they are squarely against the NAFTA deal.
Member for Essex.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals should stop fear-mongering about Pandora's box. This has happened in the U.S. twice, and it's been around only specific issues. You don't have the courage to fix the deal through you, Mr. Speaker. And Canadians know that this NAFTA will hurt our dairy industry, and no matter what the Liberals said, they didn't protect them, and the impacts will be felt by farmers, processors, and workers in the whole dairy supply chain. The mystery compensation package that is yet to materialize won't include workers who drive trucks and work in processing plants. Why do Liberals want working people to pay the price for their unwillingness to get a better deal?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
Speaker, Canadians saw how hard it was to negotiate this new agreement and achieve the lifting of tariffs. This was a task that all of our country was involved in. During that time, many Canadian families had real worries about whether they would lose their job. Canada did its job. We have a new NAFTA deal, which is a win-win-win outcome. We have a full lift of the tariffs. It is astonishingly irresponsible that the NDP seems prepared to plunge our country into a new negotiation and period of uncertainty.
Order. The Honourable Member for Flamborough-Glanbrook.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United Steelworkers warned the Liberals not to bask in the glory of their agreement to end the American steel and aluminum tariffs, which leaves Canadian businesses and workers at risk because the Liberals agreed with the Trump administration that tariffs can simply be slapped back on if the U.S. imports begin to surge. The minister refuses to say exactly what would constitute a surge. With the livelihood of Canadian workers hanging in the balance, she better know what it means. Mr. Speaker, workers and businesses need to know, they need certainty. What constitutes a surge?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When the United States government imposed tariffs, we stood up for the Canadian economy. We stood up for steel and aluminum workers. We stood up for their families. We immediately retaliated dollar for dollar with Canada's strongest trade action since World War II. And despite calls
calls by Doug Ford, by the Conservative leader, to back down. We stood firm. We have the tariffs lifted. We have a good deal, and we're now able to ratify and continue this process.
Order. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister volunteered to renegotiate NAFTA and promised to get a better deal. But Canada made one concession after the other and gained nothing in exchange. He even inked the deal without first ensuring the tariffs were lifted on steel and aluminum. Now we learn the new deal contains a hidden quota that Canada will be subjected to. Why did he sign such a bad deal for our workers? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, unlike the Conservatives, we know how important it is to protect Canadian workers. The U.S. tariffs were lifted because we imposed significant retaliatory measures. In November, the member for Durham called our countervailing measures stupid and said they should be scrapped. If we had listened to the Conservatives, there would still be tariffs on Canadian steel. The honourable member for Chicoutimi-Leflore. Mr. Speaker, if the Prime Minister's priority truly is Canadians, I'd like to know whether he asked the U.S. Vice President for help in connection with Mr. André Gauthier, a Canadian citizen from Chicoutimi-Leflore, who is currently detained in the United Arab Emirates, a country with a dismal human rights record. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, we are aware of this situation. Our government is working on this matter and has been for some time. The minister has been in direct contact with the family. The issue has been raised with the authorities and with the United Arab Emirates. We're following and monitoring the situation closely and will continue to do so.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister promised a plan to help the workers at Oshawa's General Motor plant, and he failed to do so. The Prime Minister failed to come to Oshawa to meet with workers to justify this mistake, and it took over 2 weeks for the Prime Minister to even pick up the phone to call the Mayor of Oshawa. And now, in the Prime Minister's new NAFTA agreement, automakers, including General Motors in Oshawa, are now limited in how many cars they can export to the United States. Mr. Speaker, can the Prime Minister explain why he didn't raise the issue of quotas on automobiles with the United States Vice President?
Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Speaker, one of the key sectors to benefit from the new NAFTA was the automotive sector. We shielded this sector, Mr. Speaker, so we can continue to see production for years to come. And with regards to GM, with regards to Oshawa, our government supported the workers every single day. And we were there when the solution was proposed as well, Mr. Speaker. And over the last few years, we've seen $6 billion invested in the automotive sector. And if you want to compare our track record, 11,000 new jobs created in the automotive sector versus 20,000 jobs lost under the Conservatives before the recession even hit.
The honourable member for Durham. Order.
Mr. Speaker, it's quite ironic the Liberals feel NAFTA 0.5 is a win when there was no gains and only losses sector by sector. But Canadians should be very troubled by the fact that the bill has a provision that allows the Prime Minister and Cabinet to change the deal after we voted on it. So if this is such a good deal, why do they have a provision that says it will change? Do they know that they will accept whatever Donald Trump gives them?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We stood firm for a good deal, and we got a good deal. The new NAFTA preserves our vital access to U.S. market and safeguards $2 billion a day in cross-border trade between our countries. The International Trade Commission reported that as a result of this deal, Canadian exports to the United States will increase by almost $20 billion, as will those from the U.S. to Canada. This is a good deal for Canadians. We will take every step we need to take very carefully, making sure that Canadians are protected, Canadian workers are protected, and our economy continues to flourish.
Honourable member for Durham.
Mr. Speaker, in his meeting with the U.S. Vice President, the Prime Minister did not raise Canada's Arctic sovereignty, despite the fact 2 weeks ago Secretary of State Pompeo questioned our sovereignty in the Arctic. At a time where Russia and China are showing ambitions there, this Prime Minister is failing our North, Mr. Speaker. Now, we know they signed away our sovereignty in the trade deal. Why aren't they standing up for it in our Arctic?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, Canada's Arctic sovereignty is long-standing and it's well established. As a person who lived in the subarctic and has experienced Arctic weather, Arctic concerns, Arctic expenses, let me tell you, this government stands with the people of the Arctic and will always stand for Canadian Arctic sovereignty. We will continue to work with international partners. We will declare sovereignty and take every opportunity to ensure that Canada's interests and the interests of Canadians are maintained.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
The people of Grassy Narrows believed this Prime Minister when he made a solemn promise to build a mercury treatment centre. He even gave them a timeline and then nothing happened. I guess we should have known the punchline was coming when the Prime Minister made a joke about them for his rich donor friends. So the punchline came yesterday, an empty agreement. No wonder Grassy Narrows refused to sign that bogus agreement. You know, politics is full of broken promises, but this one? How does the Prime Minister justify such deplorable treatment to the people of Grassy Narrows?
Honourable Minister of Crown Indigenous Relations.
Mr. Speaker, building a health facility in Grassy Narrows is an absolute priority. That's why the minister went yesterday to meet with the chief and council and the community yesterday. Progress is being made, and we are committed to a comprehensive solution that meets the needs of all of the community. The people of Grassy Narrows have suffered for over 50 years. We will find a path forward on a plan that meets the needs of the community now and in the long term.
Honourable Member for Timmins, James Bay.
Oh, God, that's their idea of a priority. No money for Grassy Narrows, but hey, lots of money for the billionaire Irving. Speaking of which, when the media asked this government if they gave $40 million to the Irvings to make French fries in Lethbridge as part of an Arctic shipbuilding contract, what did the Liberals do? They tipped off the Irvings, who then threatened the Globe and Mail with a lawsuit. So think about that. A government snitch line for billionaires to target journalists over the spending of taxpayers' money. What is this Prime Minister trying to do? Turn Canada into some kind of two-bit potato republic for his friends?
The Honourable Minister of Innovation.
Mr. Speaker, we have clear obligations to verify information that is commercially sensitive. We must receive consent from the contractor, and my team and officials followed all the appropriate steps respecting privacy. And with regards to the reporter, he received the information that he requested.
L'Honorable Député de Charles.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. Mr. Speaker, we learned today that the Liberals did public opinion polling on deferred prosecution agreements months before hiding DPAs in the 2018 Omnibus Bill. Canadians from coast to coast apparently see these agreements as preferential treatment for criminal and corrupt CEOs looking to avoid jail time. So the Liberals didn't have public opinion on their side. Is that why the Finance Minister buried DPAs deep within his bill at the last minute? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Justice Minister. The issue of deferred prosecution agreements.
It was announced to Canadians through a gazetting process. 2, that consultations took place around the country. 3, that it appeared and was vetted at the Finance Committee of the House of Commons. It was also vetted by a Senate Standing Committee. Exactly. These agreements exist among 5 members of the G7, Japan, Britain, the United States, Canada, and France. They are important measures that ensure accountability at the corporate level and ensuring that employees are rendered harmless.
The Honourable Member for Charlesbourg, Haute-Saint-Charles. What we've seen is that Canadians were not in support of this idea of protecting corrupt criminals. The former Attorney General knew that sticking DPAs in the Omnibus bill at the last minute was just a hidden way of protecting the Liberals' corrupt cronies at SNC-Lavalin. We know about the Prime Minister's sustained campaign of pressure and political interference against her for months and months. Why is the Prime Minister hiding this? I would encourage the member to be careful about the words he chooses. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. When it comes to the policy at issue, it's very important to underscore the truth in this matter for the sake of Canadians watching. The first thing is...
1. Secondly, you must pay a penalty. 2. Thirdly, you must pay victim restitution. 3. Fourthly, you must cooperate with ongoing investigations. These agreements are not about get-out-of-jail-free cards. They're about holding corporate directors responsible for corporate wrongdoing. We agree with the member opposite that those people need to be held accountable, and they are.
Bravo.
Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, actually, based on those very criteria that the member just listed, SNC-Lavalin does not qualify for a deferred prosecution agreement. That's just not my opinion. That's the opinion of the top prosecutor, the former Attorney General, and now, most recently, a Quebec judge. We already know Canadians don't support special deals for accused corporate criminals. Will the government confirm that no politician will overturn the justice system and give a special deal to SNC-Lavalin?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, we're well aware of the decision that was rendered yesterday in a matter that is currently before the court. That was a preliminary inquiry determining about an evidentiary threshold in an ongoing criminal matter. It would be entirely inappropriate for me as Parliamentary Secretary, or indeed for any member of Parliament, to comment on an ongoing criminal matter, so I'll refrain from doing so.
Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Carleton.
Well, this is new. Now, all of a sudden, they don't think politicians should be involved in the justice system. What a strange turn of events, because the top prosecutor, the former Attorney General, a Quebec judge, and Canadians writ large all believe accused corporate criminals like SNC-Lavalin should face the music in a trial. Unfortunately, the matter is not closed. The government still gives itself the power to interfere. Will they confirm that no politician on that side will interfere to cancel the trial into SNC-Lavalin?
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that member has been a member of this House longer than I have, but I also appreciate that he doesn't have significant experience in legal matters. So let me just educate him about this one point. The reason why the sub judice convention exists is because you shouldn't have elected officials who are involved in appointing judges, potentially influencing a decision made by an appointed judge. That's called inappropriate influence over the judicial decision-making process. That's why all members of Parliament are covered by the sub judice rule, and why his former House leader invoked that convention 300 times in the last Parliament.
Order.
Mark. Order.
The Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Mr. Speaker, we learned today that the government signed an agreement with KPMG. This is absurd and is contrary to everything that the minister had been saying for years. This is another demonstration that there are two kinds of rules, one for one kind of people and one for everyone else. How can the minister blame public servants for what happened? Mr. Speaker, the minister had an opportunity. Why did she let that big fish get away with no consequences? The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Mr. Speaker, as I said earlier, our government is firmly committed to fighting against tax fraudsters, and the proceedings are independent of the CRA in order to ensure the integrity of the tax system, even though I understand that regulations will be used inappropriately in some circumstances. I'm very concerned, and that's why I have told the CRA to review its processes to allow for greater transparency. The Honourable Member for Rosemont-la-Petite-Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the only thing that doesn't change is the government signing agreements with its millionaire cronies. Mr. Speaker, all over my riding, we're finding white ghost bikes. Do you know why? It's to remind people that cyclists have been killed. These are tragic and avoidable accidents. And I say they're avoidable because there are safety measures that are available. Even the department experts proposed them. The minister still hasn't done anything. How many more deaths? The Honourable Minister of Transport. Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague for his commitment on this very serious issue. The vulnerability of cyclists and pedestrians is very important. We have published a series of measures that can be used at the municipal, provincial, and federal levels. At the federal level, we have pilot projects to increase visibility for truckers and drivers of big vehicles. And as soon as we have wrapped this up, we will come to a decision. And I would encourage municipalities and provinces to do whatever they can.
Member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, my constituents in Kitchener Centre are deeply concerned about climate change. One young woman named Elizabeth Rose, age 15, wrote me a letter expressing concern that inaction on climate change will keep her from celebrating her 75th birthday. Our government believes that we are experiencing a national climate emergency. Unlike others in this House, we also know that a healthy economy and a healthy environment go hand in hand. Could the Minister of the Environment and Climate Change please highlight what our government is doing to transition to a clean economy so that Elizabeth will celebrate her 75th birthday? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Honourable Member from Kitchener Centre for his question, and I want to talk directly to Elizabeth Rose. We are absolutely committed to tackling climate change. Right now, we've seen flooding in the National Capital Region, in New Brunswick. We have forest fires that have started earlier out west. We need to take action. That's exactly what we're doing. We're phasing out coal, ensuring a just transition for workers and communities, making historic investments in public transportation and clean technologies, in energy efficiency. At the same time, we've created 1 million jobs because I know Canadians expect us to take action on the environment and grow the economy.
The Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, Vice Admiral Mark Norman served this country with dignity and honour and hopes to continue to do so. But these Liberals sabotaged his career and have attempted to cover it up. Yesterday, all Liberal MPs voted to continue the cover-up and refused to release the secret memo sent by disgraced former Clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, regarding the Vice Admiral Mark Norman affair.
Transparency.
What are these Liberals trying to hide?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Thank you. As my colleague knows, once again, committees work independently from Parliament. They make their own decisions. I think it's very difficult for members of the opposition to understand because we know perfectly well they tried to control committees under the previous government. In terms of Vice Admiral Norman's matter, the prosecution service noted that there were no outside factors that were considered and there was no outside influence. And any accusation to the contrary is without basis and is absurd.
Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberals think that if they just repeat their lines loud enough, Canadians will accept all their cover-ups. Yesterday, they resumed the Mark Norman cover-up. They voted against releasing the memo sent by disgraced former Privy Council clerk Michael Wernick on the Norman affair. They keep on continuing the cover-up because obviously they have something to hide. What are they hiding and when are they going to come clean with the truth?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Once again, I'll have to repeat this. The service works independently from the government, and any statement to the contrary is absurd. Canadians can trust our system. We supported a motion that acknowledged Vice Admiral Norman's service and that apologized to him and his family. And we await the next step. There have been discussions between General Vance and Vice Admiral Norman, and undermining the credibility of the legal process in this country is absurd and without basis. The Honourable Member for Mégantic-Larab. Well, let's talk about the government. The Prime Minister does not want Canadians to know the whole truth about the Norman affair. Yesterday, he forced the Minister of National Defence and the entire caucus to vote against the release of a memo. In 2015, they announced an open and transparent government. In 2019, we have a government mired in scandals and secrets. If the Prime Minister has nothing to hide, why is he muzzling his minister and all those who could shed light on the truth of the Norman affair? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, once again, in terms of Vice Admiral Norman's affair, the prosecution service said that all decisions were made independently. No outside factors were considered. There was no outside influence, and there was no political influence. And, Mr. Speaker, my colleagues should know that any procedures undertaken by the Public Prosecution Service or the RCMP are done independently. And if he doesn't do that, maybe he should take a quick course in law. We will respect the judicial process in this country.
The Honourable Member for Aurora, Oak Ridges, Richmond Hill.
But, Mr. Speaker, the government still has a responsibility to Canadians. The Prime Minister promised that he would be transparent by default and that sunshine is the best disinfectant. The political interference in the Admiral Norman case has been disgustingly covered up, and Canadians deserve to know the truth. Yesterday, the Liberals voted against releasing an unredacted version of the 60-page document that the disgraced former clerk of the Privy Council, Michael Wernick, sent to the Prime Minister. What is the Prime Minister hiding? Why won't he tell Canadians the truth?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I'll repeat it again to my colleague. She knows that committees work independently from government. She used to be with the government. She knows how our committees work under this government rather than under the Harper government. Mr. Speaker, with respect to the Vice Admiral Norman matter, there were no outside factors that were considered in the decision. There was no outside influence or political influence. Mr. Speaker, we are going to respect the process. There were discussions between General Vance and Vice Admiral Norman with respect to his return to work, and we will respect that process.
Honourable Member for North Island, Powell River.
Mr. Speaker, while the Liberals announced funding to deal with the backlog at Veterans Affairs, it's clear that the system is still broken. One veteran has been waiting over a year for a decision that VAC says takes 16 weeks. He is not the only one. VAC is currently processing claims from October 2017. Can the minister explain to veterans in this House why this new investment meant to help the process happen faster? They're still waiting, in some cases, years for the help they so desperately need.
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's question. And I can assure her our government is committed to making sure that we deliver for veterans. Yes, we did invest $10 billion new dollars, which included $42 million to address the backlog, and hired 630 new frontline staff because there was a major reduction in frontline staff. It's also important to realize that there's a 66% increase in applications at Veterans Affairs because Veterans Affairs says yes more often. We take care of our veterans, Mr. Speaker.
Order. The Honourable Member for Cowichan, Malahat, Langford.
Mr. Speaker, climate change is having a detrimental impact on our rivers and watersheds. Water levels in the Cowichan River are already low for this time of year, and startling new projections predict the river could run dry by July. This past Saturday, I was on the river helping rescue salmon fry who were stranded in pools from the rapidly receding Main River. The situation is dire, and my community is calling for leadership. When will this federal government commit to the funding necessary to raise the Cowichan Weir to save this critical watershed and the salmon who depend on it?
Hear, hear. Good question.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Fisheries and Oceans.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for raising this very important issue. We continue to ensure the sustainability of aquatic ecosystems. We understand the importance of fishery resources in the Cowichan River to the local Indigenous groups and to the local community. We're aware of the issues regarding the low summer flows and the threats to fish and fish habitat.
The department and the minister have attended meetings with local Indigenous groups, provincial and local governments. We're actively engaged in ongoing discussions to find solutions and the possibilities of federal funding. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well, member for Yorkton Melville.
Speaker, veteran Medrick Cousineau has exposed another blow to veterans in the Pension for Life scam. Veterans with the same injury applying before and after April 1st are not treated equally. Under the Liberals' new plan, veterans will receive less. Why do the Liberals think that veterans with the same injury should not be compensated equally? Mr. Cousineau's Liberal Member of Parliament even agrees that this is unacceptable and reached out to the Prime Minister. So I'd like to ask him, will the Prime Minister reverse his cuts to veterans, or does he still believe they're simply asking too much?
Honourable Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, as we have and always will, make sure we take care of our veterans. The well-being and financial security of our veterans is vitally important. I want to be very clear, this policy is designed to ensure injured veterans are better off than under the Pension for Life than they would have been under the previous government's policy. Mr. Speaker, veterans will be better off than under the previous government's policy. We want to make sure that we treat our people, our veterans who took care of our democracy and freedom in a proper manner, and we will.
Order. If the honourable member for Caribou Prince George wishes to offer advice to the Minister of Veterans Affairs, I would encourage him to do that either when he has the floor or perhaps at some other place and time.
The honourable member for Beauport-Limoilou. Mr. Speaker, in 2015, hand over heart, the Prime Minister, surrounded by candidates including candidates who were veterans, promised that never would veterans have to use a legal fight to have their rights respected. He promised a full pension for life. That's a broken promise, and veterans themselves are saying that. The money is not being provided for that. Why?
Veterans Affairs.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate my honourable colleague's concern, but in fact he is wrong. The Prime Minister indicated quite clearly that the Pension for Life will be much better, and what is provided for the veterans will be much better than it was under the previous government. That is what we promised, and I can assure you, Mr. Speaker, that is what we will deliver. We have and will continue to make sure our veterans are cared for properly.
For Barrie Innisfil.
Well, Mr. Speaker, yesterday the Prime Minister did stand in this House stating he's instructed the Minister of Veterans Affairs to ensure that no veteran will receive less on a go-forward basis. Veterans have themselves proven that the new Liberal Pension for Life income retirement benefit is less than the previous benefits it replaces. Can the Minister confirm to this House and our veterans who are watching right now that the new income retirement benefit will be paid out at the rate of the benefits it replaces as of April 1st, 2019, and when will that happen?
Minister of Veterans Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate my honourable colleague's question, but to come from a party that slashed Veterans Affairs, that slashed 1,000 jobs at Veterans Affairs, who slashed the caseworkers so they could not even apply. We have hired over 650 case workers. We have over 400 caseworkers to make sure that when people apply, when veterans apply, they will be approved. And in fact, Veterans Affairs is saying yes more often. Not to mention the $10 billion we invested to make sure veterans are served properly.
The Honourable Member for Châteauguay-Lacolle. Mr. Speaker, advancing gender equality and investing in women is essential for growing the middle class, strengthening our economy, and building a healthy future in Canada and throughout the world.
Can't do this work alone. It requires multiple sectors, industries, and communities to bring about change. Can the Minister of Women and Gender Equality please inform the House of the work that is being done by our government to mobilize all stakeholders to achieve gender equality?
Excellent question. The Honourable Minister.
Speaker, I thank my honourable colleague from Châteauguay-Lacolle for her advocacy and effective leadership.
Hear, hear.
1 million jobs. 1 million families with a safe and affordable roof over their heads, the lowest unemployment on record for 4 decades, 825,000 Canadians no longer going to bed hungry at night because our plan is working, a plan that sees equality as a driver for economic growth. Women Deliver will offer us an opportunity to work with partners to seize the untold economic benefits that exist for all partners in the global community.
The Honourable Member for Abbotsford.
Well, Mr. Speaker, the evidence is overwhelming. The Liberals will not meet their Paris targets. Still, the minister continues to mislead Canadians by repeating that, by golly, we're somehow going to meet those targets. Is that why she said last Friday, and I quote, "If you repeat it, if you say it louder, if that is your talking point, people will totally believe it." So did I get that right? When will the minister come clean with Canadians and admit that her so-called climate plan is not as advertised?
Honourable Minister of Environment.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives' climate plan is exactly as advertised. We just had the Conservative Party announce their climate plan. It's the jam-through pipelines plan. What did it include? It included making it free to pollute. In the face of energy companies who said there needs to be a price on pollution. It includes killing our new environmental assessment law that we put forward that would rebuild trust but would also ensure that good projects go ahead in a timely way. The Conservative Party has no plan for the environment, has no plan for climate change, and no plan for the economy.
The Honourable Member for Kootenay, Columbia.
Canada's forest sector is a fundamental part of many rural communities like my riding. It provides high-quality, well-paying jobs that thousands of Canadians rely on to support their families. In British Columbia, we're seeing temporary and permanent mill closures and shift reductions. The impact of the mountain pine beetle and increasing wildfires pose major threats to our forest industry, as does the Liberal government's total failure to get a new deal on softwood lumber. U.S. duties are hurting our communities. Will the Liberals make the removal of U.S. duties on softwood lumber a real priority and secure a fair deal for Canadians?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Natural Resources.
Madame la Présidente, we are taking action to ensure our forestry sector remains a source of good, middle-class jobs across the country and is prepared to compete globally. The programs, loans and loan guarantees made available through $867 million of softwood lumber action plan are actively supporting workers and communities. This past fall, we also announced $100 million through the Strategic Innovation Fund for Forestry. And building on our work to date, Budget 2019 includes an additional investment of over $250 million, which will help the sector to innovate, diversify, and grow.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Honourable Member for Richmond Hill.
Madam Speaker, the construction industry is a critical part of the Canadian economy and a source of good middle-class jobs for many Canadians. Contractors and subcontractors need prompt payments for clients in order to sustain their operation and support the significant costs involved in construction projects. Could the Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Public Services and Procurement please update this House on the work our government will be doing to ensure that the contractors and subcontractors in the construction industry are paid in a timely manner on federal projects?
Good question. The
Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Public Procurement.
Speaker, we have very good news. Unlike the Harper Conservatives, we've listened to contractors on the need for federal prompt payment legislation. We know that these businesses provide good middle-class jobs to many Canadians from coast to coast to coast and deserve to be paid promptly. And as announced in Budget 2019, we also will put forward legislation that ensure payments reach construction suppliers and their employees quickly and efficiently. We're standing up for workers. We're standing up for contractors, Madam Speaker.
Order. I just want to remind members when somebody has the floor that that person should have a peace and quiet in the House so that everybody can hear what he's saying. The Honourable Member, order. The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake Eastman.
Madam Speaker, Manitobans deserve the right to sell their resources abroad. Minnesota is willing to buy the clean hydroelectric power that Manitoba proudly produces. The National Energy Board has approved the transmission lines, but the Prime Minister is overruling the decision and is trying to stop the project. It's clear the Prime Minister is holding a grudge against Manitoba because they won't go along with his carbon tax. Why won't the Prime Minister let Manitoba sell its clean energy?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Natural Resources.
Madam Speaker, Canadians understand that for good projects to move ahead and grow our economy, we must protect our environment and respect the rights of Indigenous peoples. Our government has been hard at work consulting with Indigenous communities on the Manitoba-Minnesota Transmission Project in order to fulfill our duty to meaningfully consult. Our focus remains on getting it right. Our government has extended the timeline for a decision on this project until June 14, 2019. We have issued the short extension to ensure the Crown has sufficient time to fulfill its legal duty to consult and come to the right decision.
The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Madam Speaker, commercial shipping causes wakes that are eating away at the St. Lawrence shoreline. They're losing about 2 meters per year between Montreal and Lac Saint-Pierre. It has been 20 years since Ottawa abolished the shoreline protection program, and riverside communities are having to undertake the restorative work themselves. The government has completely abandoned citizens who are dealing with the consequences of this. Will the government finally take responsibility and invest, or are citizens going to have to go to court?
L'Honorable Ministre des Transports.
The Honourable Minister of Transport. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And of course, we empathize and sympathize with all those who are dealing with flooding. We know that water levels are very high. And we know that the levels on the Great Lakes have been much higher this year, and that has an impact on the St. Lawrence. And that's why the government has set speed limits to reduce the number of waves and the wake in the area of Lac Saint-Pierre. We're very aware of the importance of setting these restrictions, and we'll continue to monitor the situation. The Honourable Member for Pierre Boucher, Les Patriotes, Verchères. Mr. Speaker, I'm not talking about flooding. I'm talking about erosion the whole year long. Mr. Speaker, it's not just happening in our neck of the woods. Climate change is also causing ravages. In Île-de-la-Madeleine, they're losing 0.5 meters a year of their shoreline. And almost every year, the Gaspésie and the Côte-Nord are cut off from the rest of the world because erosion is washing away the 132 and the 138. Rather than sink billions of dollars out of Quebecers' pockets into dirty oil, will the government take responsibility and help its citizens?
Honorable Ministre du Revenu National.
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Madam Speaker, yes, there is shoreline erosion in the Gaspésie and the Magdalen Islands that is due to climate change, is due to the warming of the oceans. And I can tell you that our government is acting ambitiously to tackle warming of the oceans and climate warming. Thank you.
For Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. We've been debating in this place a climate emergency. We know we're in a climate emergency. It's not in the abstract. It's real and happening in real time. For the community of Pic-Anjicum First Nation in Northern Ontario right now, 4,000 people are less than 1 to 2 kilometers from a raging fire. Recent reports are that the Hercules aircraft can't land because of the smoke. It's terrifying for them right now. Can the Honourable Minister of Public Security and Emergency Preparedness give us an update on what the government is doing to help?
Honourable Minister of Public Safety and Emergency Preparedness.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The situation at Pic-Anjicum was raised with the Government of Canada earlier this morning through a formal request for assistance from the Province of Ontario. The request was for Canadian Forces assets, namely aircraft and Rangers personnel, to help evacuate people from Pic-Anjicum. The answer was, of course, yes. The assistance is being mobilized. Smoke and other local conditions are not helping with air operations, but we understand the deep angst in the community, and all levels of government will work strongly together to keep people in that community safe.
And that brings us to the end of question period. I would like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of Professor Yeshua Bengio, co-recipient of the 2018 Alan M. Turing Award for conceptual and engineering breakthroughs that have made deep neural networks a critical component of computing. I would also like to draw to the attention of honourable members the presence in the gallery of the Honourable Arthur Holder, Speaker of the House of Assembly of Barbados. And now I believe it's time for the Thursday statement. The Honourable Opposition Whip.
Well, thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to ask the Honourable Government House Leader if she can share with the House the business of the House for the remainder of this week and for next week.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
This afternoon, we will again debate at report stage Bill C-93, an act for suspending records for simple possession of cannabis. Tomorrow we will be dealing with the report stage study of Bill C-97, the Budget Act.
Friday, June 7th, as allotted days. Next week, priority shall be given to Bill C-97, the Budget Implementation Act, as well as Bill C-93, Cannabis Pardons, C-92, respecting First Nations, Inuit and Métis children, youth and families, C-88, concerning Mackenzie Valley, and Government Business Number 29, the National Climate Emergency. We will also give priority to bills coming back from the Senate. Finally, I would like to mention that following a private member's business on Tuesday and Wednesday evening next week, we will have 3 hours set aside for speeches by members not seeking re-election in the next election. Madam Speaker, this is our current intentions, but as we know, things can always change. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Orders of the day, ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet de loi émanant du gouvernement, commune, considération des...
Government orders. C-93, an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspension for simple possession of cannabis.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and it gives me great pleasure to rise today to speak to Bill C-93, which is an act to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for simple possessions of cannabis. And let me also state, Madam Speaker, that I believe I'll be sharing. I believe I'll be sharing my time with the minister from Edmonton West, or sorry, the member from Edmonton West. I do want to start by saying, Madam Speaker, that, and I'll state unequivocally, that the Conservative Party and our Conservative leader has stated unequivocally that we have no intention of reopening or making it illegal again for marijuana possession. That train has left the station, and but what we will be doing with respect to C-45 is making corrections to the bill. Obviously, the legislation was enacted last year, and it's been several months. And I remember saying at the time, although I didn't support the bill, and I didn't support it for several reasons that I stated publicly as well, that there were concerns that I had with respect to issues at the border. There were also issues that I thought within the bill were hypocritical with respect to possession for young people in this country. I was also concerned that the police weren't ready for that legislation to come out with respect to tools in order for enforcement of drug-impaired driving. And I still have the broader issue, Madam Speaker, and I've talked to a lot of young people within my riding, the effects that marijuana has with respect to gateway drugs as well, that could lead to other drugs. And those concerns are still valid. They still exist. But again, this is the law of the land now, and there is no changing that. And so it's certainly my intent to make sure that we don't roll back the clock on this piece of legislation, and that it continues to be in the case. And I will also say, Madam Speaker, that in my role as critic for Veterans Affairs in the year and a bit that I spent doing that, I really came to understand the effects of marijuana on individuals and families, and how it helped move people away from opioid use into marijuana use. And the opioids, as I heard many times, either at the Veterans Affairs Committee or as I crossed the country speaking to veterans and their families, the opioids had suppressed a lot of emotion and feelings among our veterans. But when they were able to switch to marijuana, it really helped open things up. There was less paranoia with respect to the effects of opioids. They were able to socially function in an environment. There were other functions that became real to these families as well. So I became a big proponent of medical marijuana for our veterans in my time that I was critic for Veterans Affairs. And I will also tell you, Madam Speaker, that within my family, marijuana has become an important part for my cousin who suffers from epilepsy. There was a time that he was smoking medicinal marijuana, and it was helping him with respect to his seizures, and that he was seeing frequently less of them. And so, you know, those experiences really caused me to rethink my position, particularly on the issue of medical marijuana, and I am a strong, strong supporter and proponent of it. Now, as I said earlier, it's not our intention to make sure that we roll back this legislation, that the tube has left the toothpaste, and we're not going to put it back in. But what is also important as well, the toothpaste has left the tube, Madam Speaker. I should say that. I saw my honorable colleague there shake her head, and you know, sometimes when you get speaking, things don't flow the way they should. But we, you know, the legislation that is before us today, I think, is important as well, because those that have been charged with simple possession are really being penalized. And I can tell you, in my office, over the course of the last 3+ years that I've been a member of Parliament, I have had members of the public come to me talking about the impact that a simple possession charge has had on their life. The inability to cross the border, for example, the actual cost of having it, the charge suspended, the impact that it has on employment. And so as the legislation stands before us today, I'm prepared to support it, but I also understand that there are flaws with it. And flaws, Madam Speaker, quite frankly, in many pieces of legislation that we've seen over the years that have been introduced by the Liberals happen regularly. And that's why the legislation went to committee, and I know that there were several amendments that were put forward by not just our conservative side, some of them rejected. There's been some amendments that have been made recently. But at the end of the day, what we're trying to do, Madam Speaker, is make sure that we get legislation in place that, that works for Canadians. And there has been some concern on this piece of legislation. So just by way of background, Madam Speaker, the bill will make changes to the pardon process and waive the fee for Canadians with a past conviction of pot possession. And in several cases, with some of the people that I dealt with, the fee was actually quite quite cumbersome. In many cases, they were low-income Canadians and low-income members of my riding who just simply couldn't afford to pay the fee, and so that fee will be waived for past conviction of pot possession. The legislation that was introduced in October of 2018, this bill seeks to assist Canadians who were criminalized for something that is now legal without that individual having to wait the usual time to pay the fee otherwise associated with a record suspension. And I think that's an important element of this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, that it is now legal. And so those who have that simple possession should be allowed to have the expedited record suspensions. And typically, you know, an offender, Madam Speaker, must wait 5 to 10 years, depending on the type of conviction, after they've served this sentence. The cost of applying is $631. And this legislation amends the Criminal Records Act and references that Controlled Drugs and Substances Act and the Narcotic Control Act and the National Defense Act. Now, as I said, as this bill went through committee, Madam Speaker, there were several concerns that were highlighted. In particular, the Canadian Police Association was a witness, and they had suggested 2 amendments calling for the parole board to retain limited flexibility and discretion to conduct investigations and to ensure that the small number of applications from habitual offenders are vetted, and that would ensure, as they said, that these individuals do not take advantage of a process that is clearly not intended for their case. And that was an important amendment that was put forward by the Canadian Police Association. They also talked about restoring the parole board's power to make inquiries to determine the applicant's conduct since the date of the conviction. And that is an important aspect of what was requested, Madam Speaker, because oftentimes the behavior and conduct of an individual can change quite rapidly, and what was once a simple possession could manifest itself into other areas of criminal activity. And the parole board, in the view of not just the Police Association, but certainly our members on our side, needed to have that discretion and that information available to them to determine further penalties or justification if required. And so some of the notable amendments that were introduced to this bill, Madam Speaker, this one did pass, which allows for individuals to apply for a record suspension under the legislation, even with outstanding fines, and this would add a financial burden due to loss of income. It also sets an unwanted precedent about the seriousness of the payment of the fines. One that was defeated, that was put forward by our colleagues on this side of the House, the Conservative side, which allows for record suspension applications to be made through an online portal. With technology the way it is today, Madam Speaker, everything is moving to the digital age, and we felt that it was important to do that. So in wrapping up, Madam Speaker, we're going to support this at this stage and support the legislation with some trepidation and some concern to make sure, Madam Speaker, that those who are able to will be able to get what they need. Those Canadians with minor offenses will be able to get what they need out of this legislation, and I appreciate the time to speak about it today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bourg-du-Roi-Chambly. Thank you. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. There was a point that was raised in committee, and I understand that the Conservatives are opposed to legalization. They have their reasons for that. I don't necessarily agree, but I do understand. That being said, something that we agree with them upon, at least my colleagues on the Public Safety Committee, is that we talked a lot about an automatic mechanism. So in the current state of affairs with C-93 and the record suspension system, the onus is on the citizens. Now, normally that is logical. It's up to them to pay fees and keep their documents in order because that's not up to the federal government. It has to do with obtaining certain things. But in this situation, when we're talking about setting the record straight for something that is now legal. It's rather unfair. His colleague from Yellowhead gave the example in San Francisco, where they put in place this intelligence system, where everything is automatically swept away. So shouldn't the federal government put in place a mechanism to make the system automatic so that people don't have to run around looking for documents that are currently mismanaged? Thank you.
For Barry Innisfil.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm tied up here, but I do appreciate. Je veux remercier la question.
I'd like to thank my colleague for his question.
We can disagree on the legalization of marijuana, but what we are going to agree on is the fact that this won't be recriminalized. I can tell the honourable member with some certainty and a great deal of respect that I have for my colleague from Yellowhead, especially given his prior experience as a member of the Royal Canadian Mounted Police, that if he suggested it, that it was a very good idea because of that experience. Now, I didn't sit in on those committee meetings, and I'm not privy to speaking specifically on that issue, but I will tell you if the member from Yellowhead did in fact suggest that, then it would have been a good idea to put in as an amendment into the legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Then comments? The honourable member for Malpeque? Oh, no. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And what I want to pick up on is the fact that we hear from the opposition benches in regards to here we are with 18 days or 17 days left to go. And virtually from day one, when this government introduced Bill 2, giving a tax break to Canada's middle class, putting that extra tax on the 1% wealthiest, to today where we're now debating Bill C-93, legislation that's going to have a profoundly positive impact on Canadians. And my question is, would he not agree that it doesn't matter the number of days that are left to sit, that if we are afforded the opportunity to do good work for Canadians by passing legislation that is going to make a difference in their life, that in fact we should all be supportive and encouraging that to take place?
The honourable member for Barrie Innisfil.
I think none of us are going to argue, Madam Speaker, that we shouldn't be encouraging and supporting legislation to move forward. What's important in this House of democracy, is that every member have an opportunity to speak on this legislation. And as I said during my speech, there is an interest in this in my riding, and there is an interest in my support of this piece of legislation because of the fact that I've dealt with members of my community who have simple possession records, and it's disqualifying them from certain things, Madam Speaker. And I've actually, as their member of Parliament, have helped them to work through the system and to help them get what they need in order to be able to cross the border, for example, or not be handcuffed in employment opportunities where criminal background checks are required. So I, for one, am thankful as the Member of Parliament for Barrie Innisfil that I get to stand in this place and speak to not just my constituents about this issue and show my support for this, as I stated, but that I am given this opportunity to do that. And I don't think that there are members in this House who should be not given the opportunity if they feel they should speak on this issue. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased to rise on C-93. But before I do, I want to congratulate all my fellow Albertans celebrating Carbon Tax Freedom Day today. And I want to thank the new provincial government in Alberta for keeping their promise, which is something my friends across the way don't know. Maybe they can wait for the translation, but keeping their campaign promise to repeal this bill. I also want to take this opportunity to wish our new Premier Jason Kenney, a happy birthday. Now, C-93, as we heard out today, is an act basically to provide no-cost expedited record suspensions for those who have been or received a criminal record for pot possession. Now, it makes changes to the pardon process to waive the fees for past pot possession convictions. It will assist Canadians who are criminalized for the act possession of pot that is now legal and waive the usual wait time, and also amend other acts. Now, we generally support this bill, but I have to agree with my colleague from the riding of Victoria, and it is a dad joke when he called it half-baked, but I do have to agree with that. We will support the bill. It's not perfect, but it is a step forward, and I'm sure when the Conservatives are back in power, we will take the time to fix the weaknesses of the bill. Now, Conservatives in committee put through several valid amendments that I'll discuss here. First one, we put forward an amendment to allow for record suspension applications to be made through an online portal to make it easier and more cost-effective for Canadians to apply. Unfortunately, that got voted down by the Liberals. We put through an amendment to allow for applicants whose records have been destroyed to sign an affidavit explaining their circumstances and swearing that they are eligible, and that this will bring procedural fairness, which was criticized by several witnesses. Now, it was originally passed at committee and then unfortunately deleted by the Liberals at a later stage. We put through an amendment to reinstate the Parole Board's power to cause inquiries to be made to determine the applicant's conduct since the date of conviction, fortunately defeated by the Liberals. Also to put through their Parole Board's power to cause inquiries to make respect any factors they may consider in determining whether ordering the record suspension would bring the administration of justice into disrepute, also defeated by the Liberals in committee. And then finally, they required that the Parole Board to include in its annual report a review of the success rate of this legislation and the associated costs. And this actually got approved. Now, the Canadian Police Association have put through an amendment that we hope the Liberals will consider. Now, this is our police out there in the streets day by day. They're asking that the Parole Board retain limited flexibility and discretion to conduct investigations and to ensure that the small number of applications from habitual offenders, not all, habitual offenders, is vetted. This will ensure that these individuals do not take advantage of a process that is clearly not intended for their case. Now, there are some fiscal implications of this bill. Now, the Department of Public Safety and the Minister of Public Safety figures it's around $2 million. They haven't done any fulsome studies, but he guesses it's around $2 million. Now, it's funny timing that he would say that basically the time that their Senate has forced through C-81, the new backdoor gun registry bill. Now, I want people to think back to the Liberal government years ago in Allen Rock when they said the gun registration would only be, you guessed it, $2 million. Well, it ended up well over $1 billion, ended up costing Canadian taxpayers about $1.3 billion. Of course, with this massive spending oversight, what did the Liberal government do? Well, much like they do today for all their other mistakes and errors and incompetence, they blame someone else. They blame the provinces and they blame the gun owners themselves. Timo Denis e Donna Ferentis, beware of Greeks bearing gifts. While I say cavis liberalis promissum duo decis pretium, beware of Liberals promising just $2 million cuts or $2 million costs. Now, the government apparently has not done a proper study on the costs or times. The fee previously was $631, which I understand had been moved up previously to $212, but on advice of the bureaucrats who said that was the general cost of arranging the suspension. Now the government is saying it expects it to be $250. Where did $250 to the penny come from? We don't know because they haven't done their homework on it. It's currently 5 to 10 years to get the suspension done. But the public safety minister said he couldn't offer a timeline to when that will actually happen. He says the critical point is not the cost or the actual timeline to help Canadians, it's actually getting this bill tabled. Not the actual results helping Canadians, but the announcement of getting this bill tabled. So I have to ask, why now? Government has also said this is a fundamental transformation. So if it's critical and a fundamental transformation, I have to ask, why did they wait to the final 3 weeks to put this bill through? Obviously, it's been rushed through for political reasons. Now, I looked at their department plans, and remember, these are the plans that the minister signs and is tabled in the House. This is not just nominal propaganda. These are actual documents tabled in the House showing the government's plans for their department. So they say the percentage of record suspensions, this is their goal for this year, their target, the percentage of record suspensions are processed within an established time frame of 95%. So 95% of the time they say within their established time frame. But the minister Public Safety says there is no time frame, and we don't know. So I have to ask, why would they commit to a target of 95%, table these numbers in the House, and at the same time tell Canadians we don't know when we're going to help? I don't know if they haven't got a clue, or they don't know what they're doing with their departmental plans, or they're just being disingenuous at the time. Now, also in those departmental plans for 2018-2019, for the parole board, they show going out 3 years when you factor in just a 2% inflation, they are cutting 8.6% of the parole board spending. Now, this is in the parole board's departmental plans. These are actual plans submitted in the House for the long-range forecast. They show they're cutting 8.6% of parole board funding. Now, when our member from Yellowhead in committee submitted an amendment suggesting that the people be able to apply online for this, they were told by the parole board officials that they couldn't offer it because of technical limitations. Apparently, they don't have enough money to develop the technology. But at the same time, we're going to allow this new process, which will allow up to 250,000 ballpark Canadians apply for this. And yet, when you look at the parole board's departmental plans, which also require to show labor going forward, they haven't added a single body from the 2016-2017 actual year. From last year to next year, 5 bodies. So we're going to process perhaps up to 250,000 of these suspensions with no extra labor. I have to ask, why do they think they can do all this extra work without providing the extra bodies and at the same time cutting 8.6% from the parole board budget going forward? I have to ask if this is critical, as the minister says, and again, not the results, but getting it tabled. If it's so critical, if it's so transformational, why have they not provided long-term funding? Why have they not provided for it in the departmental plans? It's actually not even mentioned in the Public Safety Minister's own departmental plan about this. And remember, the unjust criminalization of same-sex activities, also all those pardons will also be going through at the same time, and yet with no extra bodies. Now, this is right from the parole board's department plan, signed off by the Minister of Public Safety. It says the volume of applications forecasted to be received over this year and next year is remaining the same. So we have all of the ones from the unjust criminalization of those in same-sex activities all these years ago, and potentially 250,000 new Canadians who can receive a pardon for the proposition. Government's provided no extra resources, no extra staff, and they've actually said there's not going to be any increase in applications over the previous year. So again, I have to wonder with this government just how seriously they are taking this. They say it's transformational, it's critical, but like so many other things, they leave to the last second and rush through. Are they pushing it through solely for push their political agenda and for political reasons? I think the evidence shows it is. If they actually really cared about Canadians, they would have tabled this legislation at the same time they legalized pot. They would have taken the time to perhaps consider the NDP issue, or our issues, or the other amendments put through by our party, the NDP, or law enforcement members themselves. So while we support this bill, it's another example of lazy legislation by this government. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. I disagree with the member across the way. That should come as no surprise, I'm sure. I think that when we take a look at this legislation, much like many other pieces of legislation that this government has been introducing virtually from day one, it is yet another piece of legislation that fulfills a campaign commitment that the Liberal Party made in the 2015 election. I guess where we differ a little bit from the Conservative Party is that we believe, whether it's day one of the mandate, Madam Speaker, where we brought in Bill C-2, which gave to Canada's middle class a tax break, while at the same time putting a special tax on Canada's 1% wealthiest, to the very bill that we have today, 93, which is allowing for a pardon of those individuals with simple possession of cannabis. These are all good, solid, sound pieces of legislation. And my question, and I'm grateful, the member is actually supporting this legislation, I understand. The question is very shortly, Madam Speaker, is would the member not agree that we should continue to look at ways in which we can pass legislation for every day that we sit, that because we're in the last 10, 15 days, that we don't have to stop passing legislation?
Yeah, that's a good question.
The honourable member for Edmonton West.
From Winnipeg North for the question. Yes, everyone in this House supports legislation that's going to help Canadians. But the reality here, this is another piece of legislation thrown together, pushed through at the last second without proper consultation. The very fact that their own minister did not mention it once in the parole board departmental plan, and the very fact it's not mentioned in his own departmental plan that the minister signed off on. The very fact there's not one extra penny of resources for this and no extra bodies for the parole board to deliver the services to Canadians prove that once again this government is all about getting an A for announcement but a D for delivery.
Comments? The honourable member, l'honorable député de Belle.
The honourable member for Belleuil-Chambly. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
My colleagues talking about the lack of planning that there seems to have been at the parole board, and the fact is it's interesting because one of the things that we saw in committee from both the minister and the officials was basically them acknowledging that they didn't want to do more because it would be too much work. So when he talks about the numbers not anticipating an increase in requests for record suspensions, it's true. I mean, if you look at C-66, which had an application-based process for expungement for the historical injustice done to LGBTQ Canadians, that process has only been taken advantage of by 7 people, Madam Speaker. So how are we to believe that the most marginalized Canadians, those whom the bill purports to help, are going to be able to acquire the documents they need and go through the other parts of the process? Because at the end of the day, the government might be waiving the fee and saying, oh, it's great, it's expedited, but ultimately, these are individuals that get taken advantage of by bad actors that are out there offering bad advice for thousands of dollars, saying they're consultants and things of that nature. And so with the whole system being backwards and broken as it is, does my colleague not agree that had they at least made it automatic, not to mention the fact that we believe expungement would have been the best course of action, as did all the witnesses at committee, but does he not believe that at least making it automatic would have at least gone a ways to making this whole process work better, even if it did require just a little bit more effort on these individuals at the parole board and the minister himself?
Right here. The honourable member for Edmonton West.
I want to thank my colleague for the question. He brought us some great points. The automatic one is one put forward by my colleague from Yellowhead, who's had a distinguished career in law enforcement, so I believe that's something the government should look at. Mind you, this is the same government that so bungled the Phoenix pay system. I worry about what system they would put forward. But it brings forward a good question about not being prepared. And I want to go back to the departmental plan. And this is important. Again, this is signed off by the Minister of Public Safety. And this is the very first item as their target in the parole board. And we're talking about delivering suspended or the suspensions to Canadians. Their number one target, the percentage of record suspensions or pardon decisions that are not revoked. So they've got that at 95%. So on one hand, they're saying they want to help Canadians revoke suspensions, but in their own plan, their own marching orders to their department, the Liberals have put they want 95% of suspensions not approved. It just shows, again, this government has no clue what it's doing, and for Canadians, October cannot come soon enough.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. It certainly is a pleasure for me to rise and to be able to speak on C-93 this afternoon. You know, C-93 is a result of a...
I'm sorry, I didn't notice that there was another name up there, so it's my fault. So if the member can hold on to his thoughts, I would actually recognize another member from a different party at this point. Thank you. Sorry about that. Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I apologize to my colleague. I'll try to be brief so that he can also have time to express himself in this debate today. I'm very pleased to be able to speak on behalf of my constituents in Sherbrooke on Bill C-93 and more broadly on the subject of cannabis legalization, and also of the importance of ensuring that people who are convicted of simple possession are able to wipe that from their criminal record. I think everyone agrees that once marijuana is legalized, we need to ensure that there is no persistent injustice. In other words, people being stuck with criminal records for that. I'm sure everyone has had conversations with constituents or people who have criminal records, and everyone understands the barriers that criminal records create for those Canadians. Of course, there should be consequences for people who violate the criminal code, and it is important that there are consequences. But in cases such as what we're talking about here, where there's a product that used to be illegal but is now legal, I think that we need to ensure that those people don't face daily barriers as a result of that. I think everyone agrees on that principle. Now the question is, how do we actually implement this? And that's where we disagree with the government's approach. At a number of times throughout history, the Government of Canada has tried to deal with things like this, and sometimes it has taken different approaches to rectify injustices. At the NDP, we think that the way of rectifying the injustice in the case of these criminal records is to actually expunge the criminal records. And that has been done in other cases where people recognized that the certain provisions in the criminal code simply didn't make any more sense anymore. And there, people decided that there should be expungement. In other words, a complete eradication of the conviction. It would be as though the crime was never committed, because people recognize that the crime is actually not recognized as a crime today and is actually an entirely legal practice. So the Liberal government's approach with C-93 is very different from our approach. The government decided to move towards suspension of criminal records. And suspension is very different from expungement. It has a very different effect. So the government has decided to suspend criminal records for people who were convicted of simple possession of marijuana. But for us, suspension is not good enough. We think it's an approach that won't work well and that will not really do justice to people affected. I think it shows a lack of vision on the government's part. As my colleague said earlier, the government decided to do the bare minimum. The minister himself said that expulsion or even automatic suspension would be too complicated. So clearly, the Liberal government didn't aim high enough here. They should have aimed to really rectify this injustice even before we ended up in the final days of this Parliament. They could have decided to introduce this legislation at the same time as they legalized marijuana, either in the same bill or through a parallel process, because they really go hand in hand. Legalization should be accompanied by some form of pardon, either suspension or, as I said earlier, ideally expungement. Those two concepts should have been introduced at the same time in order to show how important it is. So clearly the government missed the boat, and they were forced to do whatever they could at the last minute in order to meet the expectations of the many constituents and voters who were affected by this issue. And I met with a number of them in Sherbrooke just a few weeks ago. I met with someone who was concerned by this issue, who was personally affected by it, and who was disappointed by the Liberal government's approach here. They are presenting the idea of simple suspension, whereas my colleague, the member for Victoria, had brought forward a different bill that would have allowed for expungement. It would have been easy to adopt, but the government decided to follow the path of doing the bare minimum. And I think that shows a lack of vision and a lack of ambition. Someone said it's better than nothing, but it's also, I hope that in Parliament we can do more than the bare minimum. We want to make things as good as possible, not just do, quote unquote, better than nothing. I think that Canadians expect more from us. And given the testimony that we heard in committee, I think that a lot of people are going to be very disappointed by the government's approach. Witnesses came to committee, we saw the evidence, but the Liberals kept their heads down and moved forward on this same path. So it's very disappointing. And I regret to say that I'm going to be opposing this bill today because this is not the solution that we wanted. The Liberal government with this bill will really continue to marginalize people who have a criminal record. We recognize that the bill makes the pardons free, but there are people who may not have the means to go through this process. As I said earlier, the government decided not to make this an automatic process, so people will still have to go through the procedure of sending in an application, possibly providing biometric data to meet the requirements of the suspension. And so clearly some marginalized people won't be able to do this. And some of them aren't even aware that this is something that they can do. Not everyone reads the newspaper every morning, and some of these people might not know that this is an option. If the government really wanted to be serious about legalizing marijuana, they should have made the suspensions automatic, at the very least. And we would have preferred, as I said, full expungement of criminal records. So I am very disappointed, Madam Speaker. I expected more. I thought that there would be a real attempt from the government to correct this injustice. There are still going to be people, even after C-93, who will be facing obstacles and barriers that come with a criminal record, even though the crime that they committed is now recognized as being normal and legal. So clearly, this is a flagrant injustice. And this injustice will persist because the government didn't choose the right approach here. There are people, including ones that I met in Sherbrooke, who will still be in a very precarious situation and who could have really benefited from some help from the government. But they've been left by the wayside and they're going to remain marginalized. So, Madam Speaker, I see that my time is running out. I just wanted to be able to add my voice to this debate and explain why I'm going to be opposing this bill today, because clearly it represents a poor decision on the government's part, and it's not going in the right direction. It's a real disappointment for me and my constituents. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. But going back to 2015, we heard the debate on the cannabis issue, and I was surprised when I heard the leader of the NDP, and I imagine the member campaigning on it as well, which was decriminalization.
Yep.
And we would be in a much worse situation than we are now. We wouldn't even be addressing these issues of pardons and pardons versus expungement and that sort of thing. And I was wondering if you could go back to 2015 and explain why he supported that, but at the same time is criticizing the government's approach on this particular bill.
The honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm not sure why my colleague wants to reopen a debate from 2015 when it's 2019 now and the situation has changed a lot. You know, I'm commenting on C93 here, and it's my role as a parliamentarian to express my opinion on the bills that come before the House. This is what we're dealing with today, C93, which is a step in the wrong direction. I think we have to say that today. This is a mistake. The debate has changed a lot since 2015. The government has legalized marijuana, and so it needs to ensure that there is some process for pardons. So I don't know why my colleague wants to remain in the past and reopen old debates. We had hours and hours of debate about legalizing marijuana in this House, and I don't know why he wants to go back to that when we're talking about C93 here. Members from all parties have already expressed themselves about that debate in 2015. And, you know, we've studied the issue. So if he wants to reopen that debate, he can look at the old recordings on CPAC.
Edmonton Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague. He always speaks so eloquently and so pragmatically in this place, and it's admirable. Madam Speaker, I'm told that an Indigenous person in Regina is 9 times more likely to have a record for cannabis possession, 9 times more than non-Indigenous. In Vancouver, 7 times more than a non-Indigenous person. And my colleague, the member for Victoria, has called that constructive discrimination. Madam Speaker, even us, even we in this place as members of Parliament, when we go to seek an apartment in this place, have to sign in the dotted line that whether we have a criminal conviction. For heaven's sakes, imagine what some of our interns must face. I mean, there are tens of thousands of Canadians who have a criminal record for possession of small amounts of marijuana. The government's argument is that, well, it's against Human Rights Act to discriminate if you have a pardon. This is balderdash. I mean, bad enough this government is requiring everybody to apply for a pardon, and then they're going to have to hire a lawyer if they are denied access to volunteer for the Boys and Girls Club, or to go across the border, or to even get an apartment, because they have to honestly say still, even though you have a record suspension, yes, I've had a criminal conviction, oh, but I got a pardon. So, Madam Speaker, I wonder if my colleague could speak to that. Here we are late in the day, a year after this is the law, and they're simply going to make people apply for a pardon, which is close to valueless.
L'honorable député de Sherbrooke.
Honourable member for Sherbrooke. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And that's really the heart of the issue. The government made this fatal error with C93, which is choosing to favor non-automatic suspension. So there are vulnerable and marginalized people, indeed, who are likely to be effective. In fact, marginalized people are 9 times more likely to be arrested for these types of behaviors than non-marginalized people, whereas, you know, this behavior might be completely ignored if other people did it. So if we're talking about Indigenous or Métis people, they're much more likely to be arrested for the same behavior. So, Madam Speaker, today marginalized people don't necessarily have the means to go through this process of doing the application, providing biometric data, and doing all the paperwork, perhaps even working with consultants or lawyers who will charge them a lot of money. They simply don't have the means of doing that. And they deserve automatic record suspension at the very least. But the government is refusing to do that, unfortunately.
Resuming debate, I'll recognize again the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
I'm very happy you realize your mistake, Madam Speaker. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. You know, I don't rise often in the House to speak, but C-93 is a very interesting piece of legislation, and I think in all honesty, I think that the C-93 came as a result of good intentions. I think the government saw a problem that they had created because of some previous legislation, and they said, "Oh, gee, we have to fix that." But you know, we should go back to the original issue. The original issue is that they rushed a piece of legislation way too quick. They tried so desperately to meet deadlines that they self-imposed deadlines that they really shouldn't have made. They made promises that, in all honesty, they realized they couldn't keep. And then to try to keep that promise, they crafted some very poor legislation. And of course, I'm talking about the bill that legalized marijuana. Now, you know, marijuana is, like some of my colleagues have said, the jury's still out. I don't feel the jury's out, but some people would say that the jury is still out whether marijuana is a gateway drug or not. I have some personal experiences in my family that I would argue marijuana certainly is a gateway drug, and the legalization of marijuana, I think, we're not seeing the full ramifications. And you know, the reason that we have C-90, the reason we're discussing C-93 right now, this afternoon, is because it's just that the government is trying to come up with a quick fix for some flawed legislation to legalize marijuana. And, you know, the end result is a brand new category of record suspensions which cannot be easily revoked and can be granted automatically without any insight into the individual's history. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, if a person got charged with possession of marijuana, if you get charged once, like, you know, the poor innocent teenager that gets caught with, you know, smoking marijuana and has a charge, I'm 100% with, you know, striking that off his record. However, the person who repeatedly is charged, or the person who bargains down and gets that charge, maybe he's pushing marijuana, maybe he was selling marijuana, but he gets his charge reduced to simple possession, I don't think that that person should be automatically granted a pardon. So the good thing is that there's an election in October. Now, what's going to happen, hopefully, in the election in October, there'll be a change in government. And some of the flaws that we have with C-45 and with C-93, the new government will be able to address. Hopefully, we will, the Conservatives will form that new government, and we will bring some common sense, some pragmatic ideas on how to deal with this unfortunate happening. In essence, we support the expedited pardons, Madam Speaker. We think it's a good idea. Now, there's a little bit of good news in this legislation. I understand, I'm not part of the committee, but I understand that while the Liberals did not accept all of our amendments, 2 were accepted, which helped to improve the bill's procedural fairness and require the parole board to include a review of this program in the annual report, which, if we are elected next year in October, if there is any justice, we will be elected in October, and we will be able to review this, because after a year, this is subject to review. So, Madam Speaker, everyone makes mistakes. We realize that the government made a mistake when they legalized marijuana, but we are supposed to learn from our mistakes. We try to teach our children to learn from our mistakes. We should learn from our own mistakes. And, you know, with this, Unfortunately, the Prime Minister, in his rush to meet self-imposed political deadlines, failed to adequately address the many concerns of municipalities, law enforcement, employers, scientists, and doctors about this cannabis legislation. And, Madam Speaker, I'm here to tell you, in my riding of Stormont, Dundas, and South Glengarry, we are feeling the ramifications of this legalized marijuana. I have police officers stop me and say, "Gee, we don't know what to do with this. You know, we're not sure we're not sure about the equipment that they give us to test these folks, whether they're, whether if they're impaired or whatever." The same with employers. Employers are shaking their heads and they're saying, "How are we going to deal with this terrible legalization of marijuana?" People are going, I understand, that's what they're telling me, people are going out during their break and smoking up and coming back to work. Well, if you're an employer, it's legal, so what does an employer do? But people are very, very confused about this. So now what do? We add to the problem with C-93. I think if we'd have taken our time, if the government would have taken our time and not had this self-imposed deadline at all costs, and would have done C-45 correctly, because the police officers and the employers and all the labor unions, everybody was telling us how to do C-45 properly. There was a lot of input. No, they had to get it done. Now we're trying to fix the problem with C-93. C-93 has got, like I said, it's well intended and it's got some good features. We agree that the person who is, just had one charge or something should not have that on his record, and we would like to facilitate removing it. Now, from what the fellows tell me, that the people that were on committee, the members of Parliament that were on committee, I'm just going to tell you, I can't understand why the government wouldn't listen to this suggestion. Here's a suggestion for an amendment that was made on behalf of the Canadian Police Association. I think this is a reasonable suggestion for improvement. And this is what it's calling for the parole board to retain limited flexibility and discretion to conduct investigations and to ensure that the small number of applications from habitual offenders is vetted. This would ensure that these individuals do not take advantage of a process that is clearly not intended for their case. Madam Speaker, the Canadian Police Association deals with this issue day in and day out. They have the experience. We should be listening to them. That was a wonderful amendment. And guess what? For whatever reason, and I wish somebody from the government side will explain why they have no intention of having that amendment in the legislation. That is so reasonable and so helpful, and yet it was proposed and it was defeated at a committee where the Liberals have the majority. We made some other amendments that I understand were also rejected. One of them was to restore the power to make inquiries to determine the applicant's conduct since the date of conviction. So let's say if a young person made a mistake when they were 15 and they haven't had a problem since, then I could understand that we give them a pardon, we give that person a pardon very, very easily. But what if that person has had a terrible, terrible record of breaking and entering and selling marijuana, all these other kinds of things? Are we still going to give that individual a pardon? Under this proposed legislation, we won't have any choice, because the government would not agree to this amendment. So the bottom line is, Madam Speaker, I think, and I agree, I'll be supporting this legislation, but it's not the way it should be. The truth of the matter is, if the government would have still taken their time, why did we get this piece of legislation in this House at the last minute? You know why, Madam Speaker? Because the government was too busy, other priorities that didn't seem to matter. And now all of a sudden they want to ram this through at the last minute, and I don't think that's the way that this place should operate. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. It's interesting to hear legalization of cannabis referred to as a mistake and that we need to learn from it. But we've been assured by the Conservatives that they would never recriminalize it, that they wouldn't do that. I'm curious about his mention of cannabis as a gateway drug. And that's interesting, and we've heard this before. The World Health Organization has come out with a study, and it talked about the most dangerous drug in the world, and alcohol. Alcohol being the most dangerous drug. And I was wondering what the honourable member would do. He talks about wanting to form government, what his government would do to crack down on alcohol, this evil gateway drug, or tobacco, or anything else. Prohibition clearly didn't work under the previous Stephen Harper government in cannabis, or any government before that. Will it work on anything else he wants to bring forward?
The honourable member for Glengarry, just to make sure, I just want to make sure I get that right. It's Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. The member opposite says that I'm opposed to, that I said that the legislation was a mistake. I want to clarify on the record. Not the I didn't say the legislation was a mistake. I said the way your government, the way the government rolled that legislation out was a horrible mistake, because they did it way too quick, and they didn't listen to any advice from any organization across Canada, across the whole country. That's why we have this problem. They're trying to work on the margins to save this problem. And you know about gateway drugs, he only has to have one person in his family as a result of getting involved with marijuana and then going on to more serious drugs. Then he'll realize how much of a gateway drug it is. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Madam Speaker, and it keeps coming back. The honourable member keeps coming back to this being rushed through, this 3-year process of being rushed through. And I know the honourable minister went through significant consultations. He being the parliamentary secretary at that time, coming to my region, coming to the Niagara region, meeting with municipal officials, meeting with public safety advocates, meeting with first responders, going to meet with senior leadership at the Niagara Regional Police, meeting with everyone throughout the community, meeting with the school boards. And this happened across the country. And it took 3 years. I know the Conservatives never wanted to see this happen, but come on, Madam Speaker, really? 3 years is being rushed through?
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
You just don't want me speaking in this House, Madam Speaker. You know, it's 3 years. 3 years. He says all this planning for 3 years. I've got the budget for parole board, not 5 cents to deal with this issue. If there was so much planning going on for the last 3 years, Madam Speaker, you think there would be at least a nickel or so put in the budget of the parole board to deal with this problem.
Questions and comments? And on a temps pour une brève question.
We have the time for a brief question. The honourable member for Mégantic-L'Érable. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Alcohol has been legal in Canada for many years. I have a question for people who are 16. I asked them if they had had alcohol in the past year. I asked them about cannabis before it was legal. It was 5 or 6 who raised their hands. I think that having it illegal makes for people not consuming as much.
Merci.
Non, cette fois-ci. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton Strathcona. Elmwood Strathcona.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
You're welcome in Edmonton Strathcona.
If I were going to be confused with another MP, she would be the one. I'm rising today, Madam Speaker, to speak to the government's proposal to provide pardons for people who have convictions or criminal records for simple possession of marijuana accrued prior to the legalization of marijuana. That legislation, which legalized marijuana, was something that, again, we felt that the government probably could have done better overall, but that we did support ultimately, because we thought it was time to move on from the approach to marijuana that this country had had for a long time, and believed that making the product one that you could regulate and trying not to have situations where people's lives are being ruined over simple pot possession was a good thing overall, Madam Speaker. And so the question that comes up now is, what do you do with the over 400,000 Canadians who have records for simple possession, some of whom got those just prior to marijuana becoming legal, versus the people who now may have the same small amount of pot in their possession who don't have criminal records? And there's a question of fairness for those people who have records extant for something that now is completely legal and not a problem. And so we know that those criminal records present all sorts of barriers, Madam Speaker. They present barriers to people being able to access housing in some cases. They present barriers to people to be able to volunteer in their community and support local organizations that depend on those volunteers. They present barriers to travel, which can be important for employment purposes, Madam Speaker. And particularly, it presents a barrier to travel to the United States. It's been very clear that a question they may ask at the border is whether anybody has smoked marijuana. If the answer is yes, you may be turned away at the border. And in fact, not only can that be a problem for people who have a job that requires them to cross the border, Madam Speaker, but it can be a problem for people to get a job in the first place. And we know that criminal records, even for something like simple pot possession, have in fact been and are barriers to people getting employment. And so when we talk about wanting people to be able to get a job and support themselves, it doesn't make sense that they wouldn't be able to do that because they got caught with a gram or two of pot at some point in the 80s or the 90s, or even just a couple of years ago when it was still illegal. And so part of the idea behind this bill, I think, is to try and do away with that. The question is whether or not it uses all of the right tools at the government's disposal, and whether or not it's going to succeed, Madam Speaker. And this is where we think the government has seriously failed to adopt an approach that will get the job done. Not just get it done in the right way for the people affected, but also to get the job done in the way that's most efficient and cost-effective overall, Madam Speaker. So the means by which the government has proposed to try and reduce some of the burden of having that simple pot possession charge on people's record has been to expedite a pardon, or what's also sometimes referred to as a record suspension, Madam Speaker. There's a few problems with that. Number one is that we're talking about a lot of people, and we're talking about an offense that really is not very serious. So this approach requires that people initiate this process themselves, which means they have to know that it's available to them. Then they have to initiate it themselves, Madam Speaker. They may need legal advice along the way, which can be expensive and frankly out of reach for certain people, including some of the most marginalized people. And when we talk about people being affected by simple pot possession charges, I think we have to acknowledge that in many cases we're talking about some of the most marginalized people in the country, particularly racialized people. Because we know that statistics for conviction in the black community and indigenous communities, just for example, Madam Speaker, are far higher than they are in other communities and other racial groups within Canada. So we are talking about marginalized people, and this is a process that's going to require Canadians who have those pot possession charges to have the resources to be able to seek legal advice, particularly if they don't get a favorable decision in the first place, Madam Speaker. So it doesn't make sense from that point of view. What would have made more sense was an automated and automatic process so that people don't have to apply. They don't have to know that this is something that is available to them if they want it, but just for government to know that if somebody has one of those charges, that those no longer apply. The other problem with record suspensions, besides the cumbersome process, and I just on that point of cumbersome process, Madam Speaker, would add that the Standing Committee on Public Safety recently released a unanimous report So all parties agreed that the pardon process in Canada is needlessly convoluted, that it takes a long time and overall just isn't going well. So now we're talking about over 400,000 people in the country who have simple pot possession charges who may want to be accessing that system, adding further burden. And as the member from Edmonton West rightly pointed out, and he may ask me a question about this afterward, I don't know. If you go through the departmental plan and the budget, there's no additional resources being allocated for this projected increase in the demands for pardon. So it's needlessly cumbersome. It's going to take time. It requires these people to know about the option, to take the initiative themselves, maybe have to pay for legal advice. And at the end of the day, if they're asked pointedly, whether it's at the border or whether it's by an employer or somebody else, whether or not they have such a conviction, they still have to answer yes. Because although a pardon removes their charge from the most commonly used database, that charge still remains, that conviction, that record still remains in a number of other databases. That information may be shared with other countries. It may be shared in other ways between government agencies or police services. So there are still, there's still the possibility that existing record will be shared in some way, shape, or form that prevents people from traveling or gaining employment. So what my colleague from Victoria has rightly proposed as the alternative in his private member's bill is an expungement regime. And if you were to expunge the record, that means it's actually gone, Madam Speaker. It means that if somebody is asked whether they've ever been convicted for simple pot possession, they can truthfully say no, because that's the power of expungement. Just as in this place, certain things are sometimes stipulated. The House can deem, even though it's just after 4 o'clock, if the House deems that it's 8 o'clock and we adjourn, the House can do that. In the same way, an expungement essentially deems the offense never to have occurred, which is not true of a pardon. So if we truly want to make it the case that people who are guilty of simple pot possession don't have to worry ever again what that charge, whether it's from the 80s, 90s, or just a couple of years ago, means for the rest of their life, the way to do that is expungement, Madam Speaker. And it's frustrating that the government didn't choose that approach. It's still unclear to me why the government didn't choose to go down that road. I haven't heard a reason that I find compelling, frankly. And I'm not sure who gets the win in this either, to be honest. I don't know who benefits from having an expedited pardon regime that really only does half the job and presents real administrative challenges for the parole board versus expungement, which wouldn't produce those same challenges, which wouldn't require extra resources, and would actually do the job better for Canadians who are affected by convictions for simple pot possession. So if this option is cheaper, if it's more efficient, if it actually really gets the job done in a way that expedited pardons don't, I just don't understand why the government isn't interested in going down that road. And that's why it's very difficult for me to support this, because it doesn't do the job, it costs more money, and that just sounds like bad policy, Madam Speaker. I mean, when you say it out loud, I don't, unless I hear a compelling reason why expedited pardons are better than expungement, I don't know why we wouldn't do it that way. It's not for lack of forewarning. The NDP, right from go, when the government first introduced its legislation to legalize marijuana, has been bringing up many times the need to deal with all of those people who have existing convictions, who are now going to be in that position of, I think, fundamental unfairness, where somebody who did the exact same thing after the law passed doesn't have any problem. Canada has now said that this is legal and it's not a problem. You've got people that did it just a couple of years ago that are in trouble. So they knew that this was coming down the pipe. We asked for them to deal with it properly with the legalization package. They didn't. And I just wonder why it is that we need to do something that's going to cost more and be less effective for those who need it.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Guelph.
Madam Speaker, and thanks to the Honourable Member from across the way from Elmwood Transcona. The discussion we've had in previous debates in this House around expungement had to do with the complications that affect people who have records in the United States that go to cross the border if there isn't a matchup of paperwork and paper trail. If expungement took their records out of the system, there would be a disconnect between the legal records in Canada, the legal records in the United States. Could the honourable member comment on expungement for travellers going to the United States and how that might be a risk for them to have to get additional pardons to get across the border?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Yeah, I'm just going to take a moment to fully process that question. I mean, certainly, I would say that first of all, if we want to begin making the case for people not getting in trouble at the border, them not having a criminal record in Canada would be the right start. And then the proper approach would be to advocate to our counterparts in the United States to also delete that record, letting them know that it's now legal in Canada. These people are not, in the eyes of Canadian law, have not committed any crime, and then therefore shouldn't be in any U.S. database as having committed a crime in Canada. That was part of our frustration, not just around the USMCA negotiations, but other international negotiations between Canada and the United States, that this issue was not being brought up and that the Liberal government did not get any guarantee or any reassurance from the United States government that they wouldn't unfairly penalize Canadians either who have had a record or who have simply smoked pot and may be proven to have smoked pot in other ways. We think that the United States policy on this is completely unreasonable, and the answer isn't to try and cohere better with the unreasonable policy of the Americans. The answer is to have a clear, consistent policy that makes sense here, and then advocate for our American counterparts to reflect that. I think it's just a sign of the kind of attitude of contrition we so often get from Liberals when it comes to the United States.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Edmonton West.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his speech today. He is, like me, probably the only other person in the House actually reads the departmental plans, and I'm pretty sure the Minister of Public Safety doesn't read such plans. He commented about the lack of resources put forward to this. The minister figures about $2.5 million will be spent. That works out to about 2% of the eligible Canadians who can actually ask for a suspension. Does the member believe that perhaps they're just not taking it seriously, or perhaps they're going to make this process incredibly difficult for average Canadians? Why do you think they've only put aside enough or figured enough resources to help just 2% of the Canadians affected by their pot convictions?
The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, it is somewhat perplexing. I mean, and it's something that we've seen when it comes to other issues too, for instance, like pay equity, when they say, okay, well, we're going to move ahead with pay equity in the Federal Civil Service, finally, after being told many times that that was something they're actually required to do, but then there's no money for it in the budget. And so, I mean, one of the things is, if you really mean it, you're really going to do something, I think we know that means you have to resource it. And so it doesn't make sense not to have the money in the budget. And so then the concern that does raise is that you're going to see a backlog, that people who are entitled to this are not going to be able to get access to it. That is just as much an issue of justice as not being able to access it under the law. So it's great if the law changes, but if you don't make resource changes, if you don't resource things, then the rights you have under the law or possibilities that you have under the law aren't meaningful and they're not real. And of course, in these cases where resources are required, what's your ordinary Canadian going to do? Now, one of the ways that they could have proceeded with a mass expungement of records in a more efficient way where they needed less money was not to subject people to a process where they had to apply and go to the parole board, which we know already is overburdened. They could have done it automatically. And so doing it automatically would have been a way to do it a lot cheaper. Not only would that be okay from the point of view of allocating less resources now, but it just means overall that process would be cheaper for Canadians. That makes sense. Where you can save money, you should save money. This is a place where I believe that they could have, and they're not.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate.
The honourable member for Durham.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'm joining debate on Bill C-93 today, and the clock has been pushed out. I was originally supposed to speak some time ago, And as things happen often in the House, it gets delayed. So I'm delayed to my phone call with my friend Wolf Salkin, a 96-year-old veteran at Saint-Anne-de-Bellevue in Quebec. And so, Wolf, if you're watching, I'll be calling you after these remarks. Wolf would inspire all Canadians, Madam Speaker. He's 96, he helped liberate the Netherlands, and now he's an advocate for veterans and his comrades at Saint-Anne-de-Bellevue, which is a hospital I helped transfer to the Quebec government as minister. And the service is not living up to the standards we expected, and we're trying to work on Wolf's concern and solve that. So I'll be with you in a moment, Wolf. The only time I dealt with cannabis as a veterans minister was as a form of treatment for veterans. But on C93, we're looking at the expedited record suspension route for simple possession of cannabis, but it's actually an example of another fumbled element of the cannabis legalization from this government. You know, as they approach their election in the fall, that is literally the only signature issue that I think the Prime Minister can look to say, look, I kept my promise. But we've actually had to deal with the aftermath of a rushed and often ill-conceived timeline and consequential public policy moves with respect to his election promise. And this is an example. That's not to say, Madam Speaker, that we're going to turn back the clock when the Conservatives form government in the fall. Marijuana will remain legal, but we will try and address some of the public safety concerns, some of the concerns pediatricians, the Canadian Medical Association, and others have held. It may have come as some surprise to some of the Liberal MPs that weren't here in the last Parliament, but I and many MPs in the Conservative ranks, including my colleague from Kootenay, David Wilkes, a former RCMP officer, we supported the legalization step of decriminalization. So not a full legalization rushed in this fashion, but a ticketing approach to law enforcement, what the Liberals suggest is some big problem, but is actually not, Madam Speaker. In many ways, it was an unofficial way law enforcement was dealing with it while keeping the substance still a controlled drug and illegal, keeping our international treaties and things like that in line. So that was the approach many of us were advocating, because it was time to look at a new approach with respect to cannabis. Many of us recognize that. We didn't want to see serious criminal sanction on young people, but how can we also still talk about the public health risks associated with this drug? It's a more minor drug and less complications and harms from it than many others, but let's also not kid ourselves that there are public policy challenges, public health challenges from it. So I want to thank my former colleague David Wilkes and other people for a serious discussion on this. And so we're not going to turn back the clock. Our leader, the Conservative Party, has said that clearly, but we will try and address some of the concerns that have been raised from CBSA and border issue, from a public health and particularly youth. The impact of cannabis on the developing brain, Madam Speaker. I was a little disappointed personally as a father, as somebody that's actually delved into this issue for many years in this Parliament, that there was not any guidance with respect to an age of 18 and perhaps a higher age, Madam Speaker. So these are debates we should probably have, rather than the rushed approach, often misguided public policy we've seen with this government. I'm going to raise a few concerns I have with this bill, and it kind of shows, nothing shows the poor planning of this government than how many pieces of substantive legislation they have in our docket with literally less than 20 days of Parliament sitting. They now have us sitting literally till midnight every day to try and rush through things that they say are priorities, like C93, like child welfare for Indigenous Canadians, like a whole range of other bills. That shows they're not a priority, when after 4 years they're in the final weeks of Parliament. But the main public policy concerns I have is this actually creates a new category of record suspension, where there's a normal sort of pardon record suspension process, but this will accelerate and have a no cost for a certain provision. I don't think they've raised a public policy rationale for why that's done, particularly when they defeated my colleague and friend's bill from the NDP, the MP for Victoria, on expungement. there were a lot of Conservatives that voted for the NDP bill and wanted more of a discussion of expungement within the context of record suspension, Madam Speaker. Why? Because one of the major problems with the Liberals' rush on marijuana has been the border issue. Canadians may not realize, and this is acute in places like Windsor and British Columbia, if you are asked by an ICE agent, Immigration and Customs Enforcement from the United States, whether you smoke marijuana, you can be barred from entry to the United States. If you need to go to the United States for work, that hurts your economic liberty, that hurts your job prospects. This government, even with President Obama, the Prime Minister's bromance friend, as he's described it, couldn't get an assurance that ICE would take that one screening question off their list. That would have been a modest proposal, Madam Speaker. So in light of that, expungement is actually a superior route because record suspension is not recognized by the United States, Madam Speaker. So if we're talking about creating a special category, we should have a wider discussion of expungement because of the risks, because the U.S. would not agree. Now, maybe the Prime Minister brought it up with the Vice President today. He certainly didn't bring up a whole range of issues, but that's still a big miss because people could have their liberty impacted. The MP for Victoria put forward some very thoughtful proposals. He's a member that I think will be missed for that public policy input he has. A concern the Canadian Police Association has raised, which I think is very, very, very on point, is the fact that there's no ability to distinguish simple possession cases that were actually more serious cases that were pled down to simple possession. So if there's a criminal case where the Crown pled down a suspect to a simple possession charge, at the time the Crown did that, saying there will still be a criminal charge associated with this, there will still be the criminal record, therefore they're satisfied by pleading down, saving the judicial system money and that sort of thing. Well, we should probably try and pull those cases out of a one-size-fits-all approach to record suspension. Because I think a lot of us want to see either expungement or some sort of ability to recognize, look, marijuana is legal now, we shouldn't have someone who jobs prospects, other things are encumbered by a criminal record. But we should also say there are people that if the Crown could really only guarantee a conviction on simple possession, but this person was culpable or guilty of many other things potentially, and there was a plea deal, those are very different cases than the typical case of a young person or someone not causing any harm, not dealing, not doing any associated criminal acts, being caught for simple possession. But this rushed one-size-fits-all approach does not allow that to be distinguished from, and that's what the Canadian Police Association has raised as serious concerns. But as we are in the final days of Parliament, the Liberals crushed the expungement ability for my colleague from Victoria's bill to get to committee, where we've really not had a serious discussion of the issues underlying expungement, record suspension, and really why the government seems to suggest expungement is open for other former crimes from the past, and we're really glad to see some of the past violations for sexuality and things like that removed and expunged. That's good. But we should also have a debate on why that route wasn't chosen in this case, because of the impacts on their ability to travel to the United States. So until the government deals with that issue bilaterally with the United States, that will remain something that Canadians should be very concerned about. A final few words, Madam Speaker, about the rush here. The Canadian Medical Association, physicians, pediatricians, the provinces themselves, law enforcement have all asked at various times in the government's marijuana agenda for input and slowing down the process. After 100 years of one way, we should make sure we get the balance right. I can assure Canadians of one thing, Madam Speaker. We will try and get the balance right when the Conservatives are on that side of the floor in the fall. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for St. Catharines.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable member for his speech. And we've heard a few Conservative members talking about the rush on C-45. And it's 3 years, Madam Speaker, from the time of election and commitment and consultations across the country, including in my own community in Niagara, which is 4 ridings. And we heard from mayors, we heard from fire chiefs, heard from the police chief and senior officials at the police station in Niagara Falls. We had a meeting there. We met with the District School Board of Niagara. We met with Public Health. And that was just one consultation in Niagara. And I know the Honourable Minister did that across the country. And so how can the Honourable Member stand there and call Bill C-45 a rush after 3 years? It sounds like after 100 years of prohibition, they'd like to wait another 100 more for this change to happen. So if he could explain how 3 years is a rush, I'd like to hear it.
The member for Durham.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the comment from the member from St. Catharines because it allows us to remember what his leader said when he was running for office. Now remember, most of the things they promised have since been broken or stepped away from by the government. A critical one is actually that he said he was going to respect provincial autonomy and respect the provinces. In fact, in this area, Madam Speaker, several provinces asked the Prime Minister to slow down. So collaborative federalism, which that Prime Minister promised in opposition, was not respected, whether it came to the carbon tax or whether it came to marijuana. I believe both the provinces of Manitoba and I think Ontario, Madam Speaker, when a premier asks, because they were putting the retail structure in place, now we have huge shortages, there's not enough supply and demand, no one was ready. We had communities, probably his, saying we don't want retail stores. There was municipal, provincial, so they just said slow down. But there was no collaborative federalism as promised. The sunny ways has turned to my way or the highway. And that member knows that. He's probably at times thought about joining the Liberal Ethical Caucus over in that corner, Madam Speaker, who have not liked the way the Prime Minister has conducted himself in terms of all issues. So if a province, one of our partners in Confederation, asks on a critical piece of public health and public safety to slow down a bit, the Prime Minister should respect that. This one did not.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Guelph.
The honourable member across the way, also the member from St. Catharines, for pointing out the consultations that happened on C-45, which isn't exactly the legislation we're debating, but I can also echo that we had consultations in Guelph, in Wellington, in Kitchener-Waterloo. The Waterloo Regional Police Force was there. So there was a lot of work that went into the legislation, and now we're talking about how do we make it fair for people that were convicted under previous crime. And the idea of an expungement, the honourable member across the way from the NDP, when I asked the question of expungement when people are going to the States where there's an existing criminal record on file, if we remove the file in Canada, there'd be a disconnect between the two countries. And his answer was that we should go to an expungement regime in the United States as if we could enforce that from Canada. Would the honourable member across the way maybe comment on the idea of expungement and the negative effects that it would have on Canadians traveling to the United States, in which the regime there not only doesn't have expungement, but also considers this a crime in their country?
Our member for Durham has 1 minute to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I think the member from Guelph should actually, he's highlighting why we need a proper debate instead of the Liberal whip saying no to the MP from Victoria. Actually, expungement is the superior process. It's the record suspension that is not recognized in the United States, particularly because this government provided information sharing at an unparalleled level with the United States. Entry and exit information, the ability for U.S. customs officials to search Canadians on Canadian soil, unprecedented powers given to the United States by Canada. What did we get in return? Nothing, Madam Speaker. Nothing. It's been a one-way relationship between the United States and this Prime Minister, whether with Obama or Trump, Madam Speaker. So we should be looking to make sure the simplest route, and I'd say that to the member from Guelph, tell the Public Safety Minister, the simplest route is to get Immigration and Customs in the United States to take the marijuana screening questions out of the border questions. They couldn't even get that assurance, Madam Speaker. So do we think they'll get the U.S. to respect modernizing the Safe Third Country Agreement? We can't get anything done under this government.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. L'honorable député de Lévis.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Lobinière. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm pleased today to participate in the debate on Bill C-93 concerning record suspensions for simple possession of marijuana. I'd like to draw particular attention to the word suspension here and to the effect that suspensions might have when you cross the border. Madam Speaker, I believe that if American border agents ask you questions at the border and they look into the file of a Canadian where it says criminal record suspension for marijuana, well, then I wonder what value that has compared to expungement. As you know, Madam Speaker, many Canadians have a criminal record, and that prevents them from traveling to the U.S. Perhaps for that reason, there's a strong lobby that asked the Liberal government, and of course we're only 3 weeks away from the end of the session here, but they asked the government to have that suspension. But I'm really not sure that this is really going to give more freedom and services to Canadians outside the country. I'd like to come back to Bill C-45, which led us to this bill today, C-93. I still wonder today why there was so much urgency during the 42nd Parliament to legalize marijuana under the Liberals. I wonder why that was seen as more urgent than the economy or the environment or the future of our children even. When I decided to run as a Conservative back in the day, I wanted to leave my children a better world. I wanted to leave the world a better place thanks to policies. And that drove me. I found that in my riding, which had previously been held by the Bloc Québécois, that there wasn't enough collaboration with the federal government. There weren't enough access to federal services. So that really drove me. And I also found that the Liberal government at the time, this is before 2006, was really harming the Canadian economy in a way that was hard to understand. And I felt that it was hurting our international trade. At the time, I had a small business. I was an exporter, and there were very immediate impacts on my trade with the Americans. That said, Madam Speaker, why did such a powerful lobby, and here we're talking about the marijuana market, the drug market lobby, the drug market is worth millions of dollars, why did this lobby have such a strong influence within the Liberal Party? I never understood why the Liberal Party didn't reject out of hand the demands of this powerful lobby. You know, Madam Speaker, people make political decisions often during the biannual conventions that are held. They make decisions about the future, and those decisions stem from the votes that the delegates have. There are 2,000 or 3,000 delegates from various provinces who put forward policies, and then those policies are voted on. But I don't know how, within a party of 2,000 delegates, you can end up with a policy to legalize marijuana. Nonetheless, this was the case, and the Liberal Party was stuck with that policy. At the last Liberal convention, they also promised that they would legalize all drugs. And that concerns me a lot, Madam Speaker. Now, they kept their promise to legalize marijuana. Now, will they also keep their promise to legalize all drugs? Because that's what they voted on in the last convention. That concerns me. It concerns me when I think of the future of our country. I went into politics because I wanted to leave a better world for future generations. And I feel that we're on a very catastrophic trend here. Madam Speaker, when we form government again and we are back on that side of the House, we know that we will have to clean house in an unprecedented fashion. The Liberals have been having their party for the last 4 years, but soon the bill is going to show up. The credit card's maxed out. They haven't started making payments. And they're going to be leaving the debt to future generations. Madam Speaker, we have very big files to deal with here, and Canadians are going to have to make a choice about what they want the future of their country to look like. The Liberal government has made certain promises, but Canadians will remember that the only promise that they really focused on from the 2015 election was to legalize marijuana. It made a huge change to our society, but unfortunately, not a change in the right direction. Today, we're starting to experience the effects of that decision. I recently spoke to the police chief in my riding, and he talked about some of the harmful effects that he's seen in secondary schools. And he talked to me about the increase in marijuana consumption in secondary schools. It hasn't yet shown up in the statistics, but it will. And I can tell you that we're not talking about legal marijuana being traded in secondary schools. There was a report in the media recently saying that teenagers often experience permanent physical consequences even after smoking marijuana once. You know, Madam Speaker, as a father, my biggest wish for my children is that they will have the opportunity to live in a healthy environment and to live in conditions where they can develop their full potential, develop their skills, and have more opportunities down the road and a better life. Throughout my life, you know, I'm 55 years old. I've still got a ways to go, but I've seen people younger than me grow up, and I've seen some of them who unfortunately smoked marijuana and didn't reach their full potential. And when I say they didn't develop their full potential, I mean, there's a big difference between earning $14 an hour, $28 an hour, or $50 an hour. We all start off on equal footing, more or less, but depending on one's life choices, some people stand out and others really don't. And all too often, the common denominator there is that people who haven't done well have become addicted to illicit substances like marijuana and other hard drugs. Is there some time left, Madam Speaker? Okay. So just a final case I want to discuss. One of my constituents called me recently in great distress. She's been looking for her daughter for a month. There's no trace of her. She knows that her daughter uses drugs. She told me that. And she is desperately searching for her daughter, who is somewhere out there. And I can tell you that when someone disappears like that, the entire family and all of the person's friends are hurt. And this is unfortunately due to decisions made by this government. because it was influenced by a powerful lobby that wanted their product to be legalized. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The commentaire, the honourable member for the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And earlier today, I had indicated that when we take a look at the legislation that we have before us, and you do a comparison, virtually from day one, when I've made reference to Bill 2 on numerous occasions, as legislation, it gave Canadians, the middle class of Canada, a substantial tax break, while at the same time increasing the tax level on Canada's 1% wealthiest. Today, now we're debating 93, which is in essence going to provide a pardon for simple possession of cannabis. Whether it was day one or today, this is a government that believes that you work hard every day. And my question to the member opposite is, would he not agree, as we look at the next 14, 15 days of the House sitting, that there is a responsibility and we should in fact be doing what we can to support legislation and see it ultimately pass and come to a vote, believing at the end of the day that Canadians as a whole will in fact benefit by members of Parliament that are prepared to work all the way to the very last day.
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Daubignières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question, but I'd like to take the time to tell him that we are working to solve a problem that they created. First they legalized marijuana, and then there are a whole series of consequences from that. So now we have to do other things very quickly to solve the problems that they created. So I'm really looking forward to October 21st, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
I want to thank my honourable colleague for his speech. We know, Madam Speaker, that when people are charged and convicted with marijuana, simple possession of marijuana, creates barriers for them to access housing, employment, even volunteering in the community. I think the goal here is to try to create a pathway for them to be able to move forward. And the pathway that's being proposed by the Liberal government is simply just giving people a break, but it doesn't give them a break permanently. It doesn't expunge the records, which is what we need so that they're treated fairly. We know today that people can legally access marijuana. So why would someone living with a criminal record, getting their record suspended, always living in fear that another government may come in and then reverse that decision, and then their record is made available to the public and again becoming a problem in their lives? It simply makes sense for the government to expunge all of the records. They've made it legal, Madam Speaker. And maybe I'll speak to my colleague and ask him, we clearly hear that he doesn't agree with the Liberal decision to legalize small possession of marijuana, but would he not agree that if this decision was made, the government has made this decision, Canadians are free and allowed to access and consume marijuana, now that they're able to, wouldn't it make sense for them to expunge records and move Canadians forward? And maybe my question to him is, if they're in government, will they actually work to completely erase the records that have been suspended and reinstate those records?
The Honourable Member for Lévis-Daubignières. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for his question. The key word here is suspension. Suspension, will suspension have a value in today's world? Canadians who had a suspension for simple possession of marijuana, it's going to say suspension on the record, on the file. So when they cross the border, if they are asked, the agent will still be able to refuse them entry because there was a suspension. There was still a proof that they had consumed marijuana. At the same time, if they want to work internationally, if you can prove that there's a suspension, that has no value. It's not a pardon and it's not an expungement. So unfortunately, everything that's being done here is simply to get votes. That's all it is. Order. It's my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the question to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord Foreign Affairs.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West, Transport, and the Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke, Justice. Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, and Rideau Lakes.
Well, thanks very much. Madam Speaker, rise today to speak on Bill C-93. Now, this bill has come forth from the lack of foresight from this government that they've had in their hurried quest to legalize marijuana. Now, it was so rushed to meet the Prime Minister's self-imposed political deadline that they failed to address a host of concerns raised by municipalities, law enforcement officials, healthcare professionals, and stakeholders that testified at committee and reached out to the government. Now, as issues arise with recreational marijuana going forward, there has to be due diligence with proper steps taken to protect Canadians. And because of this, I will be very cautiously supporting this bill. The Liberals have left consequential legislation to the final weeks of our Parliament and have failed to consult and to listen to those key stakeholders, including law enforcement. And this has been a theme for this government, and they make great promises and then drag their feet and wait till the 11th hour in implementing them. And it's, in a lot of ways, it's a disregard for the stakeholders to whom they made those promises originally. And we've seen it time and time again. Now, I've heard questions from the government to my colleagues on why we're concerned that they're raising this issue at the 11th hour in this session of Parliament. And so I'd like to explain it to them in a context that I've used to explain things to my young children as I do at story time. And Mr. Speaker, or Madam Speaker, I'll reference the story of the tortoise and the hare. And the Liberals were hare-like when they began. They got off to a loud start with their promises, and they promised balanced budgets and sunny ways, and they were going to do government differently, and they were ridiculing their opponents and arrogantly spending Canadians' money on vacations and impressing American celebrities on Twitter. But, Madam Speaker, like the hare, the Liberals figured they were well ahead, and they decided to take a nap before the race was over. But the Liberals have been in nap mode for several years, Madam Speaker, and their consecutive deficits and dropping the ball on important legislation are proof of this. And in the story, the hare eventually wakes up from his nap to find his opponent has already crossed the finish line while he was sleeping. And this is exactly what we've seen here, Madam Speaker. It took the explosion of the SNC-Lavalin and Vice Admiral Mark Norman scandals during this government's spring of scandal to finally wake them up. Now that the Liberals have finally woken up, it's the mad scramble to the finish, where they're moving legislation that should have happened, in some cases, years ago, but certainly having waited this long, they should have been listening to those stakeholders along the way. But here we are, without proper debate and without that proper consultation with stakeholders, and moving to have the House sit for late night sittings many weeks before has been the custom in this place. So, Madam Speaker, it's a shame that the Liberals didn't take that lesson from the tortoise and the hare, because they might have been more successful over the years if they'd worked slowly and steadily, instead of carelessly leaving Canada with massive debts to pay off. Now, Madam Speaker, in the wake of legalization, there are many questions that still remain. It's clear that the government was hasty in their rollout, in their rush to roll up. And many groups, including law enforcement, were concerned about the increase of drug-impaired driving after legalization. But the Liberals assured the public, there wouldn't be an increase in drug-impaired driving, but if there were, they'd equip our police forces to deal with it and properly enforce the law and to protect the public. Now, we know that that's not the case, and that the roadside marijuana testing devices that the Liberals hastily approved in time for last year's legalization rollout is giving out regular false positives. Madam Speaker, It's a failure right out of the episodes of Seinfeld. And during testing, this device was giving false positives for subjects who'd eaten a poppy seed bagel. So you can have your favorite poppy seed bagel at the restaurant, the diner with your friends, or a poppy seed lemon loaf at the iconic Canadian brand Tim Hortons, and all of a sudden, for that indulgence, you're testing positive for opiates in the saliva test, and then again when they do the confirmatory urine test. So, Madam Speaker, if someone indulges in their breakfast treat or their afternoon snack, and they get pulled over by police, they'd be arrested and taken to the station, and then they would be charged with driving impaired, all for having a bagel or slice of lemon loaf with their Tim's coffee. Madam Speaker, Canada's Conservatives understand. They understand that Canadians should not be unfairly burdened by a criminal record for something that's no longer legal. And I understand the government wanting to create a process for pardons. But what I don't understand is the attitude when the situation is inverse. And that being said, that was carried out while it was perfectly legal, being deemed illegal, and the consequences of that. So this government has moved in their recent firearms legislation to reclassify certain rifles as prohibited, which means over 10,000 legally bought and owned rifles will be reclassified for no reason in particular. That is the potential to criminalize the owners of these rifles if they don't comply with the new ownership requirements of a prohibited firearm. This law would be applied retroactively, which means that you could be jailed for up to 10 years for something that was perfectly legal and, in fact, perfectly legitimate, as licensed and law-abiding firearms owners in Canada know. Now, can you imagine, Madam Speaker, a government that's giving pardons for actions that were crimes when they were committed but are now legal is criminalizing something that was legal when it was done? A classic liberal strategy. Madam Speaker, we proposed several amendments to this legislation at committee in an effort to strengthen the legislation, to empower law enforcement and the parole board, but the Liberals stand opposed to those common sense suggestions and amendments. We put forward an amendment that would have the parole board have the power to make the necessary inquiries to determine the applicant's conduct since the date of conviction. Now, in my meetings with representative Canadian police unions, this was their concern. This was their concern with this piece of legislation, Madam Speaker, that this was an introductory or a gateway offense, if you will, and not an isolated incident, someone being arrested for simple possession in a one-time mistake. But this suggestion, this amendment that was put forward, was to empower the parole board, who are the experts in the field, and provide them with as much information as possible. Evidence-based decision-making is what we're advocating for, and is what these Liberals are steadfastly against. In addition to that, we put forth an amendment that restored the parole board's power to take a look at at ordering the record suspension and to see if that would bring the administration of justice into disrepute. The Canadian Police Association, as I said, had suggested these amendments and wanted the parole board to have that flexibility, that discretion, the ability to conduct investigations and ensure that the small number of applicants that were seen from habitual offenders were being properly vetted. This would prevent individuals taking advantage of a process that it was not intended, in a way it was not intended to be. So I see I have just a minute left, Madam Speaker, but we have grave concerns. We have grave concerns that the amendments weren't given serious consideration. We have concerns that the time wasn't taken to review it, and now it's being hastily imposed. So their failure to recognize these amendments is an affirmation about that haste with which they've gone about this particular piece of legislation and, frankly, with which they've carried out their mandate, Madam Speaker. So I will be cautiously supporting this interest, but certainly Canadians can count on a Conservative government this October to correct this Liberal failure, along with many, many others. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. You know, when I was in opposition and Stephen Harper was the Prime Minister, you know, there was a fairly strong word that came down from the PMO back then, and that is that if an opposition member were to propose an amendment, do not allow it to see the light of day. And that is something in which we have seen as a change with Stephen Harper to the current Prime Minister, where we have a Prime Minister that encourages members of Parliament to actually, of all political stripes, to in fact look at ways in which the legislation can in fact be improved. And what we have seen, Madam Speaker, whether it's this legislation or C-45 or many other pieces of legislation, that we have ministers that actually respond to the presentations that are being made and listening to members on all sides of the standing committees. And I'm wondering if he would not agree that that is a much better attitude towards standing committees than Stephen Harper ever had, Madam Speaker.
Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. A concept has been put forward by the member opposite, but certainly not the practice that is currently in place. We have seen time and time again the heavy hand of this PMO pressing down on committees, on the Liberal members of these committees. We need to look no further than the interference by the PMO in the SNC-Lavalin scandal. We need to look no further than this government's efforts on all things when it comes to due process. And so while the concept that the member opposite proposes is an interesting one, certainly we're not seeing anything of that type from this Prime Minister.
The Honourable Member for Courtenay Alberni.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank my friend and colleague from Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes for his speech. And Madam Speaker, a few things. We know the Conservatives didn't support the legalization of marijuana. However, that's moved forward, something that the NDP, of course, we are supporting at this point, moving forward, looking for ways that we can ensure that people that were arrested for small possession of marijuana in the past when it was legal to consume, that their records get expunged so they can move forward like everybody else in society, and there's fairness. So regardless of the position of the Conservative Party not supporting marijuana, at this point in time, I think it's common, the majority of Canadians would like to see records expunged, not just suspended. So I have to ask my colleague, Madam Speaker, because he said a couple of things in his speech that I'd like to find out more from. First is, does the member agree that now that it's legal in society, that neighbor and neighbor, one that's consuming today legally, the other that maybe have been charged carrying a criminal record that could affect them getting a job, employment, housing, even prohibiting them barriers or obstacles for them volunteering in their community. Does he support expungement at this point? And he also said something, Madam Speaker, that I'd like him to clarify. He said, if the Conservatives get into power, that they'll be fixing things from the Conservatives. What fixing are they talking about? Are they talking about, completely going back in terms of erasing the records that they're proposing, which we totally think is far from what's necessary? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Leeds, Grenville, Thousand Islands, Rideau Lakes.
Thanks very much, Madam Speaker, and thanks to my colleague from Courtenay Alberni for the question. I think I got that right. Perfect. So great questions, and Madam Speaker, with reference to the mess that the Conservatives will be prepared to one of many messes the Conservatives will be required and prepared to clean up left behind by this Liberal government. We heard great testimony. We heard from experts at committee. We've received recommendations, and we'd like the opportunity to take a look at those and see if we can't improve this system, this flawed piece of legislation that will advance through this House. You know, it's been said, and I will repeat, that the Conservative government will not recriminalize marijuana, but certainly we want to make sure that there's no undue obstacles or burden on folks as a result of this change in the law.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for St. Albert, Edmonton.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise to speak on Bill C-93, an act that would provide for the possibility of a records suspension for a conviction in relation to the minor possession of cannabis. Mr. Speaker, I support this legislation, but while I support it, I have to say that I do so reluctantly. I support it because in the absence of other legislation, it is the best that we have at this present time. But it need not have been that way. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, there was a bill put forward by the honourable member for Victoria, Bill C-417, that would have provided for the expungement of records for minor possession. I would submit, Mr. Speaker, that Bill C-417 was a much better approach than Bill C-93 introduced by the government. And I was very proud to stand and support Bill C-417 when it came to a vote at second reading. It's very unfortunate that the Liberals across the way almost uniformly, one by one, voted that legislation down. Why, Mr. Speaker, is Bill C-417 better than Bill C-93? Well, one of the distinctions, of course, between Bill C-417 and Bill C-93 is the difference between an expungement and a record suspension. Oftentimes, there's confusion whether or not they're one and the same, or more or less substantively the same. But in fact, Mr. Speaker, they are substantively different. An expungement is the deletion. It is the removal of a record. If one is asked if they had ever been convicted of the offense of minor possession, they could honestly answer that no, they had not, because that record, again, is expunged. It's removed. It's as though that offense and that conviction never occurred. That's what Bill C-417 would have provided. By contrast, what Bill C-93 provides for is something quite different. In order to obtain a record suspension, one must apply to the National Parole Board. Now, while the Liberals pat themselves on the back for waiving the $631 fee, the fact is that there are significant costs associated with applying to the National Parole Board for a record suspension. Those costs can include such things as fingerprinting and other searches of records that may be required. So complicated is an application for many individuals that there are individuals who provide services on a for-profit basis and charge anywhere from $1,800 or $2,000 to apply for a records suspension. It's nice that they've waived the fee, but again, it doesn't address the other costs and time and effort that will be required in order to apply. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, under Bill C-93, the burden falls on the applicant in order to obtain a record suspension. And guess what, Mr. Speaker? if you happen to be convicted in relation to another offense, you need not apply because you don't qualify. Mr. Speaker, more than 500,000 Canadians have been convicted of minor possession. By the way, almost half of Canadians have said that they have at one time or another consumed a minor amount of cannabis. 500,000 Canadians have been convicted. According to departmental officials who appeared before the Public Safety Committee, the estimated number of individuals who can apply or would be eligible to apply was said to be around 250,000 Canadians. So right off the bat, half of Canadians who have been convicted of minor possession are disqualified. Mr. Speaker, why should they be disqualified? Why should they be disqualified from having their record suspended, and frankly it should be expunged, for committing an offense that today is perfectly legal, an activity that the Prime Minister bragged about engaging in before it was legal, when in fact the Prime Minister was a sitting member of Parliament. He was never charged. He wasn't convicted. He very proudly sloughed it off. But there are a lot of Canadians who aren't so lucky as the Prime Minister, who are burdened with a conviction. And then if you happen to go through the application, establish that you qualify, and you get a record suspension, it's not over then. Why is it not over then? Because the record isn't deleted. It just goes from one national database to another. And at some point in the future, if you happen to perhaps have a traffic ticket violation, and there are examples of that, and there was testimony to that effect at the Public Safety Committee, the parole board might try to reimpose that conviction on the basis that the individual is no longer of good conduct. And then, Mr. Speaker, that's not to mention the fact that the minister has broad discretion to share those records where the minister deems it to be in the interests of public safety, or where there is some other security purpose. So again, Mr. Speaker, after going through the cumbersome process, it continues to hang over one's head. Now, the consequences of having a conviction are serious. They're an impediment to employment. They can be an impediment to housing. They can be an impediment to being able to volunteer in one's community. Mr. Speaker, and again, for what? For committing an offense that today is perfectly legal. I didn't support marijuana legalization, but it seems to me that if you're going to go down that road, and this government chose to go down that road, that expungement should be part and parcel of legalization. It's why, Mr. Speaker, of the 23 U.S. states that have either legalized or decriminalized minor possession, 7 states have provided for an amnesty, and 6 of those states that have provided for an amnesty have provided for expungement. But again, Mr. Speaker, that's something that this government has opted not to do. Instead, they've established a costly, burdensome process that in the end is going to exclude nearly half of the Canadians who have been convicted of minor possession. It's a half measure that is totally inadequate, so that while I support this legislation as it being better than nothing, this government can do a lot better than Bill C-93. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Courtenay Alberni.
Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague and commend him always when he rises in this House for his intelligence. He does his homework, and I also want to thank him for taking the leap and supporting the member from Victoria's bill because it made sense. And I did hear him that the Conservatives didn't support the legalization of marijuana. However, it's nice to see that when they put that aside, that this member has decided to look beyond that and say, what's the right thing for Canadians? Now that we have Canadians that are able to consume legally, how could they carry a criminal record or a suspended record, which is always hanging over an individual in society, when it could be expunged? And he talked about the cost because the government calls it a no-cost record suspension. But there is a real cost to that. There's a cost of administration that's significant, whereas expungement eliminates that cost. So as a Conservative, and I know that he also talked about the costs of it, maybe you could speak a little bit about the economic cost of not moving forward with expungement.
Albert Edmonton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Alberni is absolutely right. There are a lot of costs associated with this bill. The solution, the cost-effective solution, would be to go into CPIC and delete the records. That's all that would be needed. Now, the government says, well, there are different databases and there are records stored in courthouse basements. Well, guess what, Mr. Speaker? When your employer asks for a background check and you go to the RCMP, where do they get the record? They get it out of CPIC. When the Government of Canada shares information with, for example, the U.S., what database do they share? They share the CPIC database. So from the standpoint of addressing the stigma associated with a conviction that impede upon employment and housing and volunteering and crossing the border, removing the records, expunging the records from CPIC is what would go a long way. But this government, again, didn't do that.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's been an interesting debate. On the one hand, in the last federal election, we had the NDP that favored decriminalization. And we have the Conservatives during the time passing out all sorts of information, false information, saying how bad it would be if the Liberals were to legalize cannabis. And now we have today not only the government that has moved forward and legalized cannabis, but now we are now seeking to provide a pardon through this legislation. Now we have the two opposition parties uniting, saying, well, it should be an expungement. My question across the way, one could easily see the hypocrisy that is there, but my question to the member opposite is, would it be the intentions of a future Conservative government because we hear that they want to amend C-93, is it their intentions then to move it to an expungement? Is that one of the amendments that we can anticipate if the Conservatives come to office?
St. Albert, Edmonton.
Briefly, Mr. Speaker, in response to the Government House Leader, what a Conservative government will do is clean up the mess left from this government on a whole host of fronts. And I'll tell you, it's going to be a lot of work ahead, but I know the Honourable Leader of the official opposition is more than ready for the task.
We have time just for one more short question and response. Questions and comments. Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Sturgeon River. No. No. Sitting down again? All right. Just as well then. Okay. Resuming debate. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. Is the House ready for the question? Yes. The question is on motion number 1. A vote on this motion also applies to motion number 2. Motion number 1, Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Carr, moved that Bill C-93 in Clause 4 be amended by replacing line 26 on page 3 with the following. Shall I dispense? Yes? Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. All those opposed will please say nay. My opinion, the yeas have it.
Are you good?
Oh, yeah. The recording division on the motion stands deferred. The recorded division will also apply to motion number 2. And now the question is on motion number 3. Motion numéro 3. Mr. Paulus, appuyé par
Mr. Paulus, seconded by Mr. Motz, moves that Bill C-93 be amended by deleting Section 6. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? All those in favor of the motion, please say yea. All those opposed, please say nay. In my opinion, the nays have it.
La vote par appel nominal sur le
The recorded division is deferred.
Order. Normally at this time, the House would proceed to the taking of the deferred recorded divisions at report stage of the bill. However, pursuant to an order made on Tuesday, May 28, 2019, the divisions stand deferred until Monday, June 3, 2019, at the expiry of the time provided for oral questions. And it being 5:30 p.m., the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, private members' business. Consideration of motion M153, National Day of Solidarity with Victims of Anti-Religious Bigotry and Violence, in the name of Mr. Reid.
Mr. Reid, seconded by Mr. Albuteif, moves that the House recognize that acts of violence and bigotry directed against religious believers, such as the June 23, 1985 bombing of Air India Flights 182 and 301, the September 15, 2001 firebombing of the Hindu Samaj Temple and the Hamilton Mountain Mosque, the April 5, 2004 firebombing of Montreal's United Talmud Torah Jewish School, and the January 29, 2017 murder of Muslims at the Quebec City Islamic Cultural Center are inimical to a free, peaceful, and plural society, and declare January 29th of every year as National Day of Solidarity with Victims of Anti-Religious Bigotry and Violence. Debate the Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The people of Frenark appreciate it. They get mentioned so rarely in the House. Mr. Speaker, the first part of my remarks, which will take about 10 of the 15 minutes that are allocated to me, deal with why I believe that Canada needs a National Day of Solidarity with the victims of anti-religious bigotry and violence, which I intend to be understood as bigotry and violence in both its international and its domestic manifestations. The second part of my remarks will present the case for demarcating January the 29th as the date on which to annually express this solidarity. January 29, 2017 was, of course, the date of the attack on the Centre Culturel Islamique du Québec. This was the worst act of Islamophobic violence in this country's history, and it was the worst act of anti-religious violence against the members of any religious group in over a generation, claiming the lives of 6 men and leaving 19 others wounded, some severely. Let me turn now to the first of the 2 parts into which I've divided my remarks. It is my belief, Mr. Speaker, that the greatest human rights challenge of our century is the persecution around the world of religious minorities. The issue of state-sponsored anti-religious bigotry, sometimes rising to the level of ethnic cleansing or genocide, is as great a challenge in our times as was the issue of slavery in the 19th century, as was the challenge of avoiding global war in the 20th century. There is also a non-state version of the same problem, acts of bigotry and violence against persons who have been targeted solely because of their religious identity by organized groups, which, when they are tolerated or semi-tolerated by state authorities, can be described as death squads, and when they operate without any such state approval, as terrorist groups. And finally, there are isolated individuals operating outside of any command structure and without material assistance from any group who are sometimes characterized as lone wolves. The acts undertaken by these groups and individuals can, in the worst cases, amount to mass murder. L'intolérance et l'oppression.
Intolerance and oppression against adherence to religion take numerous forms throughout the world. And here are 7 concrete examples with their consequences. First, the ethnic cleansing of the Rohingya Muslim minority of Myanmar. Second, the cruel treatment of Christians in North Korea. Third, the murder of thousands of Christians in African countries. 4, the rise of anti-Semitism in certain places where I would never have thought that this could be possible, including the United Kingdom and the United States. 5th, the scandalous and sometimes murderous treatment of small groups such as the Syrian Yazidis and the Baha'i in Iran. 6th, the long-standing oppression of Tibetan Buddhists in China, including the mass internments and generalized surveillance of the Muslim Uyghur minority in the northwest of the country. 7th, the maintenance of the oppression against Falun Gong practitioners in China, which began in 1999. The worst form of intolerance is obviously murder, and in the past 5 months alone, the world beyond our borders has shown us terrifying examples of mass murders of peaceful individuals practicing their religion. This includes the shooting in the Christchurch Mosque on March 21st, the bombing attacks against the Sri Lankan churches on April 21st, the shooting in the San Diego County Synagogue on April 27th. These 3 incidents caused, taken together, over 300 deaths, Muslims, Christians, and Jews, and over 500 injuries.
Broken down the foregoing death toll by the religion of the victims. It should be an article of faith to all Canadians that the adherents of all religions are brothers and sisters, and I think it is our instinct as a nation to feel that an attack which targets the members of any identifiable part of a civilian population is, in practice, an attack on society itself. Take a closer look at the 7-item list that I've just read aloud, and an important fact becomes apparent. The state oppressors, and also the terrorist murderers, of course identify and abuse their victims based upon their religious affiliation. But more often than not, these victims are targeted because, in the eye of the perpetrators, their religion is important primarily as a symbol of something else, something entirely non-religious. Advocacy of regional autonomy or independence, being unwanted foreigners, being a demographic threat, being manipulators of the law or of the financial system, etc. The victims of the Christchurch shootings, for example, were targeted because their faith was seen as being symbolic of their otherness, capital O, of the status of many of the worshippers as immigrants and as being part of a group imagined to be inherently resistant to assimilation. The shooter at the California synagogue likewise claimed to be motivated by what has been described as white replacement theory or white genocide theory, in which race, religion, and place of birth are conflated in such a fashion that being an adherent to any religious tradition other than that of the European-derived majority is seen as marking the person as a perpetual outsider, an outgroup member with no right to be here. In consequence, that person also has no right even to be alive if killing that purpose can serve the greater purpose of sending the important message, the supposedly important message, that you others have no place here. There's another claim made by the California gunman that ought to attract our attention. He asserts that a month prior to the synagogue shooting, he had attempted to set fire to a mosque. In the ideology of white nationalism, being Muslim or Jewish makes you a perpetual outsider. As Mustafa Farouk observed a few weeks ago in The Guardian, in 2019, it is now true that, quote, anti-Semitism and Islamophobia are 2 sides of the same coin, end quote. There was a time, not so long ago, when this thesis would have seemed preposterous. Today, as the testimony of the California government reveals, it is an established protocol in a living, if alarming, ideology. Now, take a look at the victims of the Sri Lanka bombings. Among the motivations for the killers seems to have been retaliation for the Christchurch shootings, even though it would have been obvious to even the most deluded individual that none of the Sri Lankan victims were involved in that crime in any way. How could they have been? Another motivation, according to the Sri Lankan government, was to strike back against the Western countries which had crushed ISIL in Syria and Iraq, although again, not even the most delusional person could have imagined that any of the victims bore even the most peripheral responsibility. The reduction of human lives to being merely symbolic of some half-baked group association and the conflation of religious identity with national identity, or with the foreign policy of this or that nation, or with simple otherness, the capital O, are features of these terrorist acts. About 10 years ago, I was the co-chair, along with Liberal MP Mario Silva, of a parliamentary coalition to combat domestic and international anti-Semitism. At that time, I thought this kind of fantastical group association was a burden borne uniquely by Jews, who were, and unfortunately still are, held collectively responsible for the transgressions, real and imaginary, of the State of Israel. This collective responsibility extended all the way up to the point where, in the eyes of some extremists, every Jew could be regarded as a legitimate target for deadly retaliation against a state of which, in most cases, they were not even citizens. But now I realize that this phenomenon is true for other victim groups as well, and that it is true in Canada, unfortunately, as much as in the rest of the world. For example, this country's worst act of domestic terrorism took place in 1985, when Air India Flight 182 exploded in midair on its way from Canada to London. We would later learn that the goal of the conspirators had been to kill as many Hindus as possible, because the perpetrators had, simplistically and unfairly, conflated Hindus as a whole with the Indian state. One of the militants said, quote, "The Indian government is our enemy, the same way the Hindu society is our enemy, and until we kill 50,000 Hindus, we will not rest," end quote. In the event, the Air India bombers killed 329 people. This included 200 Hindus, but also over 30 Sikhs and a number of people of other faiths. Et puis, il y a eu l'attaque.
And then there was the attack at the Quebec Islamic Cultural Center. The shooter in that case, according to people who interacted with him, was both aggressively anti-immigrant and aggressively anti-Muslim. His attitude and his apparent desire to make immigrants feel unwelcome in Canada bore a striking similarity to the ideology of the New Zealand shooter 2 years later. So, Mr. Speaker, I'll ask you to keep that in mind as I change direction here in order to draw an analogy between January 29th and November 11th, which, as we know, is Remembrance Day. Exactly 1 century ago, in 1919, His Majesty, the late King George V, took a series of steps in order to express the British Empire's gratitude toward the brave young volunteers from Great Britain, Canada, and the entire world who lost their lives during the Great War. The most long-lived of these series of commemorative events that the King initiated was the symbolic day, during which we take time each year to meditate collectively on the sacrifices of those brave soldiers. Although the soldiers died every day of the year, November 11th was chosen because November 11th, 1918, marked the end of the killing. That is how Remembrance Day was born. And over the decades, it became a day where we pay tribute not only to those who fell during the Great War, but also those who fell during subsequent wars, and also those who served during peacekeeping missions.
Not turned out to be, as the leaders of the time had hoped, the war to end all war. The sense of unity that is renewed each year on November the 11th in this country is an enduring source of strength and unity for all of us. I think the same logic ought to apply to choosing a day on which to express our solidarity as a nation with the victims of anti-religious bigotry and violence. January 29th, 2017 was not, of course, the only day on which Canadians have faced acts of outrageous bigotry. The text of the motion cites three other dates: April the 5th, June the 23rd, September 15th. But to me, January 29th is an important symbolic date. In part, I see its symbolism as lying in the fact that it happened here in Canada, and every single MP, regardless of party affiliation, shares the aspiration that our country, of all countries, should be a safe haven, the safe haven, where every person of every religion can feel free to worship in safety and security. In part, January 29th seems to me to have a special symbolism because the events of 2017 represent such a fresh wound, just as the Great War was still so fresh a wound when King George led the first November 11th commemoration in 1919. And partly, I see the symbolism of January 29th as lying in the fact that it was an attack on people at prayer, the most essential, foundational act of any religion whatsoever. If we want to express our solidarity with the victims of anti-religious bigotry and violence, whether that be in the form of Islamophobic bigotry, anti-Semitic bigotry, or any form of anti-religious bigotry and violence whatsoever, then I feel it is best to do so by showing that we stand by our fellow citizens when they are most clearly and completely expressing their religious faith. And finally, I see the significance of January 29th in the fact that it is possible to hope at least, that the shootings of January 29th, 2017 will turn out to be what November the 11th, 1918 failed to be: the tipping point towards peace and the event that ends all such tragedies in this country, so that we can return to the role that ought to be ours in the world, the safest, most welcoming home for every Muslim, every Jew, every Christian, every Hindu, every Buddhist, every Yazidi, every Baha'i, every atheist, and every believer in any other religion or philosophy of life, whatever, full stop. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question commentaire. The honourable member for Mississauga, Aaron Mills.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And through you, I thank the honourable colleague for his motion. And indeed, his remarks, actions matter. Words matter also, and I know that the member opposite was very seized with the study in the Canadian Heritage Committee with respect to systemic racism and religious discrimination. In fact, that report posed a lot of wonderful recommendations, really concrete recommendations. And I ask the member opposite, through you, Mr. Speaker, that this report that was conducted in the Heritage Committee, it heard from many organizations and individual Canadians. And I asked the member, why does his website quote known right-wing extremists as he's going to really move forward on this motion? Thank you.
The honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
Forgive me, Mr. Speaker, I'm not familiar with what the honourable member is referring to. I'm genuinely unfamiliar with it, and I wish she'd made reference more specifically than that, but perhaps she'll get the chance afterwards to do so. I would be astonished to discover that anything on my website in any way is said by anybody that I would have anything up there that is, I just don't know what to say to that. That's no, there's no way. Thanks.
And comments. Question commentaire. The honourable member for Pierrefonds-Dollard.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I'm impressed by the work by my colleague on this important day. January 29th, as we now know, has been touched by a major tragedy. I had a question. The Motion 103 brought about a study that did a study called, that took into account taking action against racism, religious discrimination, including Islamophobia. And they had also made suggesting wording in their report that I thought, not that there's anything wrong with the wording, or I preferred the wording there, and I was going to ask the member why he chose not to use that wording, that they had wording specifically for that day.
For Lanark, Frontenac, Kingston.
I think the honourable member is referring to the inclusion of, or the focus on Islamophobia, which is a reasonable question. This was, of course, the date of the worst act of Islamophobia by a wide margin in our country's history, and something that we all hope can never happen again, but we all fear could happen again. So I would say two things. Number one, the problem of Islamophobia is linked to other forms of hatred. That was part of my why I emphasized to such length the very dangerous ideology of white nationalism. But another consideration is that this can serve, as I said, simply as a symbol for all of us and for all anti-religious discrimination and violence. To me, a crime against one of this sort is a crime against all. And I will say this as well. Many people have chosen to honor January the 29th by, on their own, taking up actions to symbolize their solidarity with Canada's Muslim community. Some of them have done so by putting candles in their windows on January 29th. When I learned of this last January, I put one in my own window to honor the victims of January 29th, 2017. It was my office here. It was an electric candle. But it's something that I hope, I've actually meant to mention this. If I had more time in my speech, I would have said, I hope we will be able in the future, all of us, to pick that up. And then if some people choose to say, we want to focus on those victims and on the Muslim community and on its rightful concerns about the terrible, terrible thing that happened in January 2017 and everything that implies and all the fears that they rightly have, then that is entirely appropriate, very meritorious. And if they choose to say we see this as being something that ought to reflect our fears for practitioners of all religions here and abroad, then I think that is also meritorious. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I really appreciate the opportunity to speak on this particular motion. And in listening to the member, there's a number of thoughts that I was thinking about as he was talking about raising the issue in the format and the manner in which he raised it. And one of the things that came across my mind was that this is an issue that is not, unfortunately, new. I was first elected back in 1988, and one of the first reports that I can recall ever reviewing was one that was presented by the Manitoba Intercultural Council. And at that time, it was an important report for me personally. I've always represented the north end of Winnipeg, where there's a great diverse community. And that report was all about the issue of racism. And there was a number of recommendations, Madam Speaker, Mr. Speaker, that actually came out of that report. And I think the one that was most compelling for me personally was the one where it said that if you are going to fight racism, that you need to be able to incorporate in cross-cultural discussions and educational programs that are going to enlighten people in terms of the benefits of diversity. Now, that might not be the exact wording of it, Mr. Speaker. It's 30 years ago when I would have recalled that particular report. But I think it demonstrates very clearly two things. One is that this is a type of an issue that has been with us for many, many years. And two, that there is some potential things that government can do to try to minimize the amount of racism and bigotry and the violence that's out there. And I would ask all members, because I suspect all of us, all 330 plus members that make up the House of Commons, would recognize that we as a society, where we can take actions, we should take actions in order to combat this violence and bigotry and racism, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to suggest to you that it's not just Ottawa. And I'll provide some thoughts in terms of what Ottawa has done in a very tangible way. But it also means that we should get our different levels of government and society as a whole more engaged on this particular file. If we want to be effective at fighting bigotry and racism, Mr. Speaker, we need to look in terms of our classrooms through school divisions, for example, the role that provincial governments can actually play, the national government, and from my perspective, the national government can demonstrate very sound, solid leadership on this file, so that other provincial jurisdictions and other levels of government can look to Ottawa and see that Ottawa is in fact taking action, and they need to do likewise. But it goes beyond just government institutions. I would suggest to you that nonprofit organizations, business communities, our private sector, unions, all of which have recognized in the past that they do have a role to play, but we need to have that strong, more united approach, and that is one of the reasons why we have, for example, the International Day Against Racism. It goes beyond Canadian borders. And you'll find many different schools to parliamentarians at different levels, to private sector companies, recognizing that particular day. And that's because I believe that the vast, overwhelming majority of people in which we represent understand and appreciate the value of what makes Canada as great as it is. And that is our diversity, Mr. Speaker. And we need to treasure it and protect it. And when we see things that take place in our society, whether it's here in Canada or abroad, that goes against that diversity and the value of that diversity, we need to speak out. And I have seen that. We have all seen that inside this House and outside of this House. Some of us have experienced it firsthand. I think of the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, and the fine work she did when the issue came before us, dealing with racism in the worst way, Mr. Speaker, where she stood in her place and took a strong stand. And by taking that stand, she subjected herself to a considerable amount of hatred that was directed to her personally, Mr. Speaker. That's why I was so very much proud of my colleague who stood firm. And we had other caucus members, and I would suggest members from other sides of the House, that joined her to provide that support for her, Mr. Speaker. For me, I look at it as someone that has, since I was elected in 1988, has visited Gurdwaras all over Canada, in fact, in other places of the world.
Good year, 88.
It was a very good year, as my colleague from formerly of Fort Rouge, I believe, and now the Member of Parliament and Minister in the federal government. You know, in 88, I started visiting Gurdwaras, synagogues, churches, mosques, Mr. Speaker. I understand and appreciate and value how our worship centers, our places where we practice our faith, how much value they add to our society as a whole. Only if others were given the same opportunities that I have as an elected official to be able to go into these communities and experience firsthand the love and caring attitude that is provided to not only individuals such as myself, but to facilities or churches or mosques or synagogues, temples, all across our land, Mr. Speaker. I know one of the things that I admire, for example, of the Sikh Society, Gurdwara, which I am very proud to say, recently has now a female that is actually running the Gurdwara in the role of president, Mr. Speaker. And fairly recently, very pleased to see that. But I can recall one of the teachings that I really appreciate in Sikhism is the fact when you go into the Gurdwara, you take off your shoes and you sit or squat in listening to the service, Mr. Speaker. Everyone is an equal. And that is something that has stuck with me over the years. Whether it's in Winnipeg, Abbotsford, Toronto, or the Punjab, where I have visited many Gurdwaras, including the Golden Temple, Mr. Speaker, everyone is treated as an equal. I believe that that same principle will be found in all of our religious communities, where that sort of respect is offered to us all. And that is the reason why I will go back to the Manitoba Intercultural Council that came up with a report many decades ago that said if you want to combat bigotry and racism, what you need to do is ensure a better sense of cross-cultural awareness. It even suggested or recommended, I believe, Mr. Speaker, that the MLAs take a course on cross-cultural awareness. I would argue that that report was right on. And it is something in which members of Parliament, if they've never had the opportunity to become more sensitive to that cross-cultural awareness, that they invite the opportunity to do so. Because if they do that, I believe at the end of the day, and we have a Prime Minister that I believe is one of the strongest advocates in our country in terms of talking about the benefits and the strength of Canada being our diversity. And I really believe that the Prime Minister is right in his assertion. And if you want to get a sense of it, Mr. Speaker, take a look in the different regions of our country. You will get a far better appreciation of what is meant when we talk about our diversity is our greatest strength. I would encourage members to, and not only members here, but all parliamentarians, to take the challenge that was provided in recommendations, not only, I'm sure, from the Manitoba Intercultural Council, but many other organizations. And let's appreciate what it is that we have, Mr. Speaker. Become more educated. I see my time has expired, Mr. Speaker, but I will leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
My time. Can sense the disappointment there. I don't know why. Resuming debate, prise de débat, l'honorable député de Beloeil-Chambly.
The honourable member for Beloeil-Chambly. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And it's with a heavy heart that I rise today to speak to Motion 153, because we've been talking about violence that is based on religion, and we've been talking about discrimination. I think we have an important, significant tradition of religious liberty, and this liberty is protected in the Charter, but we do see that sometimes we're very far from being safe and immune from the other things, other strains that are at work in the world, and this for various reasons, which we will be discussing here today. Now, it's clear that these actions of hatred and discrimination can seem to be something of the far past, but no, these are very recent things, and too often we see frequent targets. For example, Muslim women who wear the hijab or niqab, who are subject to violence publicly, in public places. These are incidents that happen in the major centers where you would think we would enjoy diversity, places like Montreal, Toronto, and Vancouver, where one would think they would celebrate diversity.
To a variety of incidents, but one in particular that I read about in the media, and certainly for me, I read about this in the media, but there are people in this House and people we know who have lived these experiences these experiences personally. The experience of one Ms. Merriman, who has roots here in Canada, born in Winnipeg, and she was attacked physically in Toronto because she was wearing a niqab. And that, Mr. Speaker, is a type of incident that makes one's blood run cold when you think that in a city, again, that rightly celebrates its diversity, that a woman, for something that she has chosen to do, is physically attacked, that her life could potentially be in danger. And I would certainly invite colleagues to read that media coverage and the many other stories that are out there. It's a sobering reminder that we aren't hidden away from these forces that exist, the discrimination, the hatred that can be committed on religious communities, in this particular case, and too often, frankly, on Muslim women. Mr. Speaker, it's not only individuals who get attacked, both physically and otherwise, for their faith. It's also places of worship. I know, as the NDP's public safety critic, that there's a lot of work that needs to be done. But it's unfortunate that work needs to be done, where the government needs to come and support protections for these places of worship. We can think of things that range from vandalism to fire bombings and other forms of heinous damage that are caused, sometimes with the risk that is posed to people in those areas. Of course, we think of February 9th in 1981 in Merritt, BC, around 3 a.m. when an explosion occurred in an East Indian church, and firefighters speculated that someone had thrown dynamite through the window. Dynamite, Mr. Speaker, and obviously, given the time, no one was in the building at the time, but one can only imagine what that represents to that community to see their place of worship attacked in that way. 1985, the Temple Shalom was firebombed in Vancouver, and the damage was significant. $400,000 of damages were reported, and it threatened a Jewish funeral chapel. Again, communities that too often feel under attack by individuals who put forward bigotry and hatred, and that fear is certainly exacerbated by these types of attacks. Firebombings in mosques in Calgary and Hamilton, synagogues in Edmonton, a Hindu temple that had an arson attack in Hamilton, I believe that was mentioned earlier in debate today, a synagogue in Saskatoon, a mosque in Edson, a Sikh temple in Vancouver suffering from an arson attack. When someone doused gasoline on the temple's wooden shrine, Monsieur le Président, c'est clair que ce...
Mr. Speaker, it's clear that these are actions which create a climate of fear and hatred, and which leads to physical damage and even violent action against people. And then the example in January 2017 in an Islamic cultural center, which we are all too aware of, where 6 people were killed and 24 were wounded, seriously wounded. And we know full well that this was an important and tragic reminder of the fact that these things can happen in Canada, and that there are individuals who are radicalized by values of the extreme right, by white nationalism, and who have an anti-Muslim point of view, and who are also radicalized by what they see in the United States. And we have President Trump, who seems to be fueling this fear of the other, which is very often at the very root of this kind of action. And, Mr. Speaker, we've seen people in the Muslim community throughout Canada who have shown solidarity, and all Canadians who have shown solidarity with the Muslim community, which shows that most people are horrified by this. And there have been these attacks in places of worship. The examples I've given is unfortunately not an exhaustive list, but it gives an idea of the kind of hate crimes that are committed in Canada.
Police-reported hate crimes increased by 47% from 2016 to 2017. In 2017, just 2 years ago, there was 2,073 incidents, 664 more than the previous year. Jewish Canadians, as we unfortunately know, continue to be the most targeted community for religious-motivated hate crimes. An incidence increased from 221 in 2016 to 360 the following year in 2017. Muslim Canadians see a growing trend of hate crimes committed against them, with incidents increasing by over 150% in that same span from 2016 to 2017, for a total of 349 police-reported hate crimes. That's an important distinction, Mr. Speaker. We can only imagine the unreported crimes that are also committed in that sense. And additionally, 142 racially or ethnically motivated hate crimes against Arab or West Asian, Canadians. And Mr. Speaker, given the overlap that exists between these groups, we would definitely see them as being interrelated. Mr. Speaker, my time is running out quickly, but I do want to recognize that in New Democrats understand the role that we also need to play as politicians. When we see outlets like Rebel Media, when we see associations between party leaders who take the same platforms as individuals like Faith Goldie, for example, who even though the social media has been a laggard in dealing with this type of hate, even they know that this hate has no place on their platforms, Mr. Speaker. And so I think we have a responsibility, and New Democrats are proud to work with anyone who believes, as I think all Canadians do, that this type of bigotry and hatred towards religious communities and quite frankly, any Canadian, part of any minority group who can be discriminated against for any reason whatsoever, deserves our full and unequivocal support. Mr. Speaker, I do want to say before I move an amendment that I wish to present for this motion. I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we should look to New Zealand, to their Prime Minister, and the example that she showed, where it was so important for her to remind her constituents, and particularly the Muslim members of her community, to say it's not an us and them thing that too often fuels this hate. We are all one together in this fight against this form of bigotry and hatred, and I believe that, Mr. Speaker, is our core responsibility as parliamentarians. Alors, Monsieur le Président, je termine.
Mr. Speaker, I will finish with this amendment, seconded by my colleague, the member for Drummond. I think this is something which would give greater scope to this motion. So I move.
Words January 29th of every year as National Day, with the words the entire last week of January of every year as National Week. Merci beaucoup, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Alors, je dois informer les honorables députés.
I must inform honourable members that pursuant to the standing order, an amendment from a member can not be moved without approval.
Frontenac Kingston, if he consents to the amendment being moved.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, for the same reason that I think Remembrance Week would be much less effective than Remembrance Day is, I think that expanding to a week at the end of January would be less effective than a single day. I do want to say that I know this is offered in the very most open spirit, and I very much appreciate the thoughtfulness of the member, but I think it would actually lead to a less effective commemoration than sticking with the original motion. Thank you.
Alors, s'il n'y a pas une...
So there is no consent.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Edmonton, Manning.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure to rise today to speak in support of my colleague from Lanark Frontenac Kingston's motion on such an important topic. For 7 months in 2017, I had the pleasure of being seatmate with my esteemed colleague, and I was privileged to benefit from his unique insights and wisdom on a wide variety of topics. Mr. Speaker, M153 deals with a very important issue that I know that you and all members of this House take very seriously. The plight of religious bigotry has no place in Canadian society. I know that it is especially important to my constituents in Edmonton Manning, Mr. Speaker, that I'm very proud to represent such incredibly diverse riding. When you travel the short distance across my riding, you can experience the culture and religion of dozens and dozens of different countries. In Edmonton Manning, we have churches of all different denominations, mosques, gurdwaras, and temples. We have several community leagues where people come together and interact with their neighbors, regardless of their faith, ethnicity, or cultural background. And we have hardworking cultural associations to help newcomers to celebrate the cultures and histories of the wide array of people in Edmonton and teach others from the community that despite coming from different places, having different culture or religion, that we are, in fact, not so very different after all. And that is one of the beautiful things about not only Edmonton Manning, but in many ways, all of Canada, unity throughout our diversity. Mr. Speaker, I'm incredibly proud of my constituency, of the diversity, the peaceful coexistence, of the mutual respect and cooperation. Together, we lift each other up to heights that we otherwise wouldn't be able to achieve. Mr. Speaker, this is a beautiful thing, but sadly, these aren't universal values, and bigotry, racism, extremism, and hate are all real. These traits aren't owned by any one culture, faith, identity, or group. And that is why I believe this motion is so important. We must recognize that there are problems in the world and in Canada that we must tackle head on, and religious bigotry is one of them. Around the world, we have seen a backslide in accountable government and human rights. The space of human rights champions to operate is shrinking in the areas where they are needed the most. Governments and regimes around the world have had great success in othering groups of people, usually ethnic and religious minorities groups, to try and legitimize their systematic dehumanization of these people. We have seen it all over the world and against a whole range of different faith communities. In my capacity as the official opposition Shadow Minister of International Development, I have had the opportunity to travel and speak with people who have been subject to these campaigns and discrimination. Almost without exception, these draconian government policies turn into horrible human rights abuses, such as the genocide against the Rohingya in Myanmar. This is perhaps one of the most pronounced examples where the denial of recognition and citizenship of the Rohingya turn into incitement, assaults on villages, the systematic use of rape of women and girls, torture, genocide, and the raising of settlements and forcing the Rohingya out of the country. I have met with Christians in Africa who have been targeted for their faith, whose children have been taken by Boko Haram, people who are routinely harassed, terrorized, and subjected to horrors, largely because of their religious belief. And while there's a major protracted crisis around the world that are driven by bigotry based on faith, there are also horrendous attacks with the same motivating factors, some of the most severe of which are named in M153. We have seen attacks on religious institutions and the faithful that were attending them here in Canada and around the world. People should never have to fear persecution or attack while they attend their places of worship. We all have a duty to speak out and condemn religious bigotry in all of its forms, regardless as to which religious group is being targeted. I often say that when it comes to helping those in need, Canadians all have the same DNA. It is a part of who we are as people. Whether here at home or around the world, Canadians have always answered the call to help those in need. Stand up for those who are unable to stand up for themselves, and call out bigotry and discrimination wherever it's found. Whether it's discrimination against Christians, Jewish people, Muslims, Hindus, Sikhs, or any other religious group, or those who don't have a religious belief. As motion M153 makes it clear, faith-based violence and bigotry is not compatible with our shared vision of a free, peaceful, and pluralistic Canada. And I believe that it is important that we recognize this by naming January 29th of each year as a National Day of Solidarity with victims of anti-religious bigotry and violence. Mr. Speaker, when it comes to such an important issue, creating a day of solidarity seems like a small gesture, but I would suggest that it is an important one. It is important because of that word, solidarity. Violence, hate, and persecution towards a religious group is not only a problem for the community that is targeted, it is a problem for all of us, because these deplorable acts run counter to Canadian values and the vision that all of us in this House are fighting to achieve. Together, we are stronger than we are divided. Those that seek to spread violence and hate virtually always seek to do one thing. They other the group that they are targeting. They don't want people to see their would-be victims as they see themselves and their loved ones. They try to spread their hatred like a cancer to trick people into taking their side. They try to convince people to buy into their heinous ideology. And while it may seem unimaginable to happen in a place like Canada, it does happen around the world. I very much doubt that any society believes that it can happen to them until it starts to take hold. Mr. Speaker, that's why I believe we must respond to those that would persecute people for their faith with solidarity by making it clear we are one people. When challenges arise, we must look at them through the lens of equality and disregard the differences and stand shoulder to shoulder against those who would seek to tear us apart and say, no, this person is my sister, this person is my brother, and what they believe is important. But when it comes to standing up for them, it doesn't matter because it is simply the right thing to do. In a free, peaceful, and multicultural society like Canada, I would argue that it is the only thing to do. One of the reasons that Canada works so well, even though it is so diverse, it's because we are inclusive. So despite the efforts of those who seek to other people in our own society, we as Canadians will not let them succeed because we stand together in solidarity, regardless of different faith, of any different factor. Mr. Speaker, several months ago there was an article in news about the possibility of terrorists coming to Canada from Syria. Members of ISIS that were using confusion of the humanitarian crisis to try and mix with legitimate refugees to escape accountability for the horrendous acts they committed. I had a couple into my office for a meeting, and we sat down over coffee and discussed this issue. One of the things that they said to me is one of the most impactful things I have heard as a member of Parliament for Edmonton Manning. They said something along the lines of, quote, you folks have to get it right. I know there are only few people who don't represent their whole community, but I'm afraid of an attack, but mostly I'm afraid of that because of the handful of bad people, society will start to fear and hate everyone from their community. I know this person, Mr. Speaker, they don't harbor bigotry and racism in their heart, but they see that those seeks to divide us are trying to do, and they are rightfully concerned about it. Mr. Speaker, that's why I believe it is important to establish the National Day of Solidarity with victims of anti-religious bigotry and violence. It is much than about a single day. It's about declaring to those who don't share our values that we are united, that we reject their hate and violence, and that we will not be divided despite their efforts. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Let the honourable member for Pierre Fond-Dollard know that we're just shy of 10 minutes available for him. If it needs the full 10 minutes, of course, the remaining time will be available to him the next time this comes up for debate in the House. The honourable member for Pierre Fond-Dollard.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll try and respect that reduced 10 minutes. I want to talk about the fact that words matter. And we stand here today to talk about recognizing January 29th, and there's a reason we're doing that. As was mentioned by my previous colleagues, the atrocity, the massacre. But words matter. I had been sitting around having a coffee with some members of the Muslim community in my riding in early January 2016. And they were worried about the rising amount of Islamophobia, words they were hearing in the press, certain leadership around the world attacking Muslims. And they were saying, Frank, what can you do about it? You're in government now, do something. So we came up with this idea that we would ask for a debate on Islamophobia. And I thought, sounds like a good idea. But keep in mind, I still am a new member of Parliament, so I didn't know exactly the rules. So I came and spoke to our House leaders, and they said, you know, we're not going to have a whole day debate on Islamophobia. It's a no-brainer. Of course everybody's against Islamophobia. Thanks anyways, but no, I mean, the government has only so many days, and it has to use them to move forward the government agenda. And that all made sense to me. So I went back to my riding, and we talked some more, and they said, look, we can't do that. Can you do something else? At that point, I spoke to other members of Parliament, and a particular friend of mine who knows the rules very well. He said there's something called unanimous consent. You can move a motion for unanimous consent. There's no debate. They'll just get up and say, I have this idea. Let's condemn Islamophobia. And that'll be that. I thought that's a really good idea. So I went and saw our House leadership, and they said to me, yeah, these rules exist, but we've kind of got an agreement among the parties that we're not going to be using that, so sorry, you can't do it. Went back to the riding again, Mr. Speaker. Third time, had a coffee again. What are we going to do? At that point, I had learned that this ex-member from the House had brought something called e-petitions to Parliament. And he said, why don't we make a petition condemning Islamophobia? And then I could present that in Parliament. Sound like a good idea, and we went about doing that. And also the House leadership said, yeah, that's a fine idea, knock yourself out. So we did. We didn't knock ourselves out, we knocked ourselves out working to get signatures. It's an expression. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am very happy to say that that petition got the most signatures of any electronic petition to that date. We set a record, and people across the country signed up. And we started slowly because we didn't know, again, how to get it going in that. And the petitions can only go for so long, but had they allowed it to go longer, every day more and more were signing up. It was accelerating, exploding. And I was very proud to present that petition in the House. At that point, the fine member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, came to see me with an idea. And she said, I have a motion, a private member's business coming up, and I think it would be good to put this out there, that we should do a study on racism, discrimination, and including Islamophobia. And I said, fantastic. I couldn't think of anything better to do. It led right into the motion, the petition, I mean. So the member put it forward. And I have to tell you, Mr. Speaker, I was shocked. I just wasn't ready for the vitriol and attack that she came under. I was really taken aback. And at some point I started to feel bad because I thought I'm partially responsible for getting her into this. So I didn't know the member that well at that time. We were all new still. So I went down and we sat down in her office, and at that point I asked her, I said, look, if you want to pull out I understand. It's not worth it, Nat. And this young lady really impressed me when she put her fist down and she said, "We'll knock ourselves out again, Frank. We're doing this." And I said, "Okay, wow." And Mr. Speaker, she did it. And she took tremendous amount of personal attacks, up and including death threats. And I never saw her flinch. And I take my hat off to her for doing that and bringing that work forward. Sadly, while all this work was starting and going on, January 29th happened. The massacre happened. When words infected some young man's mind and he went in and killed and maimed a bunch of people. I know Imam Hassan Ghia, who gave a moving eulogy, a moving speech that was replayed around the world. Because in that, he said everyone was a victim. And he included even the shooter, who said the shooter was a victim of people putting hatred and ignorance in his head that led him to this, and his life was destroyed, his friend's life was destroyed, everyone was a loser in the situation. And that brought us to the report that came out. And I thought the report was an excellent document. It covered a lot of things. And one of the important things it said is that we should take the time to commemorate January 29th as a day of remembrance and action on Islamophobia and other forms of religious discrimination. Now, the member has put forward that exact idea. So let's commemorate January 29th. He's not used the words from the report, but he's used similar words. And there's a bit of a debate if the word should include Islamophobia. I'll tell you, there's a bit of a debate, should the words include Islamophobia or not, and that's something to be debated. But I like the words that were in the report, with or without Islamophobia. I actually prefer them to the words that are proposed now, but I think in general, the concept and the idea of recognizing this day is a very good one. So I want to, in that vein, congratulate the member for putting forward the idea. I want to really congratulate the member from Mississauga, Erin Mills, for really doing the hard work. And I want all of us as legislators, as politicians, to learn a bigger lesson. This didn't start a day before. It didn't start a week before. It built up. Words and words of politicians, words of political leaders led to this. I'm not saying any particular person is to blame, but we should all keep in mind when we start to hear this, we stand up faster, stronger, and more together so that we don't have another repetition of this. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
If he wishes, and should he have the opportunity, the honourable member for Pierrefonds will have an additional 2.5 minutes remaining in his time should the House take up debate on this question at some point in the future. The time provided for the consideration of private members' business has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. And I see the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader rising on a point of interest, perhaps, for the House.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect that if you were to canvass the House, you would find unanimous consent at this time to call it 12 o'clock midnight so that the House may adjourn.
Is it the pleasure of the House to see the clock at 12 midnight? Yes? Agreed? All yes? Yes, okay. All right. Agreed and so ordered.
At this time, pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been adopted, and therefore the question is as follows, that this House do now adjourn. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. Speaker, for the adjournment debate today, I want to bring up an issue that transcends partisanship. I'm talking about André Gauthier, who's a Canadian citizen from Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, who is now being held in the United Emirates, which has a very tarnished record in terms of human rights. For over 2 months now, we have been working with Mr. Gauthier's family. The family has been working on this for over 4 difficult years. For 4 years, this family has knocked on many doors to speak to many different stakeholders and to consular authorities. Over these 4 years, hardly anything has happened. Does that mean that non-political channels are not proactive? It seems clear today that when there is no media spotlight on a file, then the government won't act. If we look back to the events over the last few days, the news concerning the detention of Mr. Gauthier came out on May 25th in the media. That was on Saturday. The Office of the Minister of Foreign Affairs told us that only on May 28th that it was trying to intervene on behalf of the government. Before Mr. Gauthier was deported to UAE, but since Saturday, we have been working on this. Why has this taken so much time? On Wednesday, yesterday, we learned that the Minister of Foreign Affairs, or rather the Department of Foreign Affairs, had no idea where he was, and yet it is Canada's right to know where its citizens are. We have an ambassador in the region. It is his duty to do the research necessary within a reasonable time period so the family is not in the dark. Mr. Speaker, in my opinion, this opinion was not taken seriously by the Department of Foreign Affairs, and Canada has not done its job. Since we've been working with the family, nothing has gone forward, and all of a sudden, the case gets into the media and things move forward. But the real progress is limited. During question period, we learned that the Minister of Foreign Affairs is following this situation very closely. But are the authorities really trying to bring Mr. Gauthier back to Canada, or is it just to ensure that Mr. Gauthier has access to proper care? There's a difference between the two. I'm aware of international law on these issues, and I understand that the United Arab Emirates are not compelled to send Mr. Gauthier back to Canada. But from there, it's all about diplomacy and negotiations. The United Arab Emirates are the largest importers of Canadian goods in the Middle East. We have emerging trade relations with it, and the United Arab Emirates want to attract foreign investors, so it's the right time for Canada to get our citizen back. The family does not understand why they have received no support until now, but nonetheless, we're not here to impugn anyone. All we want is to get Mr. Gauthier back home. I have questions this evening for my colleagues from the government. Why did it take so much time to move this file forward? What support will be offered to the family at this stage? What is the actual situation? What are the next steps to be taken on the part of the government to bring Mr. Gauthier back home? Is there a deadline to bring Mr. Gauthier back home? Thank you very much. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Minister of Foreign Affairs is responsible for the delivery of consular services to Canadians abroad. In cases of arrest or detention, one of the main principles of Canadian consular services is to ensure that Canadians receive fair treatment in accordance with the laws and standards of the host country. It is important to note that the protection of personal information of consular clients is essential. Consular officers are bound to respect the parameters set out in the law respecting the protection of personal information and privacy. For that reason, the government is often very limited in terms of what details it can provide publicly on the subject of consular cases.
Speaker, as the Prime Minister and the Minister of Foreign Affairs have very clearly stated, the Government of Canada is not only following but is very engaged in the case of Mr. André Gauthier, who was extradited from Oman to the United Arab Emirates. Parliamentary Secretary for Consular Affairs has already advised the House that consular services have been provided to Mr. Gauthier and to his family throughout this case. The Minister of Foreign Affairs and her Parliamentary Secretary are personally engaged on this case. They've both spoken directly with the family to reassure them of our continued support and our vigilance on this case. Further, Parliamentary Secretary has spoken directly with senior-level foreign officials. She continues to receive frequent updates on Mr. Gauthier's case. In addition, the Consulate General of Canada in Dubai has been engaged on Mr. Gauthier's case from the very outset and is actively working on it. Our officials in the UAE are in close contact with local Emirati authorities. Mr. Speaker, as the member indicated, Canada has a strong and positive relationship with the United Arab Emirates. We respect as well the sovereignty of their legal system. In this context, Canada will continue to convey our humanitarian and compassionate concerns regarding Mr. Gauthier's situation to the government of the UAE. In closing, I'd like to emphasize that the safety and security of every Canadian is of the utmost importance to the Government of Canada, as is ensuring that the rights afforded by foreign jurisdictions are fully respected in cases which involve our citizens, including Mr. Gauthier. The Government of Canada's efforts and our diplomatic engagement on this case will continue to focus on these issues as we hold his family and those of his friends and people who love him in our hearts and our minds as we do engage in this important case. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord. I respect what my colleague across the way has said, but there is something that is certain. When Mr. Gauthier was extradited from Oman to UAE, we went 24 hours without having any news of him. We didn't know where he was. Right now, his family is desperate, and this has been dragging on for far too long. We need to support his family. So will the government give its word that it is taking every measure possible to put in place an action plan to bring Mr. André Gauthier back home? I would also like to know whether the government is able to undertake proper negotiations with the UAE. Thank you. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'd like to just begin by recognizing the work that the member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord is doing on this case. It is tough work for a member of Parliament to represent well his constituents, and I believe he's doing a very fine job at doing that. And the Minister of Foreign Affairs and the Parliamentary Secretary have been impressed with his care and his concern, and we thank him for that, and we will continue to follow this case extremely closely. It's important that we use our good relationship with the UAE to discuss Mr. Gauthier's situation in a frank and open manner, and to advocate for his rights to due process under their law, under local law. The Government of Canada officials endeavour to work in collaboration with the Emirati government in Mr. Gauthier's best interest. Finally, Mr. Speaker, the Minister of Foreign Affairs and Parliamentary Secretary responsible for consular affairs will continue to raise and bring attention to this case with their counterparts until he is safe. Thank you very much.
The Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am again asking the federal government to help provide safe, accessible and affordable transportation to the people of Saskatchewan. The Saskatchewan Transportation Company is an important issue for the people of my home province. Many people, particularly from rural and Indigenous communities, are unable to travel to see loved ones, to go to work, to go to school, to do business, or access medical care following the closure of STC and the pullout of Greyhound service in Saskatchewan. This is one of my last opportunities to press this government in the House before the end of Parliament, and so I'm doing what I've been sent here to do, to share the experience of my constituents, give a voice in Parliament for their concerns, and advocate on their behalf to get something done. Abigail Murphy, a woman living with a disability who cannot drive, stated, "The demise of STC has meant the demise of my independence and severely affected my self-esteem and my freedom to visit my family." Valerie Middleton said, "So now I'm almost a senior and there's no public transportation to get me to those increasingly frequent doctor's appointments. I don't see family anymore, and if I was able to financially, I would seriously consider moving to Saskatoon, but who can afford the rent there?" Michelle Kiss says the end of STC has hurt her environmental business that relied on STC to ship them parts. She said they now are making the 3 to 4 hour round trip to the city and back, costing paid employees hours and fuel, or keeping our equipment idle and jobs incomplete. It's inconvenient both ways. Many Indigenous women are forced to hitchhike and are facing violence or discrimination as a result. One driver said 2 women she helped were both recovering addicts who have, since December, been hitchhiking daily from a reserve to seek medical treatment. When they tried to access a medical taxi, they were refused because they were addicts. Marlene Bear picked up an Indigenous hitchhiker who was inappropriately touched by the driver, who later became aggressive when she refused his sexual advances. A stranded hitchhiker told CTV's Regina, "I'm stuck on the highway at Grenfell. I'm trying to get home for Christmas. I have minor hypothermia and almost died last night. Me and my dog are going to die out here, and it is only getting colder." These are the experiences on the ground. People from Saskatchewan are isolated from family, can't access medical treatment, are losing business, face discrimination, harassment, and potentially death while trying to travel between communities. Many people hoped the Liberal government would be different. And for that matter, where are my Conservative colleague MPs from Saskatchewan on this issue? Not one peep from these MPs on behalf of their constituents. Neither this Liberal government nor Saskatchewan Conservative MPs are standing up for Indigenous women, seniors, and for people who cannot travel independently. The half-hearted measures, rhetoric, and proverbial passing the buck the people of Saskatchewan get from this Liberal government, and the silence from elected Saskatchewan Conservative MPs is exactly the lack of leadership that led to the crisis on BC highways we have now come to know as a highway of tears. Is that what it is going to take for governments and elected officials to take this seriously, a Saskatchewan highway of tears? Why is this Liberal government failing to stand up and work hard to provide safe, affordable transportation to the people of Saskatchewan like it has for people living in other provinces? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Transport.
Mr. Speaker, we recognize the seriousness of the issue of reduced intercity bus service in Western Canada as a result of Greyhound's exit and have offered funding to help address this problem. I appreciate greatly the specific constituent concerns that was just raised by my friend, the member opposite, and I encourage her and hope that she will share those stories with the Premier of Saskatchewan as well as the elected Conservative members in her province. However, our government needs to reiterate that it is the responsibility of provincial governments to economically regulate and support intercity bus services as they see fit. In fact, federal money is on the table, and the member opposite's provincial Conservative government is refusing to use it to help the people of Saskatchewan. Saskatchewan need only look to my province, British Columbia, who has already stepped forward and shown their willingness to partner with us to support intercity bus services within the province of British Columbia. Should the Saskatchewan government move to offer funding for a bus service to fill the gaps left by Greyhound, the federal government will be there to support them. In terms of the transportation needs of Indigenous communities, as part of our October 31st announcement, we announced that we would offer to direct support to Indigenous communities who would want to launch a new service to meet their community's needs. It is important to reemphasize that private sector operators have taken substantial steps to expand their operations in light of Greyhound's exit, including in Saskatchewan. While these companies may not be able to match Greyhound's service capacity overnight, we want to avoid crowding out private sector entrepreneurs that are working hard to expand their businesses and provide services to Canadians. Finally, we can assure you that we remain committed to addressing this issue over the long term. We believe that the immediate funding will address the urgency of this issue. However, it is essential to come up with a substantial, innovative, and stable solution that works for an industry which has seen considerable long-term decline. We look forward to developing a long-term solution, and I appreciate this member's willingness and ability to bring the realness and the seriousness of this situation to this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member for Saskatoon West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my honourable colleague for his comments, and we've had this conversation in this House. But I do want to reiterate that I really feel the federal government has offered, what the federal government has offered is too little too late. It's been a short-term half measure to what is an issue of equity and safety for the people of Saskatchewan. The private sector has not stepped up and will not step up. This Liberal government is doing what many governments, Liberal and Conservative, have done before. When the going gets tough, when people really need their help, they throw up their hands, they say they've tried, they blame it on everyone else and walk away. I do want to thank the people that shared their stories. I want to thank my constituents, Stephanie Sidia, and the University of Regina professors, Cindy Hansen, Joanne Jaffe, and all those who have shared their struggles and stories about the loss of transportation through STC and Greyhound. I want them to keep up this work, keep the pressure on the government, and I'm on their side. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Mr. Speaker, no relationship is more important than between the Government of Canada and Indigenous peoples. And like our government, the provinces and territories have a lead role in this area. With that being said, we recognize the impact these reductions have had on Indigenous communities, and we prioritize the safety of Indigenous peoples. That is why we announced that we would provide support to Indigenous communities affected by Greyhound's reductions. This support would be provided directly to Indigenous communities and thus would not require a cost-sharing partnership with the provinces. It's something that can be acted on now. We will continue to work with the provinces and territories over the next year to develop longer-term solutions to the intercity bus reductions. And we hope that this long-term approach, combined with the short-term funding, will respond effectively to Greyhound's reductions and demonstrate our commitment to ensuring that all Canadians have the access they need to transportation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, Admiral Norman is owed an apology by the Liberal Party leader. It's an absolute disgrace to the women and men who have served our country in uniform that the Liberal leader continues to refuse to apologize for trying to destroy the military career of an honourable gentleman. The fact that the Liberal leader chose to run out of the House of Commons moments before the vote was taken on the motion by my honourable colleague from Milton speaks volumes of the character of the leader of the Liberal Party and those individuals in his party who still refuse to admit to the horrible wrong that was done to Admiral Norman. Apology deniers. I assure members of the Liberal Party their shameful treatment of an honourable soldier has not gone unnoticed by soldiers and veterans. I was moved to tears, as was Admiral Norman, when he shared the story of a World War II veteran sending him $5, as that was what the veteran could afford, to the Admiral's Legal Defense Fund. It was necessary for members of the public to come to the aid of Admiral Mark Norman. The Liberal government was trying to bankrupt the Admiral into submission by refusing to pay his legal bills, which is a usual action that's taken when a Crown employer is party to legal action as a consequence of his duties as a public servant. We live in a fearful time when someone the stature of Vice Admiral Mark Norman can be subjected to the type of political witch hunt that he has been subjected to by the Liberal Party. Given how hard this government is struggling to withhold evidence, the way they withheld evidence from Admiral Mark Norman's lawyers so that he could properly defend himself, there must be something very terrible to be uncovered by the Senate investigation. Political interference in an RCMP investigation and a court case is a slippery slope that no government in Canada should be sliding down. Canadians agree with Conservatives on this point. This is what some Canadians had to say in the May 22, 2019 edition of the Ottawa Citizen in response to their story on the Admiral Mark Norman Liberal scandal. Quote, your in-depth article on the 2-year ordeal of Vice Admiral Mark Norman, his wife and daughter, was incisive and clearly showed how politics drove this outrage. More telling, though, is that our Prime Minister is always ready with an apology, a tear and a hanky for any pedestrian issue that provides an opportunity for a media photo op, except when he is directly responsible for the debacle that affected the reputation of an officer with integrity. Not only is Norman due an apology and compensation, he should be at National Defence Headquarters as Chief of Defence Staff, replacing John Vance, who should join Michael Warnock, formerly of the Privy Council Office, in obscurity and retirement, and that's Adele White of Ottawa. A frightening attempt to hide records. Thank you for the most recent installment of the Vice Admiral Mark Norman story. There are many disturbing aspects to this tale of his defense. The senior echelons of the Canadian military have clearly not covered themselves in glory. One of the most offensive and frightening revelations reported in December 2018 and mentioned again in David Poutlier's most recent contribution relates to the actions undertaken within the Department of National Defense to stymie attempts by the Vice Admiral's legal team to obtain information deemed relevant to his defense from departmental files. The conscious effort to hide references to Norman in the records is a great concern for anyone who believes that the proceedings were about justice. The tone of the arrogance and the self-satisfaction in the words of the senior officer who's quoted in a December 18th Ottawa Citizen story, "Don't worry, this isn't our first rodeo. We made sure we never used his name. Send back the nil return," is chilling. Thankfully, the moral compass of a more junior staff member whose name is protected by a publication ban because of fears of professional reprisal for coming forward were not skewed. Bill Russell of Ottawa.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for this adjournment debate tonight. As you know, this is not the first time we've had this debate during a late show. And I think it's important to repeat that the charges against Vice Admiral Norman have been stayed. I'll say once again, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada said that every decision was made completely independently, and no other factors were considered in this decision, nor was there any contact or influence from outside the PPSC, including political influence in either the initial decision to prosecute Mr. Norman or in the decision to stay the charges. So, Mr. Speaker, even if the opposition wants to try and keep this subject on the table, clearly there was no political influence at all in this case. I hope that the opposition will respect the court process, and as my colleague knows well, we adopted a unanimous motion in this House recognizing that Vice Admiral Norman should be thanked for his service, and we also apologize to him and his family. What we can say for the moment is that Vice Admiral Norman and the Chief of Defence Staff met last week and had a very cordial discussion. And the Deputy Minister was very clear. They had looked at the policy that was in place to have Mr. Norman's legal fees covered, and that decision was made. Additional information will be provided in due time. So this is not the first time we've discussed this during a late show, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to take this opportunity to talk a little bit about the investments and the support that we are providing to our men and women in uniform, unlike the previous government, which, as you know, made repeated cuts, budget cuts to the armed forces. Our government has made real progress on the single most important element of our defense policy, taking care of people. For example, we set up the Canadian Armed Forces Transition Group to improve military members' experience as they transition to life after military service. We also rolled out the Seamless Canada initiative to improve coordination of services across provinces and ease the burden of moving for military members and their families. We also enhanced services and expanded access to the Military Family Resource Centre. And this is something I learned about recently when I visited the Resource Centre in Gagetown. You probably know about it. The staff is doing extraordinary work to provide the services that men and women of the Canadian Armed Forces need so that they can transition, so that they can have housing when they're sent to different bases, to help them find a family doctor. So there's just lots of extraordinary work being done. We also expanded the relocation benefits available for military members by updating the Canadian Armed Forces relocation policies. And we enacted a retroactive pay increase for military members to ensure world-class compensation for our women and men in uniform. So, Mr. Speaker, whether we're talking about their intervention in missions abroad or in natural disasters or when they're defending our sovereignty, Canadians can be proud of the important work carried out by the members of our armed forces. That's why we will always take care of our men and women in uniform. That's a duty that we have as a government, and I think we should recognize the incredible contribution of our military and we very much appreciate it. Once again, Mr. Speaker, we will do everything we can to invest in equipment and in our men and women in uniform so that they have all the tools they need to do their work. Thank you.
Honourable Member for Renfrew, Nipissing, Pembroke.
Finally, this letter from Joe Spence from Ottawa. I'll vote for whoever provides some answers. I'm a nonpartisan person. I voted for all three major parties in one election or another. In October, I will be forced to vote against the Liberals because I want answers in the cases of Mark Norman and the former Attorney General, the member from Vancouver Granville. The Liberals refuse to give me the answers, so I will have to vote for a party that I hope will. I suspect many people will be voting to get answers. When will the Prime Minister apologize and have Vice Admiral reinstated as Vice Chief of Defence Staff?
Secretary.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of National Defence. Well, Mr. Speaker, as my colleague knows well, because we've said it many times in this House, General Vance and Vice Admiral Norman have had discussions. And those discussions were cordial and went well, and we will have more information in the coming weeks about that. In terms of the legal fees, as I said, the Deputy Minister reviewed the current policy and decided that the legal fees for Vice Admiral Norman could be covered, and that's why we will be doing that. What's clear, Mr. Speaker, is that we respect the process that was followed, the legal process, and we're not going to interfere in it. Once again, the Public Prosecution Service of Canada was very clear that there was no political influence or any influence whatsoever in the case of Vice Admiral Norman. Thank you.
La motion portante.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 10 a.m. pursuant to standing order adopted on Tuesday and according to Standing Order 24-1.